Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Greetings, squirrel friends of the world. We are here for another episode. Our relatively new series, State of Florida versus Casey Marie Anthony. Did the jury get it wrong? That's what we're here to talk about, discuss, think about, explore, what have you. So we've got an exciting episode tonight. Look at that blue sky right there on the screen. Very nice. Exciting episode tonight. We've got Cindy Anthony taking the stand. But not only that, we're going to start out strong with George Anthony, followed by Tony Lazzaro, and then Cindy Anthony will take the stand. So an episode with 3 really key witnesses. It's going to be interesting to see what George says that will contradict his previous testimony. Will Cindy give us some insight as to why perhaps Casey behaves the way she does? Anything maybe in terms of her compulsive lying? Will her testimony validate or support George's story, or will it support Casey's story, or neither story? And what else can we learn from Tony Lazzaro? These are all questions that we will hopefully find some answers to, that and more. And also, just to keep in the back of our minds, we're also still thinking about this timeline regarding the car. At least I am. And I've been taking notes as far as this funny business regarding the letter being sent out and them not getting the letter, because there's seems to be something really, there's some key information, I think, tied up in all of that, the car shenanigans. And they're going to be getting into more of that with George today as well. So without further ado, let's jump right on in, and it's going to start with the recap from the last episode. So for anyone who missed it, this will get you caught up to speed.
It's a house.
Yes, it is. It's a house.
From that location, where did you go next?
To dinner.
Where'd you go?
We went to the restaurant that Amy was working at.
Who went out to dinner?
It was just Casey and I.
Any idea what time you went?
No.
When you went to Houlihan's, was Amy working?
Yes, we sat in her section.
Was that on purpose? Did you want to sit in her section?
Yes.
And did Amy Huizinga serve you dinner?
Yes, she did.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how Caylee Marie Anthony died?
Close for speculation.
If you know.
Overruled.
No.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury any information about when Caylee Marie Anthony died, if you know?
No, I cannot.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury anything about where Caylee Marie Anthony died?
No.
Do you know Casey Anthony?
I do.
When did you first meet Casey Anthony?
I met her through a friend of a friend of an ex-girlfriend at a birthday party in 2007.
You had a trip planned to Puerto Rico?
We did. It was myself, Ricardo, John Chat, and Amy.
And Amy?
Yeah.
Did you go to Puerto Rico?
I did.
Do you have any information for this jury to tell them how Caylee died?
I do not.
Do you have any information that might help them know where Caylee died?
I do not.
Do you have any information to help them with when Caylee died?
I do not.
Thank you, sir.
Did you ever ask her about her child care issue, if there was any child care issues?
I did. I had one question on AOL's message. I asked her when she works. What does she do with Caylee?
What was her response?
She has a nanny that she's known for 6 years.
Have you ever heard of fusion?
Yes, sir.
What is fusion?
It is a sushi restaurant by day and a night lounge by night.
When you saw her in June and July of 2008, you never noticed any difference in her behavior from before and after June 16, 2008.
No, sir.
In fact, she was friendly,
Yes, sir.
outgoing,
Yes.
just a nice person
Yes.
before and after.
Yes.
Do you have any information, or can you tell this jury how Caylee died?
No.
Did you tell law enforcement that she wasn't a heavy drinker, Casey?
Yes.
And that every time you guys were at a party, she would leave early and drink late?
Drink light? Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Do you know Casey Anthony?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known her?
Close to 11 years now.
Go to high school with her?
Yes.
Do you recall when you saw her there?
I beg your pardon?
Do you recall when you saw her there?
It was July 1st.
Did you have plans to see her there? Or was that just somebody that you saw when you went?
We all knew that we were getting together.
Okay, who's we all?
Other friends, Sean Daly, Daniel Fisher, Brandon Snow.
All right. Did you go to the ale house with the defendant?
No.
You saw her there.
Yes.
Did you say hello?
Yes.
You've known Casey for 11 years,
Approximately.
and you know Casey to be a nice person,
Yes.
caring,
Yes.
giving,
Yes.
and you've seen her interact with Caylee many times, have you not?
Yes.
And you saw the love between those two individuals, right?
Yes.
You saw how much Caylee loved Casey.
Yes.
You would see her hug Casey on occasions,
Yes.
kiss her,
Yes.
and give her lots of affection.
Yes.
Did you see how attentive a mother Casey was to Caylee?
Yes.
And did Kaylee's affection towards Casey appear to be fake in any way?
No.
It was genuine.
Yes.
Do you find it shocking that knowing and having had observed the love between Caylee and Casey, that there was no change in Casey's behavior after June 16th?
Yes.
No further questions. Did you advise law enforcement that Casey didn't like to go out too much or drink all that much because she didn't like to leave her child with her mother or father?
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
And you've known Casey for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
And you got to see Casey and Caylee interact quite a bit.
Yes, sir.
And did you see Kaylee's affection towards Casey?
Yes, sir.
And describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how Caylee would react around her mother.
Very loving and very wanting to interact with mom and everything like that.
And did Kaylee's affection towards Casey appear genuine?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you saw quite a bit of love between the two of them.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Judge. I want to ask you a question in reference to the shared secrets that we had discussed earlier
Sure.
with your prior testimony. Was the secret that Casey had shared with you that she had been abused by her father?
No.
What was the secret that she had shared with you?
Lee Anthony tried to sexually abuse her.
So you don't know if it's physical or sexual, you just don't recall. And your answer was, I just don't recall. It could have been. Honestly, it would have been much better to do this at that time. Do you recall giving that answer?
Yes.
And
Which Anthony are you referring to with that line of questioning? Mr. George Anthony or Mr. Lee Anthony?
that was in reference to George Anthony.
Do you know Casey Anthony?
I do.
How do you know Casey Anthony?
I'm engaged to Lee Anthony,
Okay, and who is Lee Anthony?
Casey's brother.
All right. How is your relationship with Cindy Anthony?
Good.
Or how were you? Are you close to her?
Yes.
Were you close to her back in 2008?
Not as close as I am now, but we had a good relationship.
How about George Anthony?
Pretty much the same.
Now, you had an opportunity to view Casey and Caylee together, did you not?
I did.
And did you ever see Caylee running to Casey?
I'm sorry, did I ever see what?
Caylee going up to Casey?
All the time.
And did you ever see Caylee's affection towards Casey?
All the time.
And how would you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of the way Caylee loved her mother?
It was amazing. Excuse me. Casey and Caylee had a very special bond.
And did it appear genuine to you, Mallory?
It did.
And did Caylee ever go without food, as far as you know?
No.
Did she ever appear neglected to you?
No.
Did you ever see Casey strike or torture or punish Caylee in any harmful way?
No, sir.
And the best way that you can describe their relationship would be amazing.
Amazing.
Sir, do you know a woman by the name of Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet Casey Anthony?
I met Casey on the 4th of July, 2008.
Where did you first meet her?
I met her at my home. I was having a 4th of July party.
Do you know Amy Huizinga?
Yes, sir. I was working with her at Houlihan's restaurant.
So did you meet Casey Anthony through Amy
Yes, sir.
Huizinga?
Yeah, they were decorating my house when I got off work that evening.
All right. Which Target did you go to?
The one on, I believe it's Kirkman, across from IKEA, the Millennium Mall area.
And what did you do at Target?
We got some coffee and some bubble gum. That's pretty much.
Did you purchase, or did the defendant purchase anything else at Target?
No, sir.
Casey was friendly to you?
Yes, sir.
She was friendly to others?
Yes, sir.
She appeared to care for people?
Yes, sir.
In fact, she barely knew you and she was watching your place for you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any information about June 16, 2008, when Caylee drowned?
No, sir.
Do you have any information for this jury as to when Caylee died?
No, sir.
Do you have any information for this jury as to where Caylee died?
No, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Your establishment, the very next door neighbor is the Sam's Club, right?
Yes.
And there's a gas station right there, is there not?
Yes, there's a gas station.
And then after this gas station, there's another gas station after that, is there not?
Yes.
Okay. And so if someone runs out of gas, they can easily go get gas next door.
Yes.
Okay. They don't need a car to go there, is what I'm saying.
No, it's very close. It's at walking distance.
You said that Johnson's tower had received a 98 Pontiac Sunfire on June 30th of 2008. Did you have contact with it on that day?
No, ma'am. And I was doing some paperwork in there, and I heard my clerk at the time engaging in conversation with persons or people at the window who were becoming very agitated. And one of my duties there was to ensure, obviously, that the safety of my employees primarily, but also that when confrontation occurred, that I would try and keep that confrontation to a minimum. So I came out of my office, and my clerk turned to me and kind of gave me the look and said, "Hey, can you help me out here a little bit? I've got some customers that are a little bit unruly." So I approached the bulletproof glass and spoke to Mrs. Anthony, and she was very agitated, very upset that there was a pretty good chance that letter went out and would have been stuck in the mail during the 4th of July holiday, and then the upcoming weekends. And I believe they'd said they were out of town for a couple of days, and then it wasn't until they got back that they had to go and sign for the letter and so on and so forth.
What I'm really interested in is them going out of town. But that has not come up yet. And I'm wondering if that's part of why there's all this hullabaloo about this notification and all that.
Did you walk in silence with Mr. Anthony back to this vehicle?
No, ma'am.
All right. What do you recall occurring?
If I remember correctly, if I recall, he says something really interesting here.
When I opened the gate, I asked who was coming back, and Mr. Anthony said he would. And the first thing he did was apologize for his wife's outbursts. He said they were under a lot of stress, and he apologized profusely. He was very calm, very humble. And I said, that's fine. We're used to it. And we see it day in, day out. So I didn't give it a second thought. And he made some comment to the fact that his granddaughter hadn't been seen for a long time. She was missing, and his daughter wouldn't tell him where she was. And he was just, in my opinion at the time, venting. He mentioned it he said something to the effect of, we'll probably get divorced over this. And again, I didn't respond.
That. I don't think the prosecutor was anticipating that. Because think about this, guys. Why would they get divorced over this, right? Over their granddaughter missing. I could see we'll probably kick Casey out of the house, or I don't know. Why would they get divorced over it? You know what I mean? Interesting.
You would never put down how long.
So I'm just pausing this video. So I'm still really curious what you guys think. Let me know in the chat or in the comments if you're on Replay Crew. What do you guys make of that comment that maybe they'll get divorced? We know that they had been having some difficulties, according to George Anthony, the first time on the stand, he was talking about how it came out on cross, there were some financial issues. And that was the really gem of a moment where he says that he was caught up in both gambling addiction and a Nigerian bank scam. And then he said that other comment about, I'm sure I'm not the only one. Just amazing. Some amazing testimony right there. So we know they've been having issues, and we're going to actually hear more about that. I think it's this episode and the next episode in terms of what Casey relayed to other people. And potentially her not wanting to be at the house because of the fighting, and potentially not wanting Caylee to be at the house because of the fighting. Not feeling safe leaving Caylee with her parents because of the fighting, potentially. So we know there've been issues, but the interesting thing is in this comment to Simon Birch, according to what his recollection is, George says to him, we might even we probably will get divorced because of this. And that would be very specific in reference to the granddaughter missing, right? So I don't know. I'm just curious what you guys think of that.
The car was at a specific property, would you?
We would have no idea, sir.
Exactly.
We would not know.
And Mr. Anthony actually informed you that it was there for 3 days, did he not?
He did, sir. He mentioned the fact that it had been at the Amscott for 3 days. It was something he mentioned in conversation. I didn't divulge or react. It was just something that came up in conversation.
And so he knew the car was at Amscott for 3 days, according to you.
As far as I'm aware, yes, sir. Yeah.
That I think is really important and interesting, because the suggestion there, right, is that the only way that someone would have known that is if they had some sort of insider knowledge or had put the car there themselves. And so that this witness was exactly where we left off last time with Simon Birch. So we're jumping right on into the next witness here, which is, of course, guess who's back? He's like DRE.
George A. Anthony, George, middle initial A, Anthony.
You may proceed, Mr. Ashton.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to direct your attention to the middle of July of 2008. During that period of time, did you learn that the vehicle that we discussed earlier that you owned but your daughter drove had been towed?
Yes.
Tell us how it is you first learned of that fact.
I had learned of that fact for getting a notice from the United States Postal Service that was placed on our front door.
Do you recall did you find the notice, or did your wife find the notice?
My wife is the one that located the notice at the front door.
And when did she inform you of finding this notice?
I believe it was Sunday, the 13th of July. We had been outside working.
Now, you said you found it on your front door, or she found you. I won't ask you if you didn't find it. So she indicated where she found it.
Yes, at her front door.
Is the front door of your home the door that you normally use for ingress and egress, coming and going normally?
Absolutely not. We go through our garage.
Now, so it was found, you said, on, you believe, Sunday.
The only other time that I can recall ever hearing ingress or egress used in a trial is actually coming from the mouth of Adam Wally. He used that terminology.
Yes.
Do you recall what the notice said?
On the upper right-hand corner, it said the sender's name was Johnson, and it was addressed to both of us. It was a yellow, just a normal United States Postal Service notice that we had a certified letter at the post office.
This was on Sunday. Could you go to the post office on Sunday and retrieve it?
Oh, no.
And at the time you saw it, did you have any idea of what it was or what the certified letter was?
No, because I had looked at the name. I didn't recognize the name of anyone that I knew. And
all right. Now, so what did you do anything on Sunday in regards to this picking up this document?
No, I just mentioned to my wife that I would just go see what it was about on Monday.
All right. So Monday came along. Did you do anything about it on Monday?
No, I could not because I just had started a new position.
Okay. All right. Already. Okay. Let me back that up. Let's hear that again. He tells his wife he's going to do something about it on Monday, and then he doesn't do anything about it on Monday because he started a new job. But it's like you would have known you were starting a new job.
The sender's name was Johnson, and it was addressed to both of us. It was a yellow, just a normal United States Postal Service notice that we had a certified letter at the post office.
This was on Sunday. Could you go to the post office on Sunday and retrieve it?
Oh, no.
And at the time you saw it, did you have any idea of what it was or what the certified letter was?
No, because I had looked at the name. I didn't recognize the name of anyone that I knew. And
weird.
All right.
Great.
Now, so what did you do anything on Sunday in regards to this picking up this document?
No, I just mentioned to my wife that I would just go see what it was about on Monday.
I mentioned it to my wife that I would go see what it's about on Monday. Okay.
All right. So Monday came along. Did you do
And then you said you were going to go. So didn't you go?
anything about it on Monday?
No, I could not because I just had started a new position.
I tell you what, even if it wasn't for the quote unquote gambling addiction and freaking Nigerian bank scams and whatever else he's caught up in, and cheating on her with a younger woman. I forgot about that one. Honestly, that one little snippet right there alone is like, yeah, you could see why Cindy would be quite fed up, right? Without even all the other stuff, because it's like, yep, I'll go do it on Monday. Monday comes around. Oh, I couldn't do it. I just started a new job, as if that's like out of left field. Like, I don't know. Didn't he expect that question coming next? I don't know, guys. It's just a disaster, man. Every time with him.
Another company and had some work issues to go take.
I've thought about this a lot. I think I might, in my opinion, to me, he might be the least credible witness I've ever seen. I'm including that with defendants on the stand, such as like Alex Murdoch. Like literally, there's nothing that he says to me that brings even remotely genuine. Some of it might be that it's like not necessarily a lie, but just all of it feels so fishy to me and icky. I don't know. Not to mention he literally contradicts himself way worse than anybody. I mean, I've thought about this, and I'm like, I think the only person who might be as equally much of a disaster on the stand is Trooper Paul, but in a different way. But if you're thinking about the jury and their weighing credibility of witnesses, like to me, if I'm just looking at just credibility, I think he's the least credible witness I've ever seen. Let me know if you have any other suggestions, but I've thought about this a lot, and that's how bad I think he is.
Care of, and I decided I would go ahead and do it the next day.
Was this the job that you talked about going to the interview for on the 24th?
Yes, I had gotten a
Got
new
the job.
position.
All right. So you didn't go on Monday. On Tuesday, did you have a chance to go and follow up on this letter?
Right. Tuesday morning, I'd awoken. My wife had went to work. I had a couple errands to run, and I decided to go to the post office and.
Overruled. All right. When you went to the post office, were you able to collect the certified letter?
Yes.
Pardon me. Approximately what time was it that you were able to collect the letter?
Sometime right about noontime.
Right. When you opened the letter, what was it?
Well, on the envelope itself, I saw Johnson's Towing Service, a local address addressed to my wife and I, and opened it up and noticed that there was notice that our vehicle had been towed.
Okay. Do you remember whether the off the top of your head, where the letter said where the vehicle had been towed from or when?
I do.
So he's asking that because remember, we just heard from Simon Birch and it finished up on that cross and recross where, like we just heard, and he's like, yeah, he knew it was at the Amscot for 3 days, right? So
I remember something about an address and being towed on the 30th of June, 2008.
So I'm going to back that up because I'm pretty sure that was non-responsive. But the other thing we have to remember is that George Anthony was in the gallery listening to all that testimony because the witness exclusionary rule does not apply to him and his wife. So he heard everything Simon Birch said.
Noticed that there was notice that our vehicle had been towed.
Okay. Do you remember whether the off the top of your head, where the letter said where the vehicle had been towed from or when?
I do remember something about an address and being towed on the 30th of June, 2008.
All right. But you don't right now remember the address?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you get the letter. What goes through your mind when you get this letter saying that it was towed on the 27th? Or 30th, I'm sorry.
Being concerned because I was I took a step back a second thinking I was believing that this vehicle was at another location, was in my daughter's possession, and it just caught me a little bit off guard, like, why didn't we hear about it prior to this?
Where did you think the vehicle should have been at the time when it was being towed from whatever that location was?
The last I knew was in my daughter's possession, and she was possibly in Jacksonville, Florida with it.
And was that something that you were told by your wife?
Yes.
All right. So you got the letter, read it. What did you do next?
Immediately I called my wife, and I informed her where the vehicle was at, and I said I was on my way to that location to find out more about it.
And did you then travel to Johnson's?
Yes, I arrived at Johnson's Towing probably within just a few minutes because it's not that far away from the post office. And I inquired at the front reception area about our vehicle.
And what were you told?
That there was a normal procedure when a vehicle is towed. This letter gets sent out. I was a little upset about this charge of over $500. We live within a mile and a half of this location. I just asked a bunch of different questions, and yeah, I was a little bit upset because it didn't make any sense to me why we hadn't gotten a notice even quicker, or just a regular phone call like, we have your car.
Was that because it had been, I guess, a little over 2 weeks that the car had been sitting at the wrecker service?
Right, and considering how close it is to our home, it just would seem like a courtesy.
All right, so what did you do next?
I reached out to my wife and I explained to her how much it was, and she said that, okay, she says, I'll go ahead and stop at the bank, we'll get the money, and we'll go and pick the vehicle up. I said, well, let me go home first, why don't you come and pick me up, and we'll go down and get the car.
Now, did they tell you that you had to bring any documentation with you to pick up, to reclaim the car?
Well, besides our driver's license for identification, we also had to bring a title or copy of title with us to show ownership.
And is that something that you had with you as you stood there on your first visit, or that's something you had to get?
I had to go back I had to go back home, wait for my wife, and we came back with that.
Right.
That item.
Did you make any assumptions about why the car was left someplace. In other words, what could have happened to
What's interesting about that, the reason he was asking it is because we heard from Simon Birch that on the slip that they're given, it tells them that they have to come and they have to bring identification, and it tells them that they have to bring cash, and tells them all the stuff they have to do ahead of time. So it's interesting that he's saying that he went there first without his wife, learned he needed to have these certain things like identification and whatnot, had to go back home and then go back to the tow place. That is different than the testimony we heard from Simon Birch.
the car being left someplace.
Overruled. Overruled.
I mean, there's a lot of different things that ran through my mind is why I didn't get a phone call earlier about it, either from the tow yard or possibly even from my daughter. I was just, again, I was at a loss for words. Like,
my question was a little convoluted. Did you bring a gas can from home with you?
Just because in the past, I've had some experiences with have a vehicle towed or had to go pick a car up from a friend or whatever it might be. And it was always just a common thing to bring some gas along.
Remember, Simon Birch said during his testimony that it was not common for people to come pick up their vehicles and bring gas cans. I think he said he actually had never seen it before.
And did you bring some gas along on this occasion?
Yes.
All right, so you went home. Did your wife pick you up at your house?
Yes, I waited for my wife. She arrived within a short period of time, and I had the title and some gas, and we went to the tow yard.
And can you tell us what happened when you got to the tow yard?
Well, again, we met with the same receptionist at the front tow yard, at the front glassed-in area, and we were both.
Make sense beyond the fact that what he's saying contradicts a lot of what we heard from Simon Birch. The other thing that doesn't make sense is that it wouldn't make sense that he would drive to the tow yard first by himself, because then how would he, he would have to have someone drive him, right? How are you going to drive the vehicle home? Then you'd have to leave your car there, right? So besides the fact that the notice would have already said, okay, you have to bring your ID and whatnot, besides that, it wouldn't make any sense for him to drive his car to the tow yard first, because how would he, then the other car would just be there. So none of it really makes any sense. Shout out to Super Planner Girl. Are you home? Do you have internet?
Asked again the same questions over. Why did it take so long to be noticed? Why was it so much money? Sure, we are both very agitated because money for anyone is at a premium anytime. And that $500 is just something we didn't understand how it could be so expensive.
The reason I'm asking that, just in case anyone's like, what the heck? Super Planner Girl has been displaced due to the hurricane. And I know she's not been able to be at her home. So I'm hoping you're back earlier than expected, Super Planner Girl.
Did you stay there and talk to the people about the money, or did your wife do that and you did something else?
Both of us to a point did. I do remember a gentleman coming to the front glassed area with the receptionist lady and basically was starting to handle the transaction with us. And I remember we came of some kind of agreement that we would pay a certain amount. It wasn't that exact amount that they first requested to make us happy or just possibly just to get us out of there.
Would it be fair to say that Cindy was rather forceful with the folks that were there?
Well, I believe so. She took more of the conversation.
Simon Birch actually testified that he was worried for the safety of his employees due to how agitated Cindy Anthony was.
Because I was, I think, probably more irritated at the inconvenience for both of us having to take time to be there, and it's just a bunch of different things to go through.
Now, so you said a gentleman came to the window. Did you at some point leave with him?
Yes, I'm not sure how long it was. We had the conversation, but I do know that after we had made the transaction to pay for the vehicle, I was escorted to the car.
Right. Now, as you approached the car, and again, by the car, we're referring to, let me not assume, did the gentleman take you to the Pontiac Sunfire, the car your daughter drove?
Yes.
As you approached the vehicle, did you smell anything?
Within somewhere probably close to about a 3-foot area of the passenger side of the car, I did smell a pretty strong odor.
What thought did that odor place into your mind?
Did you guys see that deep
I
breath
was-
that he just took? This is the moment of truth, right? He has to testify. There's all this premise. So much of the prosecution's opening statement was based upon the smell of the dead body, right? And a lot of that came from George Anthony.
Very concerned about the odor. I had smelled something like that some years prior, and I was concerned.
What thought went through your mind?
That particular smell, whenever you smell it, it's something you never forget.
You know, and he's doing exactly what Simon Birch did, which he's not just outright saying, oh, I know what it was. It was a dead body, a dead human body. He's just saying, it is what it is. It's that smell you don't forget, like kind of beating around the bush, man.
It's a very distinct odor.
But was there a concern that came into your mind as you smelled that odor? Maybe I should be more specific.
My mind did race somewhat to the point because I hadn't seen my daughter or my granddaughter for some time. I did worry that, I did worry about for my daughter or my granddaughter, or both at the same time.
Did you have a thought that they might be in the trunk or in the car, dead?
I was hoping that wasn't the case. I was hoping that everything was okay. I didn't want to believe what I was smelling to a point. I was trying to not think too much ahead of myself.
The odor that you were testifying a moment ago that this reminded you of from your past, was that the odor of a human corpse?
Yes.
Now, when you got to the car, did you have keys?
Yes, we have, for each one of our vehicles, we have at least 2 or 3 different sets of keys that we keep for each vehicle. And yes, I did have a set with me.
Right. Was that a spare set?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? All right. So when you got to the car, what did you do?
I had first made a quick look at the car and see if there's any damage to it. I didn't see anything towards the passenger side or walking around to the front of the vehicle. I did reach towards the driver's handle, and I knew I could see the vehicle was locked, and I did put the key in to unlock it, and just made a quick look inside the interior of the car, the front seats, the back seat.
When you opened the driver's side door, was the odor more intense?
Yes.
Now, looking inside the car, did you see any blood or any indication of anyone having been injured within the car?
No.
Did that make you feel better?
It relieved me a little bit to know that I could not see anything in there as far as my daughter or granddaughter inside. Yes.
Did you then, either you or the gentleman you were with, use the keys to open the trunk?
Before we even did that, if I might tell you what I did.
Sure,
prior to
go right
that,
ahead.
I did reach over to the passenger side window, and I did roll it down, and I did try to start the car almost immediately at that point, and it would turn over very quickly. And I do remember it was either myself or the gentleman in tow yard at the same time talking about the car turning over, and I said, well, looks like it's out of gas. I think he said it probably at the same time.
Okay. All right.
Feel the need to inject that part about the gas without being, dude.
And what did you do then?
Got out of the car, and I went back to the trunk of the car. As a matter of fact, as I'm walking back, I'm still looking for any kind of damage on the car at all. And I unlocked just prior to me unlocking the trunk, I don't know if I said it in a high whisper or just a real low tone voice, but I just said, please, God, don't let this be Casey or Caylee.
By that you mean in the trunk?
Yes.
And when you opened the trunk, what did you find?
I opened the trunk, and towards the left side of the rear tail light, and right there, I saw a white bag, and inside the bag I saw a pizza box, I observed maggots myself, a Arm & Hammer plastic container that's liquid for clothing, and there were some other items in there. I did not touch it.
Now, let me ask you a question.
No, we did not hear anything. Simon Birch did not note any of that from the trash bag. No maggots, none of that.
trunk was opened, was the garbage bag opened such that you could see these items without removing it or opening
And I will add, Simon Birch was the one who handled the trash bag and took it out of the trunk and threw it over the fence and then later into the dumpster. And he didn't note any of that.
Oh, slightly. I mean, it wasn't pulled exactly tight. I mean, probably, I don't know, probably within maybe a 2 or 3 inch circumference. I'm just going by what memory that I have of that.
Now, at some point, did someone remove the bag from the trunk and open it more to kind of look at what was inside?
All I remember is the tow operator, the gentleman who was with me, he stated to me, he said, well, this has got to be the smell of your car. And he reached inside, and he's the one that grabbed it and pulled it out.
Now, when you opened the trunk and there was no body in there and there was garbage there, how did you feel?
Relieved, looked up, thank God. I felt more relieved that what my senses were telling me wasn't true. I mean, it wasn't the worst that I was thinking.
You didn't find the body in the trunk that you were expecting?
No, I didn't find my granddaughter or my daughter there, so I was very thankful.
So at that point, the gentleman, you said, removed the bag of garbage. Now, you've given us a description of what was in the bag. You said there was a pizza box and an Arm & Hammer bottle, but how were you able to see that through a 2 or 3 inch opening?
Well, because the bag itself was like a white or a vanilla color. It was almost transparent, and I could see the makings.
Well, okay, we all know, dude, if you're on this jury, right, you're like, everyone knows what a trash bag looks like. A white trash bag. Are they transparent? Y'all, let me know. Have you, anyone who's ever used a white trash bag, which is probably everybody, would you say that they're transparent?
Of a pizza box. In fact, I could see the Z and the A on pizza.
Okay.
And the Arm & Hammer is very distinctive because it's a yellow container. I think it's like a 64-ounce container or something. I've used that size before. I mean, I knew of that product.
You could sort of see it through the translucent plastic. Is that what you're saying? All right. So now, but you did not actually pick up the bag, correct?
I never touched the bag.
So you don't know how heavy it was or anything?
No, sir, I do not.
Why also?
Do you recall what the gentleman did with the bag?
Why is there not more discussion about the maggots, right? Because maggots, my understanding of maggots is like they only happen when there is something dead, right? I don't think they happen with just like rotting food. I think it's like a dead person or a dead animal or something, right? So the maggots, like, why was that? Again, Simon Birch didn't see maggots, but I don't know why. And it'll be interesting to see when we get to the forensics, because they should find, if that's true, they should find evidence of that in the trunk, right? Like the maggots wouldn't have just been in the trash bag if it wasn't sealed, right? I would imagine they would find maggots or evidence of maggots having been in the actual trunk. So let's just keep that in our minds as well as we go forward.
After he had reached in and made the comment again about this being the smell, or he believed that was the smell, he walked over towards a dumpster, and as far as I know, he tossed it in there. I wasn't really observing him about how far it was or anything like that. I know he's one that tossed it away.
Now, after he, okay, so he tossed the trash out. What happens next?
I remember going back to our other vehicle we'd driven, that my wife and I had driven in, and gotten gas. Came back, put gas in the car with the tow operator with us, or with me. Started the car. I remember it starting to rain that day. I kept the windows down a little bit and drove it to where my wife was at the front gates, and probably within a few minutes we left.
Now, when you put gas in the car, got back in and drove it, the garbage bag was already out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the smell out?
No, the smell was still very strong.
Did you have to go to an extraordinary efforts to be able to drive the car and stand the smell?
I drove pretty much home, which, like I said, which is in maybe a mile and a half from our home.
Pretty
With
much.
the windows practically all the way down.
Pretty much home.
Could you have driven the car with the windows up because of the smell? Or
Oh, absolutely not. No, there'd been no way.
all right. So as you were driving out, you said you met up with your wife at the gate.
Yes.
Did you comment to her about the smell at all? Do you recall?
I don't know if I commented at that point. All I remember is telling her, I says, we need to get this car home. I just want to get out of here. I just was in an emotional state at that time. I just wanted to get going. I just wanted to leave that area.
Now, let me ask you sort of a preface question. We talked about on the 24th that you indicated, I believe, that you weren't all that concerned about Caylee being missing on the 24th. Was your emotion in terms of your concern about Caylee and maybe Casey greater on the 15th when you were dealing with the car? Were you more worried?
If you're talking about me going back to the 24th of June till July 15th, oh yeah, my feelings got a little bit more strong because I had not seen Caylee since the 16th of June. The last time I saw Casey was the 24th of June. And my concern, I had a lot more concern about not seeing them.
Do you recall when you were walking with the tow truck manager, the gentleman that escorted you to the car, commenting to him about, Caylee or Casey or your concerns? Do you recall if you did?
We probably had some conversation. I don't remember the exact extent of it. I probably did mention something about my daughter and granddaughter. I probably did. That conversation I do not exactly remember today.
If you don't remember, that's fine. So, when you got home, approximately what time of day was it?
I would say roughly maybe 2 o'clock or shortly thereafter.
So when you got home, what did you do?
Well, my wife followed me home. I immediately pulled into our garage and opened up the sunroof on the car, the windows, the hood, the trunk.
Why did you open all the windows and trunk and the sunroof?
To air the car out, to try to diffuse that, that smell. Plus it was raining outside. I couldn't leave the car outside in the rain.
Sure. All right. So you opened the car up to try and air out this smell.
Yes.
What else did you do?
Had some conversation with my wife about why the vehicle was there, why we haven't talked to Casey, worrying about Caylee. There was just a bunch of different things that we talked about. Also being worried about going to my new job. I mean, it's just a bunch of different things that we conversed about.
At either the tow yard or when you got back to the house, did you notice before I ask, let me preface with this. Did you have a role in maintaining your daughter's car traditionally?
I was the one who washed all the cars and vacuumed them during, basically I usually did it on a weekend for all of our vehicles. Even when my son used to live with us, I did his car too.
So would you regularly, prior to June 16th, obviously the last time you saw Casey, but prior to that, would you normally have maintained the car, vacuumed it, cleaned it, all that kind of thing?
Oh yes, changed oil, rotated tires. That was my thing to do.
That was dad stuff.
Yes.
Now, when either at the tow yard or when you got back to the house, did you notice a stain on the spare tire cover in the trunk that you had never seen before?
I noticed a slight circular type stain about where the spare tire was at. I mean, it was slight, but I did notice something, and yes.
And you said it was a slight stain. I mean, how visible was it? Was it fairly subtle, or?
It was somewhat subtle. I mean, it wasn't anything like it was black or anything like that in color. I mean, it was something subtle that I could see. It was probably about the size of a basketball. I'm just roughly guessing on size.
And if you can help us out with this, did it look like there had been some liquid spilled on it or fluid spilled on it, something like that kind of stain, or like a... I didn't finish the question, actually.
Mr. Anthony, before you answer the question, Don't answer it until I tell you to answer. Finish your question, Mr. Ashton.
The rest of the question was, or was it something that looked like something like powdery on the surface?
Mr. Bias, you have an objection?
Yes, I would object to leading.
Objection overruled. You may answer the question.
If you can, sir.
To me, it was just a circular motion. I mean, it was just almost like a circle size, like it's like basketball. As far as it being liquidy or powdery, no, that I couldn't really say for sure. No.
All right, fair enough. Now, the interior of the car. You told us you looked into it. You also drove it. Did the interior of the car appear to be in a normal condition?
Oh, absolutely not. The car is messy inside.
Maybe by your standards. Let me just show you a couple of photographs. If we could have, let me see if this is going to work here. Sir, can you see the photograph before you?
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize what it's a photograph of?
Would you guys call that a messy car? Would you guys call that a messy car? Also, that looks like a CD case thing, which is amazing.
It appears to be the inside of our Pontiac Sunfire.
Is that, and that appears to be the sort of through the passenger door, but of the passenger seat and a few items on the seat. Does that fairly and accurately depict the appearance of the car when you picked it up at the tow yard, as far as what was in the car and its general state?
Yes.
This time you ought to move into Evidence States Exhibit I for identification.
What says the defense?
No objections.
It would be admitted into evidence. It states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Now, the items in this we see appear to be is that a CD case in the middle there of the seat?
Yes.
Looks like a pair of sunglasses.
Yes.
And what do you know what that brown thing is? Do you remember?
Looks like a brown belt.
As far as the rest of the car goes, it's a level of cleanliness that is the way it appeared that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, sir. Do you see States Exhibit J on your screen?
Yes.
Right. And do you recognize this as a photograph of the back seat of the Pontiac Sunfire?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the appearance of the back seat when you picked it up from Johnson's record?
Yes.
This time you ought to move into Evidence States Exhibit J for identification.
Again,
What's it?
would you guys call that a messy car?
As the defense?
Objections, Judge.
All right, so, sir, what we see here is appears to be a child's car seat.
Yes.
Do you recognize that as being the car seat that Caylee would traditionally use when riding in her mother's car?
Yes.
And I believe there appear to be a pair of shoes or two back there. Is that what that is?
Looks like a pair of black high heel shoes.
Okay. And again, in terms of relative cleanliness, that's how it appeared that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to the garbage bag that was in the trunk, do you recall either from your view at the tow yard or when you got it home if there were other things in the trunk?
At this time, I can't remember what else might have been in the trunk. I really don't remember.
When you got the car home, did you then go to work?
Probably within maybe a half hour to 40 minutes. I know my schedule generally started at 3 o'clock, and Cindy was concerned because of my new job. I was concerned too, and it was a sort of a double-edged sword that day for me to go into work because I didn't want to leave, but I at least wanted to make an appearance anyhow at work. So yes, I did go to work.
Did Cindy indicate that she was going to take any action
So
based
remember,
upon?
this is odd, right? So this George is supposedly, he's an ex-cop or detective, they said, from back in the day. And, he smells this smell that he's so sure is a dead body or a dead person. But, and there's, he's not heard from his daughter. They haven't seen Caylee. They pick up this car and he goes to work and doesn't call the police.
Upon finding this car and all the facts that you've told us, what was her plan of action, if she stated one, for the rest of that day?
Question, Counselor. Yes or no answer?
Yes.
What was that plan?
That she would try to get a hold of Casey.
No further questions at this time, subject to recall.
Mr. Anthony, you testified that you received the notice from the tow yard on what day?
It was found at our front door on July 13th.
Your Honor, may I have the witness stand down?
Yes.
Can you please mark for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the date and write tow yard receipt? Now, you heard Mr. Birch testify that the receipt was sent out.
Testimony of another.
Let him finish the question, Mr. Anthony. Before you answer the question, don't answer it unless I tell you to.
I'll rephrase it.
You may finish the question.
Yes, I'll rephrase it, Judge.
Okay.
Mr. Anthony, you're aware that the letter was sent from the tow yard company around the 4th of July. Is that correct?
You can ask the question, sir.
I presume it was. I'll say yes.
Okay. So that would have arrived more or less at your home on July 7th.
Speculation, and I do have an additional objection at the bench.
As to speculation, it'll be sustained.
You testified that the tow yard is 1.5 miles from your home?
Roughly, yes.
In your experience, sir, do you know how long the mail takes to get from 1.5 miles if someone sent you a letter? If you know, sir.
Overall, he can say how long it takes him to get mail.
I have no idea how long it would take. I can't answer that honestly. I don't know.
You have no idea. You can't assist the ladies and gentlemen in the jury in telling how long it takes to get a letter from 1.5 miles away?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
This was not noticed, and you testified that Cindy's the one that found the letter, or the notice, I should say.
Yes.
And where exactly was this notice placed?
The notice was placed at our front door.
So, where exactly on the front door, if you can explain?
I didn't see the exact location, but I'm thinking that was placed possibly in the crease of our screen, our front glass door, and our inner door.
And the entire week of July 6th through the 12th, you never used your front door?
No, sir, we do not use our front door that's not our main entrance.
And you also could never see that notice from the street?
No, sir.
Okay. And were there any other documents or papers on the door?
No.
Just that one piece of, I guess, orange piece of paper?
If I'm not mistaken, it's like a yellowish in color, real light vanilla yellowish in color.
Okay.
United Postal Service.
And it is you who usually gets the mail, right?
Yes, we have residential mail delivered down the street.
And Cindy works pretty early. She leaves the house early and comes home later in the early evening hours, correct?
5, 6 o'clock, I believe that was her general schedule.
And you're home all day and leave roughly around 3 in the afternoon?
No, about 2 or 2:15, right around in there.
Okay. You testified that your work was 10 minutes away?
At the time this started to occur, I just had finished up with one position, and I had started working for another new company.
And generally, you pick up the mail?
The mail, if I might answer your question and just give you a little bit of information, that I have no control of what time the mail service is delivered. Sometimes it can be delivered in the early afternoon. It might not be till later in the afternoon. I have no control over that.
I didn't ask if you had control over it, sir. I asked you if you generally pick up the mail.
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you ever gotten one of these notices before?
Oh, numerous times over the years.
Okay. And have you ever had problems with the post office as to them failing to deliver things to you?
Not that I can remember, no.
And this entire week, after you weren't home, or were you home that week during the day? I should ask you that first.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe my wife was on vacation that week, or we had spent some additional time together away from work. As far as going to the front door every day, I don't do that.
You spent the night every night at 4937 Hope Spring Drive between July 6th to July 12th, correct?
I believe so. Yes, I'm sure we did.
And that entire week.
So that's interesting because, again, remember that there was that comment that he had made to Simon Birch about them having been out of town. And that was one of the things I was like, I wonder when we're going to hear more about that, right?
If it had arrived earlier, well, let me strike that. That entire week, all you got is one notice.
I don't remember all the mail that we got for that week.
My question to you, sir, is that entire week, all you got was one notice that your car was towed.
Yes.
You didn't get a notice the second day saying, hey, you haven't picked up this. This is your second notice from the post office, did you?
Not in evidence that a second notice was sent.
Sustained.
May I rephrase the question, Judge?
You may.
You never received a second notice from the post office.
Sustained.
Are you aware if a second notice ever arrived at your home?
No.
Are you aware if a third notice ever arrived at your home?
No.
Are you aware if you received something that said final notice?
It's a fact, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Are you aware if you got any other notices, sir?
Assumes a fact, not in evidence.
Overrule as to that question.
I'd like to ask me that again since there was...
Are you aware if you received any final notice at your home?
The question was, are you aware if you got any other notices?
I'm sorry, Judge. Are you aware if you received any other notices at your home?
No.
So the only notice that was delivered, as far as you're aware, to your home that entire week was one notice.
Yes.
And you can clearly see the front door of your home from the street, can you not?
Yes.
It's not backed off in a corner or anything.
It's back off the road somewhat. I mean, we have almost like a U-shaped home, I guess, to a point, or C-shaped home. Our front door is back a little bit, set in.
You can see the front door if you're standing in your driveway, can you not?
Basically, yes.
When you testified under direct, I didn't hear you say that you had actually called Scott on that day. Did you, sir?
I wasn't asked that question.
I'm asking you now. Did you, sir?
I know I called Scott later that afternoon after I got into my work. After I inquired about the car. I did.
After you got home after you got to work, you said?
Yes, I think it was shortly in the early evening. I was curious.
Okay, so real quick, I just paused that. Real quick, let's take a look, because we're going to take a look at the house real quick here. With, what did he say? It's a C-shaped house. The door is set. Let's just take a look at this front door. I'm just going to scroll till I find it here. There it is. There's the house. So I don't know about a C-shaped house, but I see the front door is inset or whatever. Like but having said that, it's right next to the garage, and they would always enter through the garage. But the other thing is this, and this will be a question for Cindy Anthony, and it will probably be when she's on cross. The other question is, if they just never use the front door, they don't ever look at the front door, then how did she ever see the notice, right? Like, what circumstances on that day, on July 13th, what caused her to then see the notice that day? Was there some reason she went to the front door? That would be something that I would want to know. All right, now back to the initial video.
About that.
And this was after you drove the car home and went to work?
Yes.
Okay. Did you call Mr. Birch afterwards to let him know that you called the AMSCOT?
No.
So there's no way Mr. Birch would have known that you called AMSCOT?
Correct.
And there's no way that Mr. Birch would know that you were aware that the car had been there for 3 days?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence. Witness hasn't been asking you that.
Sustained.
Did you tell Mr. Birch that the car had been there for 3 days?
No.
Now, you testified that you went home and were waiting for Cindy to meet you to go to the tow yard, correct?
Yes.
And that you had taken gas cans because that's what you usually do.
Past experience told me to take some gas and along with the other identification I would need for the car. Yes.
And what tow yard have you ever gone to pick up a car with gas cans?
I've been to, I don't know how many tow yards in my life to pick up a car through their friend or through a family business. So, I mean, I'm very knowledgeable of what to do.
And you just had lucky thinking that the car was going to be out of gas?
Objection. Argumentative. Move to strike.
Mr. Baez.
I don't think it's argumentative, Judge.
Sustained.
Was it a lucky guess, sir? That the car...
Objection.
Sustained.
It was a fortunate guess that the car was out of gas.
Same objection. Same question.
Sustained.
I'll move on, Judge. Did the gas can that you took to the tow yard have duct tape on it?
I don't remember which gas can I took with me. I don't.
Did you take the round cylinder gas can that was 20 years old with you?
I don't remember which gas can I took, sir.
Okay. So because you don't remember that, you certainly don't remember if at that point in time you didn't, that gas can didn't have duct tape on it at that time.
Sir, I don't remember what gas can I took
My question to you,
that particular day.
my question to you, sir, is at that point in time, you have no recollection as to whether on June 15, 2008, that gas can, the round cylinder for 20 years that you've had duct tape on it.
Would you like to repeat the date that you just told me,
July
sir?
15, 2008, when you went to the tow yard with the gas can. Do you know if the round cylinder gas tank that you've had for 20 years had duct tape on it?
I don't remember what gas can I took with me, sir.
I'm not asking you which one you took with you, sir. I'm asking you, did the round cylinder gas can that you've had for 20 years have duct tape on it on July 15, 2008?
Ask and answer to the best of his ability.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I think the witness said he doesn't recall which gas cans he took. I'm asking him a
That's
separate
the
question.
precise problem. He said he doesn't know which one he took, and you asked him for a particularized gas can.
Correct. And I'm asking him at that time.
And he said he didn't know which one he took.
Now, you hadn't spoken to Casey since June 24th, correct?
The last time I saw Casey was June 24th, yes.
My question to you was, you hadn't spoken to Casey since June 24th, 2008.
To the best of my recollection, yes. I don't know if we text or anything at that particular time. I don't know. I don't remember. But the last time I saw her was the 24th of June and talked to her.
As far as you can remember, it had been three and a half weeks since you spoke to your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived at the tow yard, you were very concerned for your granddaughter.
Yes.
The most precious thing in your life.
Yes.
The two most precious things in your life.
Yes.
In fact, you were telling people about your missing granddaughter.
No.
You didn't tell anyone at the tow yard that your granddaughter was missing.
If I'm not mistaken, through maybe some small conversation or whatever I talked to the tow operator was, I hadn't seen my granddaughter or my daughter. I did not know my granddaughter was missing, sir, at that time.
You told people at the tow yard that you were concerned for your granddaughter's well-being.
I believe, sir, that I've said is I hadn't seen my granddaughter or my daughter. Yeah, I'm concerned for them, yeah, because I haven't seen them.
And you were concerned about their well-being.
Yes, sir.
And you were telling people this at the tow yard.
I can only think of one person, and I told them that was the tow gentleman, the manager that was there.
And that was before you ever got to the car.
If we had that conversation prior to that I don't remember. If we had some small talk going in there, I don't remember that conversation.
And this is after the July 3rd weekend, or the 4th of July weekend, when your son Lee had gone to downtown to look for Casey.
Well, the 15th of July, yes, is definitely after the 4th of July. Yes, sir, I'll agree.
So there were active participation on behalf of your wife and your son to find Casey.
Yes, sir.
And at this point in your life, on this day, you're distraught. Concerned.
Concerned, yes.
In fact, you told Mr. Ashton that you were at an elevated state, of course, because as compared to the 24th.
I was a lot more concerned than I was on the 24th, yes.
And when you got into the car, you smelled the smell of human decomposition.
Yes.
A smell you never forget.
Correct, yes.
A distinctive smell.
Yes.
One that you have smelled as a detective many times.
Yes.
And when you got in that car, you asked, before you opened the trunk, you asked Mr. Birch to walk around with you and open the trunk with you.
I did not ask him to come around to the back of the car with me, no, sir.
Do you recall giving a statement to law enforcement on July 24th, sir, of 2008?
I've given statements, yes, to the Sheriff's Department before, yes.
Page 23, counsel. Did you make the statement, sir? Will you please walk around? I told the guy, will you please walk around to the back of the car?
Just a second. Mr. Ashton?
90.8 of 108, I'd ask that the counsel read the entire paragraph, entire statement.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will be more than happy to. Did you make the statement? You know that I smell, I'm like, oh God. I tried to start the car for a second time and I said, no, George, there's something wrong. You got to find out now. You can't take it away.
Your Honor, objection. Should we approach?
Yes.
May I begin again, Your Honor?
You ready? You ready? You may proceed.
Yes. You know I've smelled like, you know, and I smell and I'm like, oh God. I tried to start the car for a second and I said, no, George, if there's something wrong, you need to find out now. You can't take it away. I told the guy, I said, will you please walk around to the back of the car and look inside this with me? Do you recall making that statement, sir?
That's probably what I said. I don't remember saying that, but if that's what I said to law enforcement at the time, probably was the truth.
And the reason you wanted him to walk around the back with you is because you wanted a witness.
Bam!
I guess that could be a true statement.
You wanted to distance yourself from all of this.
Objection, objection, argumentative. Pardon me, objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
You wanted to distance yourself from all of this.
I don't understand what you mean by distance myself, sir. I don't understand what you mean.
You didn't want to be associated with any evidence in this case, did you, sir?
argumentative.
Overall,
If I might answer your question a little bit in length.
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay.
But please answer the question.
It's like, yeah, here, I will give you plenty of rope so you can hang yourself, as the saying goes. Jesus.
Okay, I will.
Plenty of length of rope.
I did not know at that time that my granddaughter or my granddaughter was missing, or my daughter was not available to be found. I didn't know that, anything like that. As far as asking someone to go to the rear of a vehicle with me, if I did ask him that, then I must have asked him that. Was I trying to distance myself from something? No. If there was something wrong and I needed to get to the bottom of it, I would have been a stand-up guy and taken care of it. I would have not walked away or ran away from something if I really thought there was something really, really bad there. No, sir, that's not my makeup.
Because you're a stand-up guy.
I believe I am. I think I'm a pretty good guy.
And now,
Well,
once you had your witness and your granddaughter's missing, and you smell that smell that you never forget, the trunk is opened.
Objection. Argument. Move to strike. Counsel's editorial commentary.
sustained, rephrase the question.
You then open the trunk.
Yes, I opened the trunk.
And you smell the smell of human decomposition.
I already had the smell, sir, and I opened up the trunk with this gentleman alongside with me to see what was back there.
And you smelled a more pungent smell of human decomposition.
To be honest, at that point, all I found, sir, in the back of the trunk of the car was a bag full of garbage.
Let me go back for a moment. Prior to you opening that trunk, you said a silent prayer.
I probably did.
And you said
He just
under your
testified
breath,
to that, though. Ugh.
lightly audible,
Yes.
oh, please don't let this be my Casey or
He just testified to this on direct. This is insane.
Caylee.
Yes, I already said that. Yes, sir.
And then you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition.
Sir, I already had smelled it prior to getting into the car and inside the car.
My question to you, sir, is you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition at that point.
What are you referring to, sir? I'm trying to answer your question.
Wow.
Once you open the trunk,
Yes,
sir,
even for him.
you smelled an even stronger smell
Insanity.
of human decomposition.
When I opened up the trunk, sir, I just answered your question. I'm answering it a second time.
Oh, boy.
All I found in the back of the trunk of that car was a bag
You're not answering
was a
the
plastic
question.
bag with garbage inside of
You're not
it.
answering it,
That's
though.
what I found, sir.
I'm not asking you what you found, sir. I asked you if when you opened the trunk, you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition.
No.
It got weaker.
No.
He said it
I'm
was
sorry?
stronger.
Sir, I've already answered your question. I don't know how many times I've answered in the most
You've not
popular and
answered
polite
it.
way that I can.
Oh, my God.
I'm not going to get upset over that with you, sir. You know, if you're trying to trick me, you're
What
not
is
going to trick me. I know what's in the back of that car,
What is
and I know
happening?
what the tow manager pulled out.
What is happening? Let's listen to some of this. This is so insane. What is going on? What is happening?
When I opened up the trunk, sir, I've just answered your question. I'm answering it a second time. All I found in the back of the trunk of that car was a plastic bag with garbage inside of it. That's what I found, sir.
I'm not asking you what you found, sir. I asked you if when you opened the trunk, you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition.
No.
It got weaker.
No.
I'm sorry?
Sir, I've already answered your question. I don't know how many times I've answered in the most popular and polite way that I can. I'm not going to get upset over that with you, sir. You know, if you're trying to trick me, you're not going to trick me. I know what's in the back of that car, and I know what the tow manager pulled out.
My question to you, sir, is
answered you.
Is it your testimony that when you opened the trunk of that
The thing
car,
is that he knows better, because if it was asked and answered, there would be an objection asked and answered, and there's not an objection because he hasn't answered the question.
the smell of human decomposition was not stronger?
At that point, all I seen, or only thing I smelled, or only thing I saw at that time was a bag full of garbage.
I'm not
That's it.
asking you what you saw, sir. I'm asking you what you smelled. And if you...
Come on.
Mr. Ashton can't help you, sir.
Wow. Oh, fuck.
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Question.
Oh, fuck. Hold on.
No.
Wow. Hold on. Let's watch that. This is beyond. I don't even have
That
words.
car, the smell of human decomposition was not stronger.
At that point, all I seen, or only thing I smelled, or only thing I saw at that time was a bag full of garbage.
I'm not
That's it.
asking you what you saw, sir. I'm asking you what you smelled. And if you...
Come on.
Mr. Ashton can't help you, sir.
Yes. Question.
You're badgering.
No. Question.
It really calls for a yes or no answer. When you opened the trunk of that car, did you smell a stronger smell of human decomposition?
I'm going to answer you again for the fourth time. No.
Okay. Now, you talked about how your
Is on the floor. Wow. Wow.
experience as a detective allowed you to recognize the smell. Correct?
You're the one who brought up my experience, sir, not me. Not I.
Have you testified that as a police officer, you smelled that smell before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you testified under direct examination that you didn't touch the bag.
I did not touch that garbage bag at all.
Because you know better than to touch any potential evidence.
I didn't know it would be evidence at this time.
And at that point, when you have been telling Mr. Birch about your missing granddaughter, and you haven't seen your daughter in almost 3 weeks or spoken to her, and you smell that smell in that car, is that when you called 911?
I never called 911.
A young woman that you have, your child, is missing, correct?
My daughter, I didn't know where my daughter was at on that date.
And you're smelling her car that smells like a dead body, and you don't call the police.
No, sir, I did not.
And you don't call your daughter to see if she's okay.
I didn't call my daughter at that time.
And you don't call your daughter to see if Caylee's okay.
I didn't call my daughter to inquire about her or Caylee at that time. I did not.
And as a detective, you know that if you smell a dead body in a car, that's a potential crime scene.
At the time, sir, I wasn't a detective. I am just a father and a grandfather.
As a former detective, as a father, a
And that's the thing. That answer was great for the defense because it's like, you know what? Detective be damned. As a father and a grandfather, if you know that you've got your daughter and your granddaughter that are missing and you are not making it up about, like, that's the thing, right? This whole thing about smelling the dead body thing, right? That's the whole point. And you smell that smell and you're sure that's what it is. As a father and a grandfather, you're not going to call 911. That's his point.
Grandfather, a human being, you're intelligent enough to know that if you smell human decomposition in a car and you have people in your life that are missing, you call the police, don't you, sir?
Objection. Argumentative. Question
Overruled.
asked and answered.
Overruled. We can answer the question.
Looking back, sir, there's a lot of things I wish I could have done and I didn't do. So that's on me.
You call the police, don't you, sir?
Objection. Argumentative. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You are familiar enough with evidence to know that if you move that...
Mr. Ashton is getting really worked up. But I would also say that in this situation, I think that if you're, like, whether or not you even have someone missing in your family, I think if you're just a human being and you smell a smell and you happen to be like, yeah, that's definitely a dead human smell, whether or not there's someone in your family missing, wouldn't that be like, yeah, maybe we should call the police just because you never know. Someone else could be hiding a dead body in your car. You know, if you're sure that's what that smell is, shouldn't you call the police anyway? Just saying.
That car, that you may be destroying potential evidence, don't you, sir?
If that would have been viewed as evidence at that time, all I was thinking about was getting that car out of the tow yard. That was my objective at that time, and finding garbage in the back seat and then in the trunk area of it.
Did you understand my question, sir?
Yes, sir. I understand it.
Can you please answer it?
You'd like to rephrase it and ask me again? I'd be more than glad to answer it.
You, as a former police officer, know that if you move that car, you're destroying potential evidence.
If I would have thought it was evidence at the time, probably. I didn't believe it was evidence at the time.
And you are no longer concerned about your missing granddaughter.
And about my granddaughter, her well-being, where she was at, and my daughter.
And you then drive the car home.
Yes.
You air it out.
Yes.
And you go to work.
Yes.
And you don't call the police from your home.
I did not.
You don't go to work and call the police.
I did not.
You don't tell any of the other security officers at your job, you know, that car smelled like a dead body and I haven't seen my granddaughter in 30 days.
The answered argumentative.
Sustain.
You don't tell anyone about your granddaughter being missing at work, do you, sir?
Objection. Hasn't answered argumentative.
I haven't asked that question.
Overruled.
I didn't mention anything about my personal life to anyone at work. I didn't. At that point.
Now, on on that same evening, the police arrived at your home.
Yes.
And that's as a result of your wife calling the police.
Objection. Exceeds the scope of direct.
Sustain.
Since we're talking about the smell of the car, that evening you immediately told law enforcement of the smell, did you not?
Exceeds the scope.
Sustain.
Judge, I would cite Blue v. State at this point. Did you have a conversation, did you ever go after this day to law enforcement to have a private discussion with law enforcement about this car, about the smell of this car?
I don't know if I did or not. I know the car was at our home and towed from our home.
On July 24th, the same statement we had discussed previously, did you go there and did not want your wife or your son to know you were meeting with law enforcement?
Objection. Exceeds the scope of direct.
Overruled at this point.
Anything that I could do to find my granddaughter and or my daughter, I was reaching out any way I could and giving information or having information given back to me to
really
find.
Interesting that he went to law enforcement to meet with them and didn't tell his wife and his son.
To find my granddaughter. I didn't see anything what's wrong with that.
So the answer to my question is yes, sir? You did meet with them secretly?
I don't know if the word secretly or we contacted each other some way or whatever, but I'm sure I'd do anything I could to bring my granddaughter home.
You told them you didn't want your wife or your son to know you were there, didn't you,
The
sir?
scope of direct.
Sustain.
When you went and met with them on this date, you told them about your experience in the smell and smelling that car.
I believe that was part of their investigation.
And do you remember exactly what you said to them, sir, about the smell and your experience in smelling that car?
No, I do not know exactly what we talked about at that time.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the transcript, sir?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
You told them, sir, about your experience.
Hearsay. Not inconsistent.
Oh, excuse me. Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
No, not right now.
As far as what my experience would have
Sorry, I'm just so happy to see Judge Belvin getting sassy with the prosecutor. Yes.
been, I mean, in that short little section that you showed me right there, sure, I believe I answered that, yes, I had a smell like that outside in the woods, in a house, in a car. I mean, that's, sure, I'll agree.
And this is 6 months before your granddaughter is found in the woods.
Oh.
Hearsay. We approach.
Oh,
Yes.
boy.
Thank you.
Okay, wow. I'm going to rewind that, but what he's saying is that apparently George Anthony had told the police that he had smelled this smell many times before, and it was before Caylee was missing. So this is almost like he's got like a false nose or something, you know, he just smells this. Wow, hold on, let me rewind. Let me play that part again. That's crazy.
Sure, I'll agree.
And this is 6 months before your granddaughter is found in the woods.
Hearsay. We approach.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Mr. Anthony, the reason you drove that car home and didn't call the police and went to work is because you knew Caylee was dead already. Didn't you, sir?
He can answer that question.
No, I did not.
And you knew, sir, that if you distanced yourself and was at work, that you would be the last person questioned about the death of Caylee.
You know,
Didn't you?
actually, I think I might have misunderstood the point of that. I'm going to rewind it here in a second. I think what he's saying, because remember, Caylee wasn't found until I think it was 5.5 months after she went missing or something, or close to 6 months. So I'm wondering if actually the point of that was that he said he smelled the smell in the woods. And this was 6 months before Caylee was found, and she was found in the woods. And that's like only the person, like, how did he know? Let me back that up. I'm wondering if that was that. Well, I guess it could be both points, right? Faulty nose / also knowledge of where she would be found, maybe? Let me back it up a little bit here.
Good, sir.
Yes?
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Yeah, here we go.
You told them, sir, about your experience.
Objection. Hearsay. Not inconsistent.
Oh, excuse me. Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Can we approach that?
No, not right now.
As far as what my experience would have been, I mean, in that short little section that you showed me right there, sure, I believe I answered that, yes, I had a smell like that outside in the woods, in a house, in a car. I mean, that's, sure, I'll agree.
And this is 6 months before your granddaughter is found in the woods.
Hearsay.
So remember,
We approach.
the thing there is like 6 months before she was found in the woods. But remember, it took like 6 months to find her. So that would have been around the time she was missing, is what I'm taking from that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Mr. Anthony, the reason you drove that car home and didn't call the police and went to work is because you knew Caylee was dead already. Didn't you, sir?
He can answer that question.
No, I did not.
And you knew, sir, that if you distanced yourself and was at work, that you would be the last person questioned about the death of Caylee. Didn't you, sir?
No, sir.
You know, as a former detective, that the best way to not be questioned or to not make statements about a case is to be as far away removed as possible. Didn't you, sir?
Sustain as to that question.
I will.
Judge,
I'm wondering, are you guys noticing a difference, though? This is the third time that George Anthony has testified. Are you guys noticing a difference in Judge Belvin actually overruling some of these objections on cross, where like some of these really pointed questions that are really getting, look at this prosecutor's face, man. You know, they don't want him to answer these fucking questions. I mean, this is a mess, and he's like getting to the heart of it. Like, did you know these questions? And look at both of their faces right now. Wow. I'm going to back it up again just a second, because this is really interesting. But I think Judge Belvin's like, I want to know the answer to this, right? I mean, it's interesting to see the difference.
the reason you drove that car home and didn't call the police and went to work is because you knew Caylee was dead already. Didn't you, sir?
He can answer that question.
No, I did not.
And you knew, sir, that if you distanced yourself and was at work, that you would be the last person questioned about the death of Caylee. Didn't you, sir?
No, sir.
You know, as a former detective, that the best way to not be questioned or to not make statements about a case is to be as far away removed as possible. Didn't you, sir?
Sustain as to that question.
Judge, we will recall this witness at a later time.
Okay. Any redirect?
Is he gonna? He's gonna take the stand for a fourth time? Holy mackerel!
Mr. Ashton?
What date was that certified mail receipt placed on your door?
You wouldn't know.
If I'm not mistaken, it had to have been before Sunday, so I'm just, I really don't know.
Should have just said, I don't know. This is a mess.
Assuming it should have been a few days prior to that. I don't know.
Now, I want to follow up on some of Mr. Baez's questions to you.
He's pissed. Hilarious.
Commentary.
Right?
Overruled.
Why is that overruled?
He asked you about distancing yourself from a piece of
Oh my
evidence
God,
in
look
this
at the
case.
hands.
Remember that question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge, I can't hear Mr. Ashton.
I'll go back over.
He needs to go back to the
Mr.
podium.
Baez asked you a question about distancing yourself from evidence in this case. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Well, let me tell you a hypothetical.
Tell you ahead.
Caylee Anthony drowned, and then you took her body out of that house and disposed of in the field, then
I wouldn't object to that because he's right now suggesting something that literally might have been like, okay, that's not been okay. The jury's not heard anybody say that. Wow, man. So the first time that this is being heard from the jury, it's coming from the prosecutor. Let me replay that. That is insane. What a misstep. Because that's something that would have been saved typically, like that would be a closing argument type thing. Well, I say that. I don't know yet what else is going to come in forensic wise and if that's going to be, if there's going to be evidence of that, right? I would imagine if there was, I mean, part of the problem is that there's not evidence really connecting anybody to the murder, right? Or accident, whatever it is, there's not right. So it's all about that duct tape, and the duct tape really connects to George, but the only DNA found on the duct tape belonged to the FBI analyst, unfortunately. But listen to this though. So this is the first time the jury's he's
about distancing yourself from evidence in this case. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
The defense's job here.
Well, let me tell you a hypothetical. If Caylee Anthony drowned, and then you took her body out of that house and disposed of in the field.
You guys hear that? That's the first time the jury is hearing that literal suggestion. It's coming from the prosecutor.
Then
incredible.
Yes.
Leading.
He hasn't finished asking the questions.
I mean, it is leading, but he shouldn't be objecting because this is, I think he got ahead of himself with that objection. This is
It's hypothetical. Mr. Anthony, before you answer the question, don't answer the question until I tell you to. And then at the conclusion of the question, you have an opportunity to object, Mr.
The problem is that now the prosecutor is getting time to realize what he's saying.
Baez. Continue.
If you took that little girl's body and took it down and dumped it in the swamp,
Never mind.
then there'd be no evidence in her car, would there?
Objection, Judge, outside the scope.
Overruled.
There wouldn't be, would there?
No, sir, there wouldn't be.
So it would be nothing for you to run away from, would there?
Objection, Judge. Leading.
Withdrawn.
I think it's a combo platter. I think the idea is that he maybe, potentially, right? The suggestions are that it was maybe in the backyard and then transported in the car down to the Swampy Woods place, wherever it was found. I'm still not really all that clear on how far that is from their house, but it seems like it was pretty close. But again, having said that, it's not like you're going to want to have it walk out in holding a dead body, right? Like, how are you going to transport it? Oh, anyone's seeing if that's what you're doing. You're going to put it in a car. So even if it's close by, right? Yeah, you would put it in a car potentially. I do remember that where the body was found was really close to the road, which is why it was weird that that area had been searched and no one had found it. But in terms of the proximity to the Anthony home, I don't really quite know that that's been explained yet.
Okay, may the witness stand down?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Baez? Yes, sir. What? Can he stand down? That was what I asked. Okay, Mr. Anthony, you may step down. State may call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would, at this time, would recall Anthony Lazzaro.
Anthony Lazzaro, ANTHONY LAZZARO.
You may proceed, Mr. George.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Lazzaro.
Afternoon.
Does L7 tone mean anything to you?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is an AOL Instant Messenger name.
The L7 tone, is that a particular name?
7's lucky number. L should be abbreviate my last name. And Tone is a DJ name.
All right. So is L7 tone you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever have instant messages with Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
And when you had those instant messages with her, what was her name?
Casey O'Murray.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. Okay, Mr. George. I have some concerns about this whole thing. What is the purpose of this exhibit LZ? One of the problems, as the defense has pointed out, is it starts with April 29, 2008. In it,
I understand the defense's objection and the court's concern, and if it will help alleviate the matter, the state would not seek to introduce the L7 tone messaging that relates to April 29th of 2008, May 5th of 2008. When we get to the instant messaging that is dated June 10th of 2008, which is
reflected on which page? So I won't have to hunt and pick.
the June 10th instant messaging, Your Honor, begins on page 2 of 8.
Okay, you're talking about June 10th?
6 days before
2008.
2008. This conversation reflects the portions that I would seek to publish have to do with Mr. Lazzaro wishing to come over to Ms. Anthony's home.
Okay, starting Tuesday, June 10th, starts off with Mr. Lazzaro at 10:13
Mr. Lazzaro
p.m. Yo.
I referenced this on the last live stream, how this judge always calls him Mr. Lazzaro, or not. Well, I don't think he did initially the first time he took the stand, but that is like this. It becomes consistent here where he calls him Mr. Lazzaro when that's not his name, and then it ends up becoming contagious, and then even Mr. George starts calling him Mr. Lazzaro. It's pretty funny.
Miss Anthony, yo. Mr. Lazzaro, don't copy me. Miss Anthony, ha ha. Mr. Lazzaro, suck A.D. Mr. Lazzaro, I. Mr. Lazzaro, C. Mr. Lazzaro, K. Miss Anthony, maybe. What does that have reference to, Mr. George?
Well, Your Honor, I believe what they're referring to is a sexual act.
Okay, and tell me, what does that tend to prove or disprove as to the elements of the crimes alleged, or something that portion sort of mystifies me?
As I was stating, the state is attempting to introduce
that's funny.
L7 tone, the conversations that occurred on June 10th, 2008 that appear on page 3, not the sexual.
Okay, you had first said page 2.
Your Honor, I referenced page 2 as to where June 10th started. I apologize.
Okay. All right, we're going over to page 3.
And if we go down to 10:38:37 p.m.
Okay, just a second. Mr. Lazzaro, I'm coming over. Miss Anthony, are you? Yeah. Mr. Lazzaro, after lab, yeah. Miss Anthony, ha fuck. Mr. Lazzaro, to say hello. And the next one, Miss Anthony, on a few more days, and you can bring your ass over here anytime you want and stay whenever you want. Mr. Lazzaro, well, I'm coming over tonight. Miss Anthony, You are trouble. You know that. Yep. That's the portion you're talking about?
He's like, why? Why?
Your Honor, the state wants to.
Y'all, his face says it all right there. That face, I'm going to take a screenshot. That is a priceless. He's like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. You guys think that this can come in? How can this come in? Like, what the heck? Oh my God. This is so funny. I mean, yeah.
Introduce or would seek to introduce 10:38:27 p.m. through the defendant's response at 10:39:42. It establishes the fact that Mr. Lazzaro would like to come over. It establishes Ms. Anthony's putting him off, saying he can't, and it helps establish the fact that the reason that she can't do what she would like to do and can't have him come over whenever he wants to come over is because the child and her parents are in the way. That's why it's relevant.
Does the defense concur with that analogy?
Oh my God. I'm going to lose my mind.
Absolutely not, Judge.
Oh man.
And that's the basis that you want to have that admitted.
Certainly, a jury, that's the conclusion that they can come up, that they can end with.
Okay. And what does that tend to prove or disprove?
Provides in essence, one of the motive for the murder.
I take it Miss Anthony is living at home at that time, Mr. George?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying just because she's living at home with her parents and because she's told no, that's a motive for murder?
I'm sorry, sir. I missed that last part.
You're saying that because she's living at home and with her daughter in her parents' home, and because she says no, that's a motive for murder?
No, Your Honor. As the evidence, as some of the testimony has already been established from Mr. Lazzaro, when they first started to date, the defendant had Caylee with her.
Oh boy.
The defendant was unable to do what she wanted to do, to stay where she wanted to stay, because she had to bring Caylee back home. As the weeks went on, culminating up to June 16th, what this helps represent and show was that she was locked in that home. She was locked, or at least held back, by her daughter. She couldn't do what she wanted to do, which is further evidenced by everything that she did do and everything that she wanted to do from June 16th until July 15th.
Wow.
That is why it's relevant, and it does help establish the motive. Because after June 16th, she didn't have to worry about her parents. She didn't have to worry about her daughter.
The next logical question is, why didn't she kill her parents? Since everybody was in the way, but you don't need to answer that. Pursuant to section.
Okay, hold on, let me back that up again. Sorry, you guys, I had to go blow my nose. I've got some allergies happening. That part is so good, dude, though. But this judge is like, I've had it with this. This is insane. I love it, Judge Belvin.
She was locked in that home. She was locked, or at least held back, by her daughter. She couldn't do what she wanted to do, which is further evidenced by everything that she did do and everything that she wanted to do from June 16th until July 15th. That is why it's relevant, and it does help establish the motive. Because after June 16th, she didn't have to worry about her parents. She didn't have to worry about her daughter.
The next logical question is, why didn't she kill her parents?
Right?
Since everybody was in the way, but you don't need to answer that. Pursuant.
Elimination murder. This is like a whole different case all of a sudden. Judge Belvin's like, that's where this is going? Okay. I mean, that was, I remember when I was editing this video and I was listening to this logic and this train of thought from this prosecutor. Literally, that's what I was thinking. I was literally, And I was thinking it, and then he pauses and makes that face, and then he says what I was thinking. I'm like, Judge Belvin, thank you.
The section 90.403 of the Florida Evidence Code, exclusion on grounds of prejudice or confusion. The court will make the following ruling. One,
Not coming in.
that is not relevant or material to any of the issues to be proved.
Definitely not.
And even if it was relevant and material, it is outweighed by the prejudice that it would cause in this. So that portion will not come in along with the rest of the portions. What's the next portion you would like to introduce? It's going to take us some time to go through the rest of this. So what I'm going to do is bring this jury back here and get them out of here, and we can go through this part by part. Now, are we going to have any more of these text messages coming in? Are we going to have any more text messages of similar import like this one? If so, get me copies of them so I can read them. And then that way I will be familiar with them. But we can do that. Let's get this jury in here. Mr. Lazzaro, you can stand down, sir. Okay, stay recognized, President of the jury.
Yes, sir.
And does the defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to let you go. We got some things we need to take up outside of your presence. But I understand that you've changed your mind about the lightning game.
Oh, this is so funny. So we've heard in the previous episode, and maybe even in the episode before, there's been some discussion about what was going to happen with Memorial Day. Is it Memorial Day? Some holiday, Labor Day, Memorial Day. It was Memorial Day. And because the jurors wanted to work, as in have court, even though it's a holiday, because then they could go home early. Remember, the jurors were brought in from Pinellas County and they were sequestered for this whole trial, okay? And there was some concern about the cost of having the courthouse open and then having to have the bailiffs from the sheriff's office stay and work overtime and whatnot. And the other interesting thing is that what they're doing for this trial, in case for anyone who's missed it, is they are having court on Saturdays. Not every Saturday, but like, for example, with this Memorial Day situation, I guess because that was a Monday, so they ended up not having court for Memorial Day, but then they, as he says, work on Saturday. They come in on Saturday. So anyhow, but this is in reference to this lightning game, which is some sports ball, and they're providing them with some sort of entertainment. It sounds like, I think, for Memorial Day, but they're going to talk about it here.
I have a note from the gentleman from the Golden Cage who said y'all changed your mind about the lightning game. Is that true?
This is really funny.
Okay. I think you're going to enjoy it. I am told that not only will Bright House provide you with the game, you will have some refreshments there. Now, I don't know if there'll be pretzels. But there will be refreshments, so we're going to let you go so you can get back, get changed, and I know some of you were concerned about being there at 7, but you'll get there and you will see the game in its entirety, and I'm told that it's a 65-inch screen. So it's larger than anything I've seen. Yes, sir.
That's the juror asking a question.
Now, as I told you, we will try to make this unpleasant experience as very pleasant as possible, but the thanks goes to Bright House Networks, who is a great community partner who, when they heard about you not being able to watch the lightning,
Oh my God.
they stepped up and we have this community is filled with many great partners. And we know you away from home, and if you were at home, you could watch the Tampa Bay Lightning, Game 7. Should be very thrilling. They tell me there's no holds barred in Game 7 and that the referees sort of let them play. So remember my previous admonition. Don't stay up too late because we'll be here in the morning at 9.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
And go Lightning.
Go Lightning! Oh my God. So basically, they're going to get to watch this sports ball game. And because they can't go and watch it in person because they're the jury and they're sequestered, they're trying to help them have a fun time. So they're going to have a big screen and they get to have a little party with their snacks and their refreshments and watch the game. I just think I just love this. And I love the Go Lightning.
Okay.
Oh my God, I love it so much. Great.
Mr. George?
Just find the state is satisfied with the predicate that we've laid thus far, and we will not be seeking to introduce the documents at this time.
Okay. All right, then we'll be in recess to 9. Mr. Ashton?
One matter I'd like to raise at sidebar.
Okay, and after that, we don't need to have anything in open court anymore?
I don't believe so. Oh.
Mr. Baez?
I just wanted to alert the court to a filing of a supplemental witness list. There is a certificate of good cause associated with it. They have endeavored to give us information about this person, so we will let the court know at the appropriate juncture if we have objections to this, but I wanted to let you know that there has been this filing.
Okay. All right. See you at sidebar. Other than that, we'll be in recess to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant evening. Okay. And did you heed all of my previous admonitions? Okay. State may proceed.
Mr. Lazzaro, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Lazzaro, do you see something on your screen there?
Yes, sir.
All right. From that picture, do you know what that is? What that is a picture of?
Yes, it's an orientation sheet from Full Sail University.
All right. Sir, on that photograph, it's a registration paper from where?
Literally, what is the point?
Full Sail University.
What was the purpose, or what would be the purpose of that piece of paper?
Great question. What is
When you're first a student, to register for your first classes, get your badge, to get in and out of school, and just, I guess, the introduction to the school.
Do you see some handwriting on that piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Do you see your name on that paper?
Yes, sir.
What other names do you see if you do?
Cameron.
Okay. At the top, there's some wording as well. Can you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
That is the current address. Well, not the current address, but the address that I was staying at with Cam.
Okay. Is that your handwriting?
No, sir.
Do you recognize that piece of paper, though?
Yes, sir.
All right. Other than it being kind of crumpled and a little dirty and torn, do you recognize, does that document with the wording and the handwriting appear to be in the same condition as when you saw it, the lettering anyway?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that in your apartment?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, well, the last you testified, you were in New York. I believe you testified that you left for New York on June 30th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you return?
July 5th.
While you were away, did you stay in contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Would that be on a every other day or a daily basis?
Daily basis.
Would it be more than one time a day?
You can say that, yes.
Okay. And you returned on July 5th?
Yes, sir.
When you returned on July 5th, did you fly in?
Yes.
Who picked you up?
Casey did.
In whose car?
My car.
You first were reunited with the defendant. Was there any change in her demeanor from when you had left her?
Just happy to see me.
From and from when she first picked you up at the airport, do you recall what you did?
Went back to my apartment.
Okay. Did you later go out that night?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
All right. And what was the purpose of that?
I believe there was a UFC match, and she wanted me to meet her friends.
What kind of match?
UFC.
What is that?
Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Did you meet some of her friends?
Yes, sir.
From July 5th until July 15th, did she stay with you?
Yes, sir.
Did she stay with you every night?
Yes, sir.
Was there any change in her behavior from July 5th to the 15th? Was it any different then than it was since before you had left?
I mean,
No,
why?
sir.
Literally, we've only heard this from 60,000 witnesses. I don't understand.
Overruled.
I don't understand.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification, ME.
I don't understand
Do you
why.
recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is a receipt to Blockbuster.
Great.
Does your name appear anywhere on that?
Yes, sir.
Is there a date on there at the bottom?
Yes.
What date is that?
Date is, this is 6/18.
Does it say 16 or 18?
This is 6/18/08.
Okay. Is that your receipt, or was
Yes, sir.
that your receipt?
Yes, sir.
And does that appear to be in the same condition as when you first saw it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Does it say on that receipt what you rented?
Jumper and a tray.
There's a relevance and a 403 argument that needs to be heard, Judge.
I
Let
don't.
me see the receipt.
Why does the relevance? Why does it matter what movie say?
Okay, Mr. George, you may continue, sir.
Sir, you still are looking at what has been marked for identification, ME?
Yes.
All right. Again, sir, can you tell from that receipt when you?
So that objection was sustained because he's not answering that question about what movies they rented.
Went to Blockbuster.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I gave you the due date before. 6/16/08.
Okay. Does that receipt also indicate what time those movies were rented?
1958.
1958 hours?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that translates to in a 12-hour clock?
Yes, sir. 7 o'clock, 7:58.
When you rented those movies, was the defendant with you?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lazzaro, I want to address or direct your attention.
Already saw the surveillance footage of them at the Blockbuster together the last time he was on the stand, and they made the joke about him wearing the jersey, the sports ball jersey.
To the night of July 16th of 2008. Do you recall that night?
Yes, sir.
All right. The early evening hours of July 16th, were you at home?
Yes.
Who were you with?
Myself and Nate.
What were you guys doing?
We were playing Xbox.
Was anybody else in the apartment?
Yes.
Who?
Casey.
Had the defendant been with you the entire day? Outside of school?
Yes.
I believe Mr. George is talking about the evening of July 15th.
I'm sorry. I misspoke. We were talking about June before. I meant July 5th. You, Nate, and the defendant are home.
Yes.
Was there anything going on that night?
Yes, the All-Star game.
Baseball?
Yes.
Are you a baseball fan?
Yes, sir.
All right. While you and Nate were playing Xbox, did anything happen?
Yes.
Did somebody come to your door?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
Playing Xbox. There's a knock at the door.
So finally, this actually kind of matters more than so far the state's been trying to elicit from him on the stand again. This actually kind of matters, in a way, in terms of the chain of events that lead to her arrest anyway. So.
I said, come in. Lady was at the door. Her name was Amy Huzenga, which is Casey's friend. And they looked at each other and they walked out.
Did you hear the defendant say anything before she walked out of the apartment?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
So they walked out. We went back to playing our video game. Shortly after, the door flung open. Casey came running in. Her mother was now standing at the door.
Let me stop you there. Had you ever met the defendant's mother before?
No, sir.
Okay.
This is must have been really crazy.
I said, politely come in.
Now, here's the thing.
She said,
Here's the thing. Tony Lazzaro seems like a stand-up guy, and even the defense said in opening statements, they said you're not going to hear him get impeached. He was forthcoming to the law enforcement from day one. I mean, he has no agenda here. He's been honest and he answers the questions. There's no self-serving narrative at all. Nothing like that. There's no BS here, right? And it's interesting because, like we heard from Simon Birch, right? That gives us a little insight as to how Cindy Anthony might have some sort of a temper, right? Like the fact that his staff at the car place felt unsafe, like get over here, and add to that they were behind bulletproof glass nonetheless, right? And they were like, we need help here. She's that, like, I feel like everyone's kind of being polite, but just try to imagine what it would take for everyone to really comment that she's that agitated, right? She's that confrontational. And so anyway, my point is just imagine like what we heard described, for example, from Simon Birch with that whole exchange at the car place. This is another situation, same day. Remember, this is the same day. This is later on that same day, July 15th, same day. So she's, if anything, she's probably even in a more agitated state at this point than she was then. And that's what Tony Lazzaro is going to be witnessing. He's never met her before. She shows up and she's going to be, I mean, it's hard to imagine, right? Like, but she's going to be very agitated just from what we know. So, yeah.
Sustain.
When not stating what anybody else said, did Casey say anything when she came back into the?
I guess all I'll say is I just feel bad. Like, what a terrible position, an awkward position, and just not a good position to be in, right? Like, for him. He's like, politely come in, and can you even imagine the shit show that ensued?
They were yelling at each other.
What do you recall the defendant saying?
Well, her mother said, get your stuff. But your thing.
Just Mr. Lazzaro, just want
Sustain.
to testify as to what you heard the defendant say while inside your apartment that you could hear.
No, I'm coming back.
What did you do?
Sat there in shock.
Okay. How long were they in the apartment?
Not even a minute.
Other than the defendant saying, no, I'm coming back, did she say anything else in your presence at that time?
No, sir.
What happened then?
They left.
When they left, what was your reaction?
I guess someone's in trouble.
Did you attempt to immediately call?
We're going to start getting an idea here, and this is going to continue when Cindy takes the stand, that this family's, something's not normal here, in my humble opinion. I'll tell you the first time beyond even the death or, beyond any of the stuff related to the case, right? Just in terms of the family dynamic, the thing that caught my attention from the very first episode, when George Anthony was on the stand the first time on direct examination, and he's being asked, like, was Casey still living at home? Was Lee still living at home or something like that? And at some point it's like, did Lee move out? And the way he describes Lee moving out. Now remember, Lee is 2 years older than Casey. And at this point, when this whole thing went down in 2008, they're like in their 20s, right? I don't remember exactly how old Casey was. 23, maybe 24 at the time. But Lee would have been older than that. But the way that George Anthony describes Lee moving out and the way he's like, it was really weird testimony. And I commented on it at the time, like, does he think that kids aren't supposed to move out? Like, does he think that that's weird? Like, why didn't you give a reason? Like, it's normal for kids to go to college and then they don't live back at home. I mean, like, that's like the normal thing, right? I mean, it's almost like he had this expectation that kids are supposed to always live at home the rest of their lives. And the thing is that there are some families that are like that, but it's not really a good thing, right? Where they expect all the adult children to just live at home forever when they're not, unless they've got some sort of disability, but we're talking about normal adults here. And I'm just looking to see how old she was in 2008 now. let's see here. I can't find it. Well, let's see. She's 1 year older than me. So 2008. Yeah, she would have been like 23, I think. So anyway, but my point is, like, they were in their 20s, right? Her and her brother, early to mid 20s. And just the way that George Anthony described Lee moving out was very weird, right? And also when he described Casey living at home, he was like, yeah, Casey always lived at home, right? Like, again, it's like as if that's the normal thing. Whereas I feel like a lot of times if somebody were to say that, they would be like, yeah, they were living at home because they just got out of a breakup and they didn't have a place, you know what I mean? Or didn't have a place to go, or whatever the case may be, versus like they always live at home. And then it's like with Lee, it's like, yeah, he decided to finally go out and be a man in the world. He says something along those lines, and it was like, what? So, you know, I stopped when I first got this red flag about there's some weird dynamic here in the family, and that's gonna become, I think, even more evident when Cindy takes a stand. But this whole thing here, even, right, with the mom showing up at the house, and then even the way, what made me think of this is the way he just says, oh, someone's in trouble, right? It's like, that's not a normal thing that you think when you've got people that are in their early to mid 20s that are adults, especially when they're a parent themselves, like that the mom is going to come and be like telling them what to do. Like, that to me is not indicative or odd behavior of Casey. That's odd behavior for Cindy, right? Like, in other words, I understand there's the extenuating circumstances. However, remember, at this point, they don't know anything's really wrong with Caylee. This is really more of a mother-daughter of the mom, okay, of Cindy trying to assert power and control over Casey at this point, because she doesn't know yet that Caylee is actually missing. And she's kind of she ends up using it really kind of as a means by which to then try to control her daughter. And I'm saying that, and that's going to become, I think, very evident when we get to her testimony, that there's a weird dynamic here. You're going to hear some things, guys, that's probably going to be pretty shocking. I know it was for me when I was going through and editing it. I was like, wow, this is crazy. I can't believe I'm hearing this. There's some issues. There's definitely some issues. And, you know, I think it's going to give us some insight as well into Casey's personality, and like the apple doesn't really fall far from the tree type of stuff as well. So, but anyway, this whole dynamic, there's like a dysfunction, I think, here. And you have to imagine how awkward this was for Tony and also for Amy, who we're going to hear from on the next episode, who got kind of wrapped up in the middle of this. So yeah, that's just to give that some context.
The defendant.
No, I figured maybe it was something that they had to work out, and maybe I would hear from her.
Who was the next, or what was the next? Who did you next hear from?
Well, then I realized I called her phone. Then I waited a while, and I called her phone and realized that her phone was still at the apartment. So, and I don't have her house number. So I looked to see and call Amy, because I saw that she showed up at the door. And she told me,
without test,
right, she's not going to tell me. I'm not going to say it, yes.
Okay. Did you speak with Amy?
Yes, I did.
All right. Subsequent to that, did anybody come to your house, to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Well, who first came to your apartment?
A deputy.
Right.
Can you imagine? First, you've got Cindy Anthony showing up and having this whole fight, and we're gonna hear more about that from Cindy, from Lee, and from Amy Huizinga. But if you're Tony, right, you have so basically it's a shit show. It really is. And then they leave, and then you've got law enforcement showing up for our first time, and I believe they then show up for a second time. Can you fucking imagine? And then at some point, Lee Anthony shows up. I mean, this poor dude, man.
The Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
When the sheriff's deputy came, and again, without talking about what the deputy told you, did you say anything to him?
No, sir.
Did you give him anything
Why would
while
he just
when
say
he came to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
What did you give him?
Her cell phone.
Did you give the deputy anything else?
No, sir.
That first time when the Orange County Sheriff's Office deputy came to your apartment, how long was he there?
As long as it took to give him the cell phone.
And then he left?
Yes, sir.
And after the deputy left, did you receive any phone calls from the defendant at that time?
No, sir.
After the deputy left, did anybody else come to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Well, deputy came back again.
Yeah.
How long after the first one? Was it the same deputy?
Yes.
How long after he had left the first time did he come back?
Not long after. Within the hour.
And again, without telling us what the deputy told you, did you say anything to the deputy, or did you give the deputy anything?
I allowed the deputy to search my apartment.
I mean, incredible though, right? Because remember, he's a college kid. There's probably some weed or whatever around. I mean, I find this amazing. I mean, most people, like you guys, how many people would do that, right? Like this, he allowed them to search his apartment. There's no search warrant. He technically could say no, he's not a suspect or anything, right? He just allows them to search his apartment. Incredible. I mean, he could have said no.
Was it just one deputy?
Yes, sir.
Incredible.
Did he search the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Did he leave with anything at that time?
No, sir.
How long was he there?
Half hour.
I should just say I shouldn't make any assumptions that there's weed or whatever. I was a music major, in college. It's just he was this is Full Sail University. Him and his roommates and all friends are music majors. But regardless, whether there's drugs or no drugs or what have you, it's still just really incredible just to allow them to search your place, right?
He leaves.
Yes, sir.
He leaves. Did anyone else come to your apartment that night?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Lee Anthony.
When did Lee Anthony come in relation to when the last deputy left, approximately?
Anywhere between 9 to 12.
Again, without stating what Lee Anthony told you, can you tell the jury what his demeanor was?
I'd say concerned. Very concerned.
Did you give anything to Lee Anthony?
Yes.
Did you ask Lee Anthony what was going on?
Yes.
When he told you what was going on, what was your reaction?
Well, backtrack a little bit. He, before the deputy first came to get the phone, I received a phone call from Lee. So I already knew at the point when the deputy came.
Okay. Did you have to give him directions on how to get to your place?
Sir?
Did you have to give him directions on how to get to your place?
No, I believe he got it from the police.
Okay. Did you give anything to Lee Anthony?
Yes, sir.
What did you give to Lee?
Bag of clothes of Casey's. And I believe a laptop.
Were these items that he had specifically asked for?
I believe so.
You say a bag of clothes. Are you talking a garbage bag or was it a duffel bag?
Duffel bag.
Did you pack that bag?
No, sir.
Did Lee pack that bag?
No, sir.
Was it just the way it was?
When the deputy came to search the apartment, he was looking for any kind of clues. And he grabbed the bag and brought it to my kitchen table.
Okay. Did the deputy pack the bag?
No, sir.
All right. Were there any other items that you took from the apartment and put in the bag?
No, sir.
And did you give or allow Lee to leave your apartment with that bag?
Yes, sir.
As well as the laptop?
Yes, sir.
What was your reaction after Lee had left?
Wow. In light of everything that happened within those couple hours, I was pretty taken back.
Okay. So you were surprised?
Yes, sir.
After Lee left, did you have any other visitors to your apartment that night?
No, sir.
Did you continue to attempt to locate or at least to contact the defendant?
No, sir.
At some point, let's move on to the 16th of July of 2008, did you receive any contact from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How so?
Through a text message.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification LY. If you want to take a moment and look through that briefly. You have a chance to look at that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit LY?
Excuse me?
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
What is it, sir?
It is a text message conversation between myself and Casey.
Do you recognize the defendant's phone number?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that conversation via text that you had with her on the morning of the 16th?
Yes, sir.
The text messages that you have before you, are they a fair and accurate recording, for lack of a better word, or documentation of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification LY into evidence as the state's next in line.
What was it
What
that
says-
Val would say? He'd all say, is this a fair depiction of the scene portrayed? And it was like, what the fuck is that?
Defense?
No objections, Judge.
Be received in evidence as states numbered.
You know, the text is a little fuzzy. I'm going to try to publish this to the jury at this time.
You may.
Thank you. All right, is this the first text that you received?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the date there's July 16th at 6:40 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is the subject line there?
Subject line is, you want me to read it back to you?
Yes.
I'm so sorry for not telling you.
Okay. Mario, can you go to the next? What does she say to you here?
I'm so sorry for not telling you what happened. We obviously need to talk. I need you, and I love you more than you know.
By the way, guys, the
Mario,
weird,
let's go to the next.
the weird,
There's-
the weird glitchy stuff, that's not your computer. That's not my computer. That's the court feed. That's them trying to do technology back in the day. That's what's happening on the screen for the jury as well. So just so you
Is this the first question you ask her?
Yes, sir.
Where is Caylee?
Yes, sir.
And her response said,
I honestly don't know.
and what did you respond?
I don't know. Pause. Are you serious? Question mark.
What was your mood at this time?
Upset.
Were you angry?
Very angry.
Were you also worried?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one. At the top there it says, I don't know, are you serious? When did you find out? Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what does she say in response to that?
I've been filling reports all night.
Keep going.
Oh, sorry. I've been filling reports all night and driving around with multiple officers looking at old apartments I had taken her to. Everything, period. I am the worst, or read it verbatim?
Yes, sir.
I am the worst fucking person in the entire world. I don't know what I'll do if something happens to her.
What's the next thing that it says there, sir? At 6:54 a.m.
She writes, too long, let's just leave it at that.
And what did you respond?
Why wouldn't you tell me of all people? I was your boyfriend that cares about you and your daughter. Doesn't make sense to me. Why would you lie to me thinking she was fine with your nanny?
And what was her response?
I lied to everyone. What was I supposed to say? I trust my daughter with some psycho. How does that look?
Okay, at 7:02 a.m., you respond. What did you respond? What is IDK?
Oh, you want to go to 702? I don't know what to say. I just hope your daughter is okay. IDK means I don't know.
Okay.
By the way. Well, I don't know what to say. I just hope your daughter is okay, and I'm going to do whatever I can to help your family and the cops.
After saying that to her, what is her first response back to you?
I was put in handcuffs for almost 10 minutes and sat in the back of a cop car. The best thing and the most important person in my life is missing.
Which is interesting because we're going to hear from law enforcement, not the next episode, but the following episode. And that would mean she's like, then we're into Miranda situation, right? Like if she's in the back seat of the cop car whether she's in handcuffs or not, that's technically custodial situation, right? Because we know they're going to take her to go to the Sawgrass apartments to try to point out where Zanny the Nanny lives or whatever. And, you know, I would imagine that they had recorded their conversations with her and that those were thrown out because unless they Mirandized her, but I don't think they did. But this would have all been a lot of pretrial, right? That would have gone on with this. But we've learned a lot about the specific elements, especially in Florida and Orange County specifically, right, of how that works because of Sarah Boone. And how part of the thing is that even if they don't necessarily put you in handcuffs or tell you you're in custody, if you're in a situation where it's a reasonable person would believe that they're being detained anyway or like can't leave, you know what I mean? It's like they should be doing, in my opinion, they should always just read them, just in case, right? Like whether you're detained or not, just fucking Mirandize people, like in my opinion. But I know the reason they don't do it is because then they're afraid people won't talk. But anyway, that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that because of the fact that she just referenced here that she was handcuffed and in the back of the cop car, and that is going to come up not next episode, but the following episode. So,
And God only knows if I'm ever going to see her again.
Can you read what the next text message is at 7:02? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. I am the dumbest person and the worst mother. I honestly hate myself.
Now we go to a text at 7:03. What does she respond, or what does she write to you?
I think that's probably
The most
smart.
important thing is getting Caylee back, but I truly hope that you can forgive me. Granted, I will never be able to forgive myself, nor will my family.
Again, that's some honest there, right? Like honest information from her there. I think those are some. You know, she at this point knows that Caylee, you know, isn't coming back. But the rest of that, in terms of her feelings of guilt and not being able to forgive herself and her family not being able to forgive her, that's all truthful, I think, right? Which, you know, we have to appreciate that when we can.
Now, you have a question for her at 7:04. What did you ask her?
I said, who is this Zanny Nanny person?
Prior to July 15th of 2008, you had testified that you had heard of a nanny. Is that correct?
Correct.
Had you ever heard the word Zanny?
Correct.
Had you?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever heard the word or the name Zenaida?
Yes.
Okay. So you ask her, who is this Zanny Nanny person, and what is her?
So he had heard the name before. So this is another thing that is a misconception that I was under the impression of before watching this trial. Let me know in the chat or in the comments if you guys had the same idea, right? Who all had the idea or was under the impression from just what they heard in the mainstream media or whatever, that that Zanny the Nanny was made up only once they discovered that Caylee was missing and she was confronted by law enforcement, and that she made that up on the fly. Like my impression was like once they asked her, where's Caylee? And then she like made that up, right? Zanny the Nanny. But we've actually heard from multiple witnesses that they had heard that name before. And we just heard that from Tony, that he had heard that name before any of this. And we're going to hear, in this exact episode, we're going to actually hear from Cindy Anthony that even Caylee apparently had talked about Zanny the Nanny. Now, I don't know. We'll talk about that when we get there as to what the heck that means. But basically, nonetheless, I think it's, you know, it's important to note that imaginary person that was made up before it needed to be made up for a purpose, right? And that's going to come out even more so in Cindy Anthony's cross about the imaginary friends of Casey's. But it's substantial, right? Like this Zanny the Nanny person who's made up has been made up for a long time, and it was before any of this happened. So
response.
Someone I had met through a mutual friend almost 4 years ago. She used to be my buddy Jeff's nanny before she became mine.
At 7:09, she texts you what?
I'm scared.
And you ask, are you home?
Correct.
Is that correct? Go ahead, Mario. All right. What does she respond?
Yeah, I'm almost 12 hours of stuff. Finally getting a shower. I feel like hell.
Now, are you trying to ask some questions here? Are you trying to find out what's going on?
Yes, sir.
All right. What did you ask her?
Where did you drop off Caylee last time you saw her?
And her response?
At her apartment at the bottom of the stairs.
And you ask specifically where. What does she say?
Sawgrass Apartments.
Okay. And she goes on to say at 7:19 what?
Have told and showed the police the apartment.
Okay.
So I would imagine.
What else? What's next at 7:20?
I would imagine the bottom of the stairs thing. We're going to hear again more about this, but just from going in order of the, we're finally getting some more of these details for the first time in this trial. And I would imagine that the reason Casey would have said that is because it could possibly imply that either Zenaida took her, which of course we know doesn't exist, or that someone else took her, right? It expands the range of possibilities. It's like they call it the vanishing perpetrator, where, because dropping her off at the bottom of the stairs, well, that doesn't mean you saw, you didn't see her go into the apartment. You didn't see, you know what I mean? Like it leaves room for possibility of someone intercepting Caylee potentially before Zanny. That's just my thoughts. I'm hearing that. So
Funny.
In terms of Casey's intention.
So told them and drove out there with 2 different officers. I just got back from the second drive. If they don't find her, guess who gets blamed and spends eternity in jail?
And you respond at 7:23. How?
Yeah, no shit. This is serious. Why would you say something sooner about this to anyone?
Did she respond to that?
Right there.
No.
7:24. What do you say?
Oh, and why are you texting me and not calling?
July 16th at 7:24. What does the defendant text to you?
I talked to 2 people that have been directly connected to Zanny. How can I sit there and be so blind and stupid? It's my fault.
And later on at 7:25, she sends you a text. What is it?
I was scared to admit it. I was scared that something was going to happen to my baby.
After the exchange of those text messages, did you speak on the phone with Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Was it immediately after those text messages?
Yes, sir.
Did you call her or did she call you?
I called her.
When you called her, what did you say to her?
Where is Caylee?
Was that the first question?
Yes, sir.
What was her response?
I don't know.
What was your attitude? What was your demeanor?
Angry.
Why were you angry?
Lied to, betrayed. It's hard to explain everything at once.
Yeah.
Kind of came up all at the same time.
Yes, sir.
When she said she didn't know, what did you say to her, if you recall?
What's that?
What did you say to her after she told you, I don't know?
How do you not know? How do you not know where your daughter is?
What'd she say?
I just don't know. It's basically a conversation that just wasn't going anywhere.
Were you getting more?
At that point, I was very irritated.
Did you have class that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask her any more times about Caylee?
I had to go to, after a while of asking and going nowhere.
When you say going nowhere, what do you mean by that?
Not getting an answer, just getting, I don't know every time.
After a while, did you just get frustrated?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do?
I said I had to go to class, and I hung up the phone.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing else.
Cross-examination.
May it please the court, Mr. George. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Lazzaro.
Morning.
This conversation's pretty bizarre, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
It's almost as if it's a slap in the face on reality.
Yes, sir.
Your reality.
I mean, I think this is brilliant. He's starting out by empathizing with him, which, I mean, right? It makes so much sense because how can you not? Like I was saying before, like hearing this, you're like, my God, this poor dude,
Sir.
right?
And Casey's reality.
Crazy.
Yes, sir.
And in these text messages,
Validates how he feels.
she acts as if Casey's still alive.
Excuse me?
She acts as if Caylee's still alive.
Yes, sir.
And she blames herself for this.
Yes, sir.
She feels bad for hurting you.
Yes, sir.
And despite everything, she shows concern for her family.
Yes.
She shows she loves, despite everything, her mother and father.
At this point, this is speculation.
Sustain. Last question.
As far as you're aware, sir.
As far as I was aware.
The objection was sustained, Mr. Baez.
Yes, sir. In these text messages, you basically don't know what's real and what's not.
Yes, sir.
What happened and what didn't. What happened and what didn't.
Yes, I did not know anything that was going on.
And I guess the last question that I have for you is the very first page that you were shown, I guess that was the Full Sail receipt?
Yeah, what was the
Correct.
point of that? No idea.
That was from garbage, right? That was placed in the garbage?
Yes.
That would explain why it looked like
And
shit.
I'm not sure if I had asked you this previously, but the dumpster at your apartment complex is located in the front exit, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And you live further back in the complex.
Yes, sir.
Or lived.
Right.
And in order to take the trash, you would have to either walk from the front of your apartment all the way to the front exit, or of course, if you're driving, put it in your car.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
I wonder if that raggedy old flyer thing is going to come up at some other point because I really don't know what the deal is with that.
Stand down.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. State may call the next witness.
Cindy Anthony.
Cynthia and Anthony.
I have to say, guys, real quick, I've been having allergies. I think the hurricane stirred up something because out of the blue, I've been having like some allergies. I just wanted to say because I'm trying to keep it. If I think I'm going to sneeze, I'm trying to mute it. But just in case I sneeze and I couldn't get to the mute button quickly enough, I apologize. But you know, yeah, it's allergies. So
CYNTHIA
doing my
M Anthony ANTHONY.
Good morning, Mrs. Anthony.
Good morning.
Please tell us your address.
4937 Hope Spring, it's one word, HOPESPRING Drive, Orlando, Florida,
interesting that it's one word.
32829.
That address is within the confines of Orange County, Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived there?
Since October of 1989.
Have you lived there with anyone since 1989?
Yes.
Who
my
would that be?
I'm sorry. My husband, George, my son, Lee, and my daughter, Casey.
In 1989, when you moved into that residence, had you lived somewhere else in Florida, or did you come from a different state?
We moved from where I was.
The thing is I don't know why this is necessary. We heard all this from George, the very first witness, the whole trial. We heard their whole life story about how they came from Ohio and, you know, all that.
I was born. We moved from Ohio.
And prior to 1989, had you lived in Ohio your entire life?
Yes, ma'am.
When you moved from Ohio, how old was your son Lee that you mentioned?
I believe he was almost 7. I think it was before his 7th birthday.
And you also mentioned your daughter Casey. How old was she at that time?
She had turned 3 in March of that year, so about 3.5.
When you moved,
Anthony's actually, I was thinking they were 2 years apart. He's almost 4 years older. So that makes it even weirder, the comment about him leaving home then. Because he would have been almost 30. If Casey was like 23 at the time, he would have been like 27. Well, not almost 30, but he would have been in his late 20s. He would have been like 27. That makes it just even weirder. Man.
from Ohio, were you immediately employed?
I didn't realize I had to wait a month for my temporary license for Florida. I had my Ohio nursing license. So for the first month, I applied immediately, but it took a month before I could get my Florida permit. So I started working around November.
But I think George testified she worked right away, but not that it fucking matters.
Did you have family in Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was already here?
My parents had just retired to Florida previously in 1989. And then my in-laws, George's parents, had moved, or they were actually called snowbirds. They were in Florida, and I have a brother that lives in Florida.
Did your children go to school in the area where your home is?
When we first moved, we enrolled Lee into first grade.
Okay. And at that point, was Casey too young for school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there an elementary school in your neighborhood currently?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the name of that elementary school?
Hidden Oaks Elementary School.
Did either of your children attend Hidden Oaks Elementary School?
Hidden Oaks was actually completed the year that Casey started kindergarten. Lee had previously attended Rio Pinar, which is not too far away, but we had to drive him there. And so when Hidden Oaks opened, when Casey started kindergarten, I believe Lee was in 3rd grade. I'm sorry, it was about 3rd grade when they started at Hidden Oaks, which was right in our subdivision.
How far is Hidden Oaks from your house?
If you go down to the end of our street on Hope Spring, it comes to Suburban, and then Suburban dead ends at the school. So it's just right around the corner from our home. As far as miles, I don't know. I've never measured it.
Did your children either walk or take their bikes to that school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you're walking from your home to Hidden Oaks Elementary School, how long of a walk is it, even if you don't know the exact distance?
Maybe about 5 minutes.
In 2005, were you blessed with a grandchild?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who was that?
Caylee Murray.
Okay. What's her birth date?
August the 9th, 2005.
Caylee's mother is?
My daughter, Casey.
How long before Caylee's birth did you know Casey was pregnant?
I found out on June 30th that Casey was pregnant of 2005.
And how did you find this out?
I was working, and it was almost close to my quitting time, and Casey had come up to my work, and she told me she had something very important to tell me, and she didn't want to tell me. At that time, I didn't have an office. It was more like cubicles.
Okay.
Where I worked, and there's just partitions, so she wanted to talk to me in private, so I had the luxury of, being able to step outside whenever I wanted to. So Casey and I actually went and sat in the car and spoke.
Now, prior to this discussion that you had on June 30th of 2005, had you been to a wedding?
Yes, ma'am. My brother, the youngest of my 3 brothers, was getting married. This was his 2nd marriage, and we had planned a trip to Myrtle Beach for his wedding, and he got married, I believe, on June 8th of 2005.
You attended the wedding with Casey?
Yes, we did.
Now, at that time, did you have any suspicion that she was pregnant?
At that time, my suspicion was not, I mean, I really wasn't suspicious of her being pregnant up until the day of the wedding. Casey was having some female issues.
Is this something that she told you?
Actually, she had always had issues with her periods.
Okay. So, in the months preceding June of 2005, did you and Casey have some discussion about her menstrual cycle?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what that was?
Casey and I were pretty much on the same cycle, and we would always compare bloating, headaches, all the typical, female conditions associated with it. And bloating was huge with me and Casey, and sometimes we would actually joke about it, talking about whether or not we looked like we were pregnant.
Okay. Are you talking about having
I can see that being legit.
a little belly as a result of whatever these premenstrual symptoms were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did it become more obvious?
However, I don't know enough about how this works. I don't know what age menopause sets in, but I'm just wondering that when I was editing this video, the one thing I thought was, I don't know, because would her mom, look at just her age, Cindy's age, would she maybe potentially be in that realm, in the menopause realm? I don't know.
To you, that any belly that she had was something other than bloating?
Casey started putting on a little bit of weight. Her face started filling out, but she was sedentary at that time because she had just taken, a few months prior to the wedding, she had taken a job in human resources at Universal. And she was sedentary. She was not up walking as much. And
so Cindy Anthony said,
so
she's going to say a lot of things that we've heard so far are lies. And she's going to say them as if they're true. And it's interesting because it's hard to tell if she's just still thinks they're true, or, from what we know, it seems like maybe Casey at some point did work for Universal, but I feel like that's still unclear whether or not she ever did work there, or if she worked there for a period of time, but it was a long time prior to this. But anyway, just the way Cindy testifies a lot of these things, including Zanny, when we get there, it's huh? Is this just you still believe the lie, or I don't know.
Casey had issues before where if she wasn't active, she would put on a little bit of weight, and she's so short, she just kind of fills out. So I just thought she was filling out. I really didn't think about her being pregnant.
Are you talking about 5 or 10 pounds?
Yes.
Causes somebody who's short.
Absolutely. It's very noticeable on someone of her size.
Okay. Do you have knowledge as to how much weight she gained during the pregnancy in the first place?
As far as when Caylee was born, I don't think she gained more than 18 pounds, or I think it was even closer to 15. She did not gain very much. I think she was pretty much all baby.
All right. Was this a situation that you were trying to hide from people, her being pregnant?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Once you found out about it, what did you do?
I started planning a shower. We notified the entire family. We called, I think after we came home and told George, we called Lee and Mallory and called my mom. And
I remember when George Anthony was on Cross, he was asked if there was ever a baby shower, and he said no.
His parents, and we just told everybody.
Did you indicate in some fashion to Casey that you or your husband would continue to care for her and the child?
Absolutely.
Did you make some preparation for Caylee's arrival?
Oh, absolutely. I believe the day that we found out, it was I think June 30th was towards the end of the week, because June 30th, I remember it was my parents' anniversary. So June 30th is a very special day, and I remember, and we wrote it in Caylee's baby books and things, so I mean, it was something well documented. But I think I took her shopping for maternity clothes, and I think we started picking out paint color. We turned our computer room into Caylee's nursery. I think we had it finished within 2 weeks. I mean, we were looking for baby furniture and everything. Because when Casey found out that she was pregnant, at that time, I think she was 7 months, or the end of her 6th month.
Was a theme picked out for Caylee's nursery?
Yes, Casey had already had Winnie the Pooh when she was 16. She had
Like, this honestly doesn't, this is not really
a
relevant.
Winnie the Pooh room. We had a lot of Winnie the Pooh stuff, and Casey was always a fan of Winnie the Pooh, so it was just kind of like a no-brainer to do Winnie the Pooh.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as BC. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize it to be?
Caylee's bed.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict Caylee's bed?
Yes, I mean, there's a few things that's normally on it, not there, and the sheet's not on her pillow, but, I mean, the pillowcase isn't on the pillow, but yes, that's Caylee's bed.
Slow it
I'm
down.
sorry.
Miss Anthony, slow it down a little bit.
I will, thank you. Do you need me to repeat it? There are a few things that's normally on her bed, and the pillow is missing a pillowcase, but that's Caylee's bed.
There is a stuffed animal on the left side of the photograph. Is that one of Caylee's bears?
Yes, that's one of her bears.
Does that bear have any significance over any other bears?
No, that one's just one of her bears.
My guess is the prosecutor was hoping that that answer was going to be, yeah, that was a special bear and blah, 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 but clearly didn't. I mean, she's like, nah, that was just a random bear. Fail.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce BC for identification as the state's next numbered exhibit in evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
Was this poo theme repeated elsewhere in the room besides Caylee's bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have Winnie the Pooh curtains?
Yes, ma'am.
Sheets?
Yes, ma'am.
Baby blankets?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that you all turned a computer room, or what was a former computer room, into Caylee's nursery.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what that is?
It's a picture of our house layout.
Why don't you take a look at that for a second and tell me if it fairly and accurately depicts the layout of the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Anthony, if you touch the screen, you will be able to indicate where certain items are. The room that we've been talking about, is it appropriately designated on the diagram?
Yes.
Can you point out to the jurors where that is? Right below it is another room right here. What kind of a room is that in your home?
Well, when we did Caylee's room, that was Lee's bedroom.
All right. Lee, your son, lived in the house at the time of Caylee's birth?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that? What is the function of that room now?
Now it's just a spare bedroom, and we put our computer things in there.
Okay. How about the next room labeled Casey's room. Is that appropriately labeled?
Yes, ma'am.
This area right here, what would that be considered?
To the left is our living, and then
So again, Lee being living at the house when Caylee was born, and she was like, what, less than 2.5 years old or something like that, I think, when she passed away. Again, it's not normal to have two, you've got two adult children that, again, they don't have disabilities, right? And they've never moved. It's not like it's not like they moved out and then there was some emergency and they had to move back temporarily. It's like they never moved out. They just have always lived at home. And, Lee Anthony doesn't move out of that house until in his mid to late 20s. It's just, I don't know, man.
to the right is our dining room.
Okay, that's an all-in-one great
It's
room.
like an L shape.
What is the room off of the dining room?
Our kitchen.
Across the living room, is this appropriately marked as the master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a patio designated to the back. How do you get to the patio from the interior of the house?
Either through the master bedroom or through the living room.
All right. Can you mark on the diagram where you would make that sort of entry?
The master, right here, there's sliding glass doors, and right here, there's sliding glass doors in the living room.
All right. Is there any other way to get to the backyard aside from going through the patio?
Yes.
Where else would that be?
From inside the house?
Yes, ma'am.
From the kitchen, there's sliding glass doors right here.
Are there any door or window bars on the sliding glass doors to prevent intruders from coming in or out?
We just have the lock on the sliding glass doors.
Noted in the diagram is the garage right here. Where is the front door in relationship to all of these items?
The front door to our home is right here. It goes right into our living room.
Do you normally use your front door to come in and out of the house?
No, because we keep it dead bolted all the time. There's 2 locks on the front door, and then we have a glass entry door that has a triple turn lock on it. So unless someone would come to our front door, we do not go in and out of that door.
What do you normally use as your means of entry into the home?
Through the garage.
Do you see the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what is shown in the photograph?
Yes, it's an aerial view of my home in between our 2 neighbors' home.
Does I don't know, have you ever had this vantage point as it relates to your home?
Not prior to July 15th of 2008.
All right. Do you recognize this as a fair and accurate photograph of your home from the air?
As it is today.
Okay. What changes have been made since 2008?
Well, we have no grass in the front yard, but we actually extended our patio. From 2008, we placed, in fact, last fall, I re-patioed, added more. We took the grass completely out of the backyard. Since 2008, we've been unable to grow grass in the back, so we
Interesting.
put pavers here,
Interesting.
mulched this area,
This is interesting.
and my husband extended the patio from here down with a walkway to the shed, a cement walkway to the shed.
So 2008 is when Caylee died. Ever since 2008, they've been unable to grow grass, so they've gotten rid of the grass. They'd added mulch and then put cement and paved it.
Aside from those changes, cosmetic changes, would you call them?
Out of frustration of George and I,
Okay.
it was cosmetic changes.
That's a weird answer too.
No changes to the actual structure of the home or the placement of items in the backyard, like the pools and the shed?
Absolutely not.
As it's published, there are the annotations that you made while you were talking about the photograph. Right there where I put the red dot, what is it that you describe as being different from 2008? Just briefly.
In 2008, we had grass, and now we have pavers. We have a paver patio.
Okay. And then this X that you made, where I made the second red dot?
We had grass, and we put bark chips and stepping stones.
All right. Just to limit the amount of maintenance that you have to do with that grass?
Yes, and also for an area for our 2 dogs to relieve themselves.
Okay. And then you have a line heading to a structure on the side of the house. Was that, is that concrete?
Yes, it is now. It used to be lava rock and bark chips. We did that because George used to keep his, at that time, George was keeping his lawn equipment in that shed. And he had to pull it through the mulch, through the chips, and it became difficult. So that was something we had intended to do in 2008 and never had a chance. So he went ahead and concreted it last year.
Complaining about the concrete.
There are 3 sheds on your property?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury from this aerial view where those are?
3 sheds.
Our main shed,
3 sheds.
well, actually, we use them all now as main sheds because they all serve a different function, but
I don't know.
this one's our largest shed, and then this one and this one are the same size.
Okay. Is your entire side and backyard fenced?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the only way to get to your backyard from the front of the house would be how?
Through this gate right here, because this gate right here is locked and totally blocked. There's the shed is right up against that, and we did that on purpose so we wouldn't have anybody, come in that way. So there is a lock gate right here.
All right. How do you lock it?
On the inside of the gate, there's a latch, and then we have a padlock on it.
What is this item on the side of your yard?
This item right here with the green roof is Caylee's playhouse.
Okay. And this item, if you could just describe for the record.
That is our above-ground swimming pool.
Okay. How long have you had the above-ground swimming pool?
Since 2002.
Do you see AN?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The front of our house in 2008.
The item that I've put a red square around, is that the front door that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what is depicted in AO?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That would be, if I'm facing my home, it would be the left-hand side of my house, facing the only gated entranceway to my backyard, and that was taken in 2008.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the condition of the home in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AO for identification as the state's next numbered exhibit in evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
What is this item that I've placed an X on?
That is our garage door.
Do you see AP for identification on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do Do you know what that depicts?
Yes, if you come through the gate, that is a pathway to our backyard.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the condition of that portion of your yard in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
What are these two items that I've marked with a red line on the right side of the photograph?
Those are our other two sheds.
All right, I've put an arrow on a structure beyond the sheds. Can you see what that is in the photograph?
Yes, behind the plant is our swimming pool.
All right. How high is I will call the lip of the pool, the top edge of the pool off of the ground?
Somewhere, it's a little bit over 4 feet. It's under 5 foot.
All right. How tall are you?
5'4".
Okay. If you are standing next to it.
You guys, this is the place thing. Why on earth they don't just measure the freaking height of the pool is beyond me. This is the way they're going to do it, is try to be like, how tall are you and where does it come up on your body? And then depending on where she's standing, it's different depending on the slope of the yard. Like this all could be measured. Like this is wild.
How high up on your person is that lip of that pool?
It depends on where I'm at in the yard because our yard slopes. So if I'm on level ground right next to it, probably.
Why the hell is the jury going to have to try to figure out how high this pool is based on where it is on Cindy Anthony's boob, right? Versus measuring it.
Just above my breast area, about
I don't have words.
my chest.
Chest high?
Yes.
For breast area.
What would be the lowest point on your person where the lip of the pool would be depending on the slope of your yard?
Measured with a ruler.
Probably chin level.
Oh, okay, that would be the
I'm
highest.
below chin.
We don't need to be depending or relying on Cindy Anthony's breasts in order to determine the height of the pool.
The lowest? If I'm standing on the lowest part of our yard.
Right, you said it's
then it would be higher on me.
Oh, all right.
So it would be just below my chin. Just below my chin.
Okay.
The reason being is because beyond the pool, there's almost a foot difference, a step down. Once you get around the corner, there's a step down. We stopped the pool at the edge because when we put the pool in, our yard sloped. So we only leveled it out as far as to the pool, and then we have a patio off of that or a cement slab off of that. So it's down. So it might even be a little bit higher on me. It's probably about maybe a foot difference.
We could measure.
You're talking about as you come around the pool.
Why measure it when we can just go through all this nonsense about the hill and the breasts?
All right. Let me see if I can
Mother of God. Y'all?
fix our
This is so-
discussions and look at the aerial. You were trying to describe something
I was talking over it because I'm just like, this is crazy, but this is really funny what she says here. She's like, maybe I can fix this testimony.
Maybe a foot difference.
All right. You're talking about as you come around the pool. All right. Let me see if I can fix our discussions and look at the aerial. You were trying to describe something related to the pool using the aerial photograph. Can you tell us what you were
Yes, ma'am.
indicating?
When I was talking about it being like mid-sternum, it would be from this area or this area around the pool. But right on the pool's edge, if you were on the outside of the pool, you would be standing on a concrete patio. And that is approximately a foot down from the level of the pool, from the bottom of the pool. We made a retention wall there. So this area right here is a cement patio. So if I'm standing on that patio and you're asking me where the pool level is, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably be up to my nose. There's a difference.
Okay. Do you see the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it depicting?
If you would, as soon as you would step out of our screen patio's here, there's a door that's off of here. If you'd step out, this is pavers.
Okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict the condition of your backyard in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Your Honor, all right. Now that 41 is in evidence, you were explaining something on the right-hand side of the photograph over here.
Yes, that is our screened-in patio.
All right. What is this, now that we're not looking at it from an aerial point of view?
That's Caylee's playhouse.
Off in this direction?
Playhouse.
That would be, if you followed that arrow, that's the other property line. That fence would lead us back to the other shed on the side of our house, where Caylee's room and Lee's room would be, and the kitchen would be.
Do you see AS?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the portion of the yard that we've been describing from another angle?
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Anthony, the items that are shown in this section of the yard, what are those?
Those are Caylee's. Caylee's sandbox and Caylee's picnic table. And you can see Caylee's mailbox.
Right here's the mailbox?
Yes, ma'am.
Does AT fairly and accurately depict a
Yes, ma'am.
section of the yard? Mrs. Anthony, the playhouse, what kind of a floor is on that?
It's patio stones. It's the square patio stones. We made like a floor. We didn't want her to be on grass when she was sitting in there playing. So we didn't pour concrete because we didn't know if we'd ever move it. So we just put patio stones down.
How long had that been in your yard?
We bought it like a month before her second birthday, for her birthday. And we wanted her to have it for her party because she had another little playmate coming over, and we thought it might be something that they could do and play. And plus, it was something we wanted her to have.
All right. When you talk about we, who are you referring to?
This is so stupid. She specifically wants to be like, yeah, so Casey didn't help pay for it, right? But like, I don't know. I mean, Casey was living at home. Like,
George and Casey and I.
And she's not even getting
purchase
this. She's not getting the answer she wants. It's so gross.
that?
Actually, Lee and I went and actually purchased it, but we had.
See, George didn't help then, right? If that's how she's gonna go. Who actually went and paid for it at the time? Well, George didn't help, did he then?
Looked at it and talked about it because it was quite expensive, and we wanted to fit it in our budget. It was an expensive little house.
All right. All of the landscaping around the house, did you do that?
George and I did that.
Okay. The mailbox, did you buy that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's shown in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am. It's our living room. And you can see part of our dining room, and you can see at the back is our screen patio.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict that portion of your house as it appeared in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mrs. Anthony, you described that as your living room and a portion of your dining room. Is this how you get out onto your patio?
That's our most frequently used entrance, yes.
You said that there is a lock on that door. Where would that appear on the door?
Right there.
Okay. If we could zoom into that portion of the photograph, let me get rid of the annotation. All right. What kind of a lock is that
It's a latch. It goes up and down.
And how would you describe how that lock works?
It just, you flip it up and down.
Do all of your sliding glass doors have a screen door behind them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In this photograph, the screen is open.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the normal position that you keep those parts of the door in, open when the glass is closed?
It depends on the time of year and the time of day, and if we're going in and out a lot or whatever. It just depends. If it's in the summer and the air conditioning's running, we leave the.
And this makes sense, what she's saying. But the thing that's annoying about this, some of these questions here, is the questions, and that's the prosecutor's fault. Like, the prosecutor just wants to get certain answers that are just going to prove that there's no way, right, that there's just no way. That's all she cares about. There's no way that Caylee could have possibly gotten out of that house, gotten in the pool. That's all she cares about. But Miss Anthony is just answering these questions honestly, you know, without an agenda. She's like, just answering, like, this answer makes sense. It just depends that how we, depending on the time of year and the weather, and if you're going in and out, I mean, you know, so yeah.
Sliding glass door closed while we're coming and going in through the patio. But if we're out in the yard and we're going back and forth, instead of having the screen, you know, we just would leave it open instead of having opening two doors. I mean, it just made sense.
All right. So if you're already outside on the other side of the door, you leave the screen open. Otherwise,
yes,
your practice is to keep it closed.
Right, unless it was a cool day and we weren't worried about the air conditioning and the heat coming in the house.
The other thing is they're kind of doing a lot of what, well, it's different in a way because there's no self-defense happening here, right? But I was going to try to compare it to Karen Reed and her defense. Well, that's not really a good example. All I was going to say is that the prosecution does spend a lot of time in this case. So far, okay, I guess here's what the similarity is. So far, they've not really done anything to prove their theory of the case. I don't even know what their theory of the case is. But all they've really been trying to do is disprove the defense's theory. Because the defense has a theory of the case. The defense has a theory of the case. And the prosecution doesn't. And so far, that's what these questions are about. That's why they're asking about this door. That's why they're talking about the height of the pool. And that's why it's annoying that they didn't actually measure it. If they're going to spend the time talking about it, actually take measurements, actually do things. But all of this is just to try to disprove the defense's theory. But they're not proving their own theory because they don't have a theory. You know, that's what I've gotten so far out of this trial.
We would probably just leave the sliding glass door open and the screen door closed.
All right. Is this the handle to the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a lock on that as well?
There is, but I don't think we've ever used it.
Okay. Now, once you're out onto this patio, are you immediately able to get into the backyard, or are there other obstacles?
There are two doors. Soon as you open the sliding glass door, there's a door.
Maybe we can take it off of Zoom. I don't know that that'll help, but
it's even weirder because there is no affirmative defense in this case, right? So, like, for example, like Karen Reed, or even with like Ezra, where they're claiming self-defense, not guilty because of self-defense. There's an actual affirmative defense. Here, there's not an affirmative defense in terms of like when you claim an affirmative defense, right? It's just not guilty. They're saying it's an accident, but there's not an affirmative defense. So that's why it's even weirder, because that the state is taking the time to disprove, you know, because they don't have to be doing any of that. They should be trying to prove their case, right?
All right. As soon as you open the sliding glass door, you said there is a door.
Do you want me to mark the screen?
If you see it on there.
There's a door right. It's not letting me. Oh, there. There's a door right here that there's no obstacles. And then if I walk this way, there's a door there and there's a clear path.
All right. Are those storm doors of some sort?
They're just
screen doors.
Screen doors.
Okay. What sort of open-close mechanism is on those?
There are locks on those.
Okay. On the handle?
Yes.
How high is the handle?
Normal.
Not this again.
Normal height.
Not this
On
one.
you? Where would
Okay.
it be?
Why? Why can't
maybe
you
at my
measure?
hip.
Why can't
Possibly my hip.
I swear to God.
I never really, or waist, I never really figured that out.
Right. Okay.
Well, you had no reason to ever think about it. It's not your fault. It's her fault. They should have had people fucking measure it, dude. It's knowable. They still live in that house. They can measure it. This is so stupid. Why? Just why?
You mentioned that there are 3 sets of
Why
sliding.
are we measuring everything based on where it falls on Cindy Anthony's body? It's so weird.
Doors to the backyard, master bedroom, living room, and then kitchen.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they all identical?
Yes.
Okay. Same locking mechanism on all of them?
Cindy's,
Yes.
Do you have anything
Cindy's body is the ruler, is the measuring tape in this case.
blocking the sliding glass door in your bedroom that would prevent easy access to it?
Possibly at times we might. I mean, not on a normal condition, but it just depends on what we were doing and what I had in my room. I keep a chair right there, and sometimes the chair is in the way of the door, but we are able, it would be really easy to move the chair out of the way. It's kind of in the corner, but if I was storing something, I might put it in that right there.
All right.
Because it would be out of the pathway of normal walking.
When you come out of the sliding glass door in the master bedroom, where are you?
Onto the screen patio.
Okay. Do you normally use that sliding glass door in your bedroom?
Sometimes it depends, like if I've been in the pool and quick access to the master bathroom, I might come in that way. If it's, if just depends on if I needed something out of my bedroom, it would make more sense to go straight there than go in through the living room and walk around. But if I wanted to go to the kitchen, I would come back through. The kitchen one was normally locked, so I couldn't come back in unless we were cooking out and we wanted to get in and out of the kitchen from the backyard. So,
would you say that back in 2008, or even today, that this door that we have the picture of here is the main door that you use to access the back of your house?
oh, absolutely.
All right, do you recognize that as an accurate photograph of a portion of the interior of your home as it existed in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Anthony, can you tell us what we're looking at in 45 in evidence?
If you would come through our front door, as soon as you come in, we have a little foyer, and if you would look to your right, like if you're coming in through my front door and you look to our right, this is the wall to the living room, and then this hallway leads to the bedrooms and a bathroom.
All right. This blue line here,
Yes,
whose room is that?
that's Caylee's.
What steps did you take to childproof your home since you had a toddler in there?
Casey went out and purchased doorknob devices where you place over the doorknobs that you would have to squeeze and turn. I had a difficult time with them. We put them on all the doors that led out of the house and into the other bedrooms and places, and we put the outlet protectors in, and rearranged where things were kept as far as items under cupboards and things like that. So we did locks on bathroom, things that we could do, just tried to, the normal toddler things.
Okay. Now, in June of 2008, Caylee was how many months old? 34? Sound accurate?
Yes.
And I imagine at that age, she's pretty mobile, obviously.
Yes.
Where did she sleep?
Almost all the time in Casey's room. Occasionally she would take a nap in her room. It just depended on, at that time, it was all in Casey's room or an occasional nap in her room.
Was she verbal?
Absolutely.
Just a few words, complete sentences? How would you describe her ability to communicate?
Depending on what she wanted to tell you, she could do a paragraph. I mean, she could tell you a story.
Okay. Was her language easy to understand? Sometimes you don't get kids that anyone can understand, but they're close relatives.
Once in a great while, I might have to ask her what she was talking about, but you learn your child's speech, and being around Caylee all the time, I pretty much knew what she was going to say. Okay. Or what she said, I'm sorry.
Now, Caylee lived with you from the time she was born.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
You had mentioned when she was born that Lee.
I mean, I don't know, what do you guys think here? I mean, this is, the thing is about this, Casey right now, is that's not crying. Okay, how to say this? You know how when people are like crying, like they're trying to cry, or they're, how to say it? Like their face looks like they're crying, right? Here, what we're seeing from her is she's not trying to look like she's crying the way that some people would. I mean, whether you're trying to or not, right? Because sometimes when people are crying, it's like, you know, you can tell they're like the heavy breathe, you know what I mean? Like, or their face. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is like, this to me is even more genuine by the fact that she's not trying to cry. Like, she's trying to, if anything, maybe not cry, but her eyes like.
So live with you her entire life?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I mean?
Okay. To include the.
It's discreet, but if you look, she's crying, but she's not trying to get, she's not, I don't know, hopefully you guys know what I mean. It's not like the type of thing where it's like she's trying to cry to look sad, obviously, right? It's like, and it's interesting too, because her mom isn't crying. So like, this is interesting how that shows that she's having these emotions in reaction to just hearing about how Caylee was able to, you know, carry on conversations and tell stories and stuff like that.
The entire time that Caylee was with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there ever a time after Caylee's birth, but before mid-June of 2008, that Caylee was away from the home for overnight, 2 nights, 3 nights, any extended period of time?
You know, it's like grief. Like, it's the type of crying that's like grief, right? The type of grief that you would have. I don't know.
No, I would always see her. I saw her just about every day. She might spend the night, but I would see her the next day or prior in that day. I don't think I ever went more than 24 hours without seeing Caylee.
Your birthday is at the beginning part of June.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? In June of 2008, your birthday, did you take vacation that week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the dates?
I'm not sure if we left Monday or Tuesday of that week. And if I saw a calendar, I could give you the date. I know my brother's wedding was, I think, Thursday or Friday, whatever the 8th of June was. Okay. We left a few days prior.
I've moved to 2008, June of 2008, not 2005.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was thinking of 2005.
Okay.
Yes, in 2008. I usually would take my birthday week off, and I was off.
However those dates fell, the week.
Yeah, I think my birthday was like on a Thursday, so I finished the Friday normal business hours Friday before my birthday, so I had the entire week of my birthday off.
Okay. Did you spend it with Caylee?
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm going to back this up a second. I don't know if she asks her for a date for this. And if she doesn't, that's very interesting because remember the whole business about going out of town? And they said something to Simon Birch about that when they went to pick up the car. And it's like, going out of town? Well, we haven't heard anything about that. It seems like this is a situation where they would have gone out of town. But the thing is that this doesn't make any sense because this would have been long before that time frame of the notice being sent out. I don't know. Let me play this
Day
again.
of that week. And if I saw a calendar, I could give you the date or the next day or prior in that day. I don't think I ever went more than 24 hours without seeing Caylee.
Your birthday is at the beginning part of June.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
She didn't get a date.
In June of...
Incredible. Because really a birthday, like it's at the dude, we don't need a time frame for a birthday. You can get a date. It's in the beginning part of June. Incredible.
2008.
That's why I was wondering. I was like, is she going to not ask for a date? Wow. Shout out to Black Widow. Happy you're here. How was your trip? I saw some of those pictures. Those were insane. But this is crazy because, again, the prosecution. The problem here is George Anthony has set up so many landmines for the prosecution to try to tiptoe around, and it's not possible to avoid them all. There's too many of them. That's the problem. That's one of the problems.
Your birthday. Did you take vacation that week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the dates?
I'm not sure if we left Monday or Tuesday of that week. And if I saw a calendar, I could give you the date. I know my brother's wedding
Here's
was
the thing about going out of
I
town.
think Thursday or Friday, whatever the 8th of June was. We left a few days.
Okay.
I've moved.
There's some bullshit happening here because so this is it. This is like they don't even. She seems to like not be clear on if they went out of town. I think the problem here is again because of what happened with the whole thing of what they told Simon Birch. But nonetheless, whether they went out of town or not, even if they did or even if they didn't, let's say they did. The problem is this doesn't work for their story because them showing up at the place to get the car and saying, "Oh, we didn't get the notice because we were out of town." That would have had to have been a different month. That would have had to have been after July 4th. That would have had to have been between July 4th and July 13th. Her birthday's at the beginning of June. So
2008. June of 2008, not 2005.
I'm glad you had a great trip.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was thinking of 2005.
Okay.
Yes, in 2008. I usually would take my birthday week off, and I was off.
However, those dates fell the week.
Yeah, I think my birthday was like on a Thursday, so I finished the Friday normal business hours Friday before my birthday, so I had the entire week of my birthday off.
Shouldn't be a mystery.
Did you spend it with Caylee?
Not as much as I wanted to, but for the most part I did.
That's a weird
By
answer.
the time of Father's Day, which was June 15th of 2008, did you have Caylee with you?
As far as...
On Father's Day of 2008?
Yes.
Okay. What were your plans that day?
For Father's Day, George had to work, and he was going to go in early, I believe, and the kids had plans, so I just decided to take Caylee up to see my father in Mount Dora, visit him in the nursing home.
Now, when you're talking about your kids having plans, you're referring to Lee Anthony.
Yes.
And Casey Anthony.
Yes.
Did you think that either one of them were working that day?
I believe that Casey was working that day, and Lee had already moved out, and he and Mallory probably had something to do.
All right. Since he's not in your home, you didn't keep tabs on his day-to-day.
No, we weren't
business.
planning. No, I'm sorry, no.
All right.
Interesting.
You indicated that George, your husband, had to work that day. Was it his regular 3 to 11 shift?
Yes, ma'am.
So you went to Mount Dora with Caylee?
Yes.
Do you remember the time frame that you were there?
Mid-morning to If you, probably 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
Between that time frame, that's about a 50 to 55 minute drive to Mount Dora. And I believe we arrived in Mount Dora just before noon, 11:30 or so. And then we left my mom's home somewhere around 2:30, I believe.
So one
Somewhere
thing I want to be thinking about here, for any of you guys who've ever watched the channel Hidden True Crime, Dr. Babe, shout out to Dr. Babe. There's probably other people who've talked about it, but I just know that he talks a lot about it. The thing that I'm referring to is enmeshment, being enmeshed. It's like within family systems. And that is something that I want you guys, if you're familiar with it, to kind of keep in the back of your mind as we go forward with her testimony. And also next episode, we will hear from Lee Anthony. And, again, this idea came into my head, like I said, from day one, when we heard from George Anthony the first time, when he said that weird thing about Lee moving out of the house. And I was like, huh. And I'll tell you what, just keep that in the back of your mind, because I think that we can gain some insight into this dysfunction. At least to me, I perceive some dysfunction here in this family. I think a great deal of it. And that can maybe help us understand what's going on. So
around in there.
All right. While you were at the nursing home visiting your father for Father's Day, did you take photographs and video of Caylee?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Can you see LK for identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Again.
All right. What do you recognize that photograph?
So this is the last picture of Caylee taken in her life, I'm pretty sure.
To B.
That's our Caylee.
When was that taken?
That was taken on the 15th of June, 2008.
Okay. At the nursing facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict Caylee Marie Anthony on June 15th of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
The items that are in front of Caylee there, these are items you brought with you?
Yes, ma'am.
I know we talked about Caylee being 34 months old. How tall was she?
Again, to
She
me,
was over
the emotion I'm getting from Casey is the way it feels genuine to me is the sense that she's feeling a lot of emotion, but she's trying to not look like it, right? Which is like the opposite of someone who's trying to look emotional for the camera, like we see oftentimes. Like she's trying to, if anything, she's really not trying to be any certain way. You know what I mean? But I guess my point is that it's just genuine to me. It's like genuine grief. That's kind of how it reads to me. But again, she's crying, obviously, but she's not trying to look like she's crying. If anything, she's trying to kind of rein it in, I think.
3 feet tall. She was somewhere between 38 and 40 inches. She was over, above my waist.
Sorry.
I'm
No,
sorry.
honey, not this again.
She was over 3 feet tall. She was somewhere above my waist level.
Cindy Anthony, the only, see, I just where I paused it. You can see she's crying. Cindy Anthony is again the only measuring tape or ruler in this trial, which is wild to me.
The top of her head?
Yes.
Just above your waist
Yeah,
level?
I think she was somewhere between 38 and 40 inches.
Okay. And how much do you believe she weighed at that point in time?
I can't remember. Maybe 30, somewhere in the range of maybe 30 pounds.
Still light enough for you to carry her?
If I had to.
Once you left the nursing home, where did you all go?
We went to visit my mom. We went to have lunch with my mother at her home.
And did you ultimately return back to your home on Hope Spring Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When do you think that was?
Somewhere, I think we left my mom's house like more like 3:30. I believe we got to our house sometime around 4:30ish. I know it was before 5 o'clock, but it was between 4 and 5. I'm pretty sure we got home.
Was it just the two of you at that point, or had your daughter Casey arrived?
It was just Caylee and myself.
Right. So what did the two of you do?
We got home, we put our thing.
Now, to orient everybody to time and space, we are on June 15th in the evening, okay? So this is the night before Caylee's last seen, because remember, she's last seen on the 16th in the morning of June 2008. So we're on June 15th, 2008, like in the evening.
Was away, and she wanted to go swimming, and I told her she had to get something to eat first. So because she didn't eat very well at my mom's. So we went ahead and I can't remember what I fixed her, but we went out in the kitchen and I fixed her something to eat. And then I know we got our bathing suits on, and at some point we went out and went in the pool and, was playing in the pool.
All right.
So this is actually really important because this is the last time this pool was used. This is actually really, really, really crucial. So her and Caylee went swimming in the pool. This is in the evening now, right? On June 15th. What's going to happen? Is she going to remember to put the ladder up, right? That's going to be a big part of this.
Since you have an above ground pool, how do you access it?
Oh,
there is a ladder that attaches to the pool.
Speak of the ladder.
That you put on the pool, and then you're able to climb into the pool with the ladder.
All right. Is this something that
I swear to God, if she asks how tall the ladder is, and then she has to compare it to how high it is on her boobs, I'm gonna lose my mind.
has to be done every time you use the pool? You have to put a ladder on it, or is it a permanent fixture on the pool?
Part of the ladder is permanently attached with bolts. The part that where the top of the ladder, where the platform is bolted into the top of the lip of the pool, and then the steps inside the pool is attached to that. That's all one piece.
Huh.
And then there's a detachable exterior ladder. Prior to Caylee becoming a toddler, we just usually left it attached, except when we didn't swim, during the months where we didn't swim, we took it off. We took the whole ladder out just to it would be easier to clean that way. But during the season that we used the pool, we would have it, attached. But once Caylee became a toddler, then we took the exterior ladder off.
Okay. So exterior, it's confusing the way she's describing it, because she's saying exterior ladder as if the entire ladder that you climb from the outside of the pool to get in is removable. But that's not the way it sounded like before. What it sounded like before when she was describing it was like part of the ladder is permanently attached even on the outside. Let me back it up because this really matters. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I've got my allergies. I think the hurricane stirred some allergy stuff up. So I apologize. That happened really fast. Okay, let me back it up just a second because I'm trying to figure out this ladder matters. Rhymed. This ladder thing matters because if what she's saying is that there's part of this exterior ladder that remains attached because it's permanent, then whether she forgot that ladder or not doesn't really matter. The real question is going to be how high up is that part that's still attached, and would Caylee have been able to reach it? And that's where the measurements are going to come in, right? So
part of the ladder is permanently attached with bolts. Okay. The part that where the top of the ladder, where the platform is bolted into the top of the lip of the pool, and then the steps inside the pool is attached to that. That's all one piece. And then there's a detachable exterior ladder.
I think we need to see pictures.
Prior to Caylee becoming a toddler, we just usually left it attached, except when we didn't swim, during the months where we didn't swim, we took it off. And we took the whole ladder out just to it would be easier to clean that way.
Wait, the
But
whole
during
ladder?
the season that we used
The whole ladder, I thought part of it was permanent.
the pool, we would have it, attached. But once Caylee became a toddler, then we took the exterior ladder off, and we just set it beside the pool.
All right.
And she's going to ask how much, I guarantee what's coming next. How heavy is it? And instead of weighing it like a normal person, it's just going to be like, how easy was it for you to carry? Which is, that's just my prediction.
Is that where it would be stored every time the removable exterior portion was taken off?
Yeah, we just set it right next to the pool, laid it on its side. There was a spot there that we just set it down, laid it there. So it'd be convenient to put it back on when we wanted to have access to the pool.
All right. That section of the pool where you would affix the ladder, how high up on you is the lip?
I'm sorry. Why?
Again,
You guys, if you're on this jury, this is pissing me off. If you're on this jury, you've been brought in from another county. You're sequestered for this entire trial. And this is what you're hearing from the state. They could have met. Why are we not measuring things? I'm sorry. This is just giving me Karen Reed with the not measuring. We don't use measurements. We don't use measuring tape. We don't know how to measure things. That's what this is. This is like red Solo cups here. Cindy Anthony is their red Solo cup right now. Why the hell? Look at this. She's having to demonstrate again. And not to mention she's sitting down and the jury can't even see what she's pointing to. And she's pointing to her freaking boobs. I'm going to lose my mind. You guys, I'm going to lose my mind. Why the hell? And this matters, right? Think about the questions here. Did Caylee drown in the pool? Okay. We know that the yard is sloped. So ladder or no ladder, another question that I would have is on the part where it's the slope is like the grass is like the highest level, potentially could you get into the pool without the ladder? Do you even need the ladder if you're on that certain part of the grass? There's so many questions here. What you need to know is you need to know how tall the pool is from the ground and where that varies depending on the slope. And then you need to know the height of the ladder and the measurements of the ladder and how much the ladder weighs and all this stuff. And this is what we're getting instead is literally how does it compare to Cindy Anthony's boobs? So
the lip is about
oh my God.
Mid sternum,
chest
area.
Again with the boobs.
So if you are standing right at the area where the ladder is, you can see the surface of the pool.
Yes, ma'am.
At your height.
Yes, ma'am.
The ladder, how big is it?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The removable part of it. How big is it?
Could we get
measurements? It would probably be a little bit taller than me.
This is
because it's on a slant.
You guys, this is insane. This is insane. What is happening?
To walk up, and I think there's
Why?
3 or 4 steps before you get to the platform
They
on the
still live
ladder.
there?
I
And
think
they
there's
still have
3
that-
rungs. 3 or 4 rungs.
Okay. Is that ladder cumbersome?
No.
I don't know how you're a prosecutor asking these questions with a straight face, to be honest with you. How do you even do it? Because it seems so hard to fathom that you wouldn't have measured this.
It's heavy enough that a small child couldn't pick up, but
You know what I bet?
it's not something that I had difficulty.
You know what I bet? Here, I'm going to make a prediction. How much you want to bet that the defense measured this shit? How much you want to bet when it's the defense's case in chief, they measured this shit and they weighed the ladder and they measured the ground and they measured the pool and they're going to be like, here you go, jury, here's numbers for you instead of how tall is it compared to Cindy Anthony's boobs. That's just that's squirrely speculation.
Putting on and off.
All right. So on June 15th, when you and Caylee decide that you're going to go swimming in the early evening, did you take the ladder from its position and put it onto the pool?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Does Caylee have to wait patiently?
Yes, ma'am.
Until you complete that process?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you get into the pool first?
No. At that time, because of her age, she was able to climb the steps. So I would stand behind her and hold her as she climbed each step. And then when she reached the top, I would make her sit down on the platform, and I was climbing behind her. And with one hand, I would hold on to her while she's holding on to the bars on that. And then I would go around her and get into the pool. And then she usually would wait and then jump into the pool into my arms.
Why did you have to hold her?
I probably didn't have to hold her.
Picturing that. I mean, that all sounds plausible except for the holding her with one hand thing. I'm trying to visualize it because she's describing things where you can visualize it, and that's the part where I'm trying to picture that part. The holding her with one hand. I mean, if she's able to climb up on the ladder on her own, she's just sitting on the platform waiting for you to get in. I don't know. But again, having pictures of this makes no sense because we don't have pictures. Why do we not have pictures? Ugh.
That was just something I did because I didn't want her to fall. If she would have fallen, she would have hit her head on either the retention or one of the bushes or something there, and it would be a distance. So it's like when you're helping an older person, you just start kind of right there. If they're walking down a step, it's just something you do. And with her, it was just something I did, like holding her hand when you're walking in a.
Again, you guys, how crazy, how many pictures did we see of the house, the interior of the house, the roof of the house, the backyard, the fence around the pool from above, but no pictures of the actual pool where it matters, right? With the ladder or just the ladder itself or what it looks like when you're getting into the pool. We have no idea. This pool is a mystery. This is insanity to me. This is insane. This is insane.
Store. So it was just a natural thing. I guess I didn't even, it's not something you consciously think about, or I guess you do, you don't want them to fall. But I mean, is my nature to do that.
All right.
Honestly,
to provide that.
In terms of the question that we have here upon us, which is did the jury get it wrong, blah, blah. I mean, honestly, if I were on this jury, and I'm going along, and so far, the state hasn't really done much to prove anything, right? But this part right here regarding the pool and the measurements, same with the door, right? All of these things that are measurable because they still live there. And the fact that every time something needs a measurement, it's just compared to Cindy's boobs, and that we're not seeing pictures of the pool, that right there for me would be a big turning point if I were on this jury of what is going on. Because you don't have to have any trial experience or any experience to realize that that's not normal, right? They should be giving you measurements. They should be giving you measurements and pictures of the pool and pictures of the ladder. Heck, they could even bring the freaking ladder in because it's detachable. This is crazy. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That support.
Right.
While
Protect
she
her.
climbed.
To protect her.
Did you spend a lot of time in the pool?
That afternoon we did. We were in there probably hour and a half, somewhere, at least an hour. I know we were in the pool.
All right. Did she wear the floaties on her arms, or do you have some other suit that she would put on that would help keep her buoyed?
At that age, she had an actual life jacket that we put on over her bathing suit, and she was wearing her life jacket.
While you were swimming in the pool, did your daughter Casey come home?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did she get into the pool with you?
No, she did not.
All right. At that point, did you all decide to take Caylee into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did Caylee get out of the pool?
Did you? I mean, again, y'all, behavior panel would have noticed that lip compression there at that point in time. It was pretty obvious.
I told Casey that it was time to take Caylee, and Casey had inquired about coming into the pool herself, and it was getting cold, and I knew Caylee had been in there a while.
So this is interesting, and this struck me when I was editing the video because I was like, huh. So this is the last chance that Casey would have had to swim with her daughter, right, before the death. Casey wanted to get in the pool and join them in the pool. And now that Casey wants to join them in the pool, Cindy Anthony says it's getting cold. And this is so interesting because I thought about this when I was editing the video. I was like, it's getting cold? This is Florida in the middle of June. What? It's getting cold? And you've been in the pool. It's not cold, but now that Casey wants to join, it's getting cold, and now it's time for you guys to get out, and it's time for Caylee to get out. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's anything. In terms of to me, if anything, that is maybe indicative or representative of this family dynamic. And we're going to hear more about it, guys, with this family dynamic between the mom and the daughter and, you know, the possessiveness potentially of Caylee. When I mean possessiveness, I mean from Cindy. And that's not really a big secret because we've heard about it from even the opening statements. You know, and I even pointed it out. I was like, legally, she doesn't have any authority here. Like, she's not entitled to see Caylee. She's just not. It's not her daughter. Like, it doesn't, she can't, like, legally at that point anyway. So there's a weird dynamic going on, though, okay, of possessiveness and control and enmeshment potentially and all this. But I think if anything, this whole thing about, you know, Casey wants to get in the pool with them, and then she's like, oh no, it's too cold, we have to get out now. It's just, you know, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think.
So I told Casey that Caylee had had enough. I mean, I felt that Caylee had enough, and that I asked her to go get Caylee ready for her shower. So Casey came out with a towel, and she received Caylee as she was coming down the ladder. I had taken I think I took Caylee's bathing suit off in the pool, her life jacket, and her bathing suit off in the pool. It was kind of like a fun thing to do for Caylee, to be naked in the pool for a minute, and then her mom received her with a towel and then took her in the house.
You got out at that time, I imagine?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what did you do with the removable portion of the ladder?
I took it off as usual and placed it on the side, and gathered Caylee's bathing suit and life jacket and grabbed my towel and proceeded to go inside the house.
Anything else happened that evening?
Yeah, that evening was a very emotional and a very special evening. So I recall it like it happened yesterday.
What is it that you're referring to?
Part of the reason that I wanted to take Caylee to see my father that day is the week prior they had called hospice in, and my dad was not doing very well. And I usually would take my camera to, you know, whenever I went to see him anyway, especially when Caylee was there. But I wanted to document that day because at that time I didn't know if it would be the last time Caylee would see her great-grandfather. And I wanted to document that time. So after Caylee's bath, I had told Casey about the videos that I had taken and the pictures. And I told her about our day. And I was excited to show Casey. So the three of us sat in Lee's old room at the computer, and we watched the videos. And Casey and I cried, and Caylee was with us. And she didn't really understand why we were crying, but it was a very special moment that the three of us had shared.
So what you're telling us is that the video and
I feel like a lot of what that beyond the actual trial of what's coming in at trial, I feel like what at least for me personally, what I'm seeing of Casey here was not at all offered in any information I had prior to this trial. Like, this was never, I'm just going to tell you my impression, again, having not watched the trial and just based on what was the mainstream general consensus, what you saw on the media was like the pictures of her smirking or like whatever. Like that was my impression, was that was her entire demeanor always throughout the trial, before, after, whatever. If it's almost, you feel like you've been misled in a way, because it's interesting how conveniently everybody left out some of this. Like, again, never mind even just what the information that's coming at trial and all the different problems and things that we've already talked about, but just even in terms, because, you know, everybody's judging her, right? Just even in terms of that, that's not what the trial should be based on. It shouldn't be based on judging the defendant. But even if you're going to do that and judge their emotions or their behavior during the trial, I mean, if you're doing that, I don't know how it's somehow left out that she's genuinely emotional in a way that we don't often see from defendants, where it's clearly like the not trying to be, it's not, I don't know, it's just very genuine, right? And it's impromptu, because it's coming up in different moments during her mom's testimony, even when her mom's not emotional. It's based on memories that she has of Caylee. I don't know. So it's just, I think it's important that because of the fact that of all of the attention this trial has had, that, and some, at least from my exposure, things that matter have been left out. I'm happy that now we have an opportunity to make sure that these things aren't left out, because it matters, right? Like this is genuine emotion to me. That's how this reads to me. And so, yeah.
Graphs, including the one that we saw displayed of Caylee, were placed on the computer from the actual camera,
like even
and video camera.
Even if you do like a Google image search, you know, for Casey Anthony, and there's like billions of pictures of her during the trial, none of them are of her crying like in moments like this. There might be like one of her crying, a different type of crying, right? But like when she gets the verdict back or whatever, stuff like that. But they're few and far between. But there's none. You can even look at the shirt. There's none from this. There's none from this shirt. There's just none from these types of moments, right? And it's interesting. So,
my camera is a video camera. My camera takes video, so it was just one camera. But yes, the still pictures and the video, we plugged it into the computer.
All right, and transferred it onto the.
I'm not sure if I'm sure we probably did transfer at that time. I don't know if Casey ended up saving it or whatever. That part didn't stick out in my head. You know, that wasn't something that I recall exactly how that was, but I know there's a cable, and I believe she probably did save those pictures on the computer at that time.
Eventually, your husband returned home?
Yes, that was later that evening after Casey and Caylee and I went to bed, because I had to get up early the next morning, so I believe I was in bed when he came home that night.
All right. The next day, being Monday, you had to go to work?
Yeah, I had to go to work early. Mondays are very busy for us at work, and we switch off early weeks, and I was the early supervisor that day that had to be in. So I like to get there normally a half hour prior to my normal time, which is anywhere between 8 and 8:30 is when I would start work. But that day, I knew I had a lot of stuff going on, so I wanted to be there around 7:30. Okay. So I left about 7 that morning.
After
I don't know.
June.
I mean, I'm not saying there's anything necessarily wrong with that answer. However, if you're on a jury, right, or if you're just me, like, you would feel better with an answer where they're like, well, I don't even remember what the question was specifically. It was like, what time did you go to work or something like that, right? And you say 7:30. There doesn't need to be any, you know, the rest of this doesn't matter. But if the prosecutor wants to, they can ask follow-up. Well, is that earlier than usual? The answer would be yes. Tell us why you went to work earlier than usual. Okay. You know what I mean? You just feel better if they just answer the question. It's like, but before she's even asked to justify, if you will, or explain, if you will, why she went into work early, she's not asked that, but she does it. You know, again, it's just, I mean, of course, it's not nearly as bad as George Anthony, completely different can of worms there, but, his over-explaining is on another level completely. But I don't know.
15th of 2008, did you see your granddaughter Caylee again?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you left for work in the morning on June 16th of 2008, did you believe Caylee to be in your house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
On that day, did you believe that your daughter had a job?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you believe her job to be?
She was an event coordinator at Universal Studios.
And what did you believe she did as an event coordinator for Universal Studios?
Events, probably.
If Universal was doing Mardi Gras or had celebrities come in or whatever was going on, there's always different things going on at Universal. She worked kind of behind the scenes helping set up a specific event, and her hours would be different. Sometimes she worked during the day, sometimes she worked evening, and quite often I believe she worked in the evenings.
All right. And you believed this, or did you believe this because that's what she told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any other evidence of her working at Universal Studios that led you to believe that it was true?
Yes, I mean, there was her lanyard that she would wear.
I'm sorry, did you say lanyard?
Yes, her lanyard. Okay. And I had seen text messages from her boss and emails from her work, her employer to her.
All right, the lanyard that you're talking about.
So this is what I was referencing earlier, but for anyone who kind of missed it, it's like we're going to hear more of this, but there's a lot of testimony from Cindy where it's like these things that we've been under the impression that they're lies, where it's like, well, they're not lies, they're true. So it's one thing if it's like, well, she said she was doing this or that, blah, blah. But, Cindy's saying she saw emails and whatever from work, like text messages, I think she said. And a lanyard, I guess that could be fabricated. I don't know. But there's lots of examples of this where it's like, like Cindy's not saying, there's things where it's like Cindy's not saying, well, I know it's not true now, but I thought it was true then. It's like she'll be saying stuff like as if it's still true to this day. So it's just interesting.
Is something to wear around the neck, has an identification attached to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it have her picture?
Yes, ma'am.
And anything else? Did it say Universal Studios on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she have and continue to wear a name tag?
She had it attached to her on her lanyard. She had it at that time. She had a shamrock necklace type thing that she had her lanyard attached, and her name tag occasionally would be on that. And sometimes there would be a different name on the name tag.
Other than Casey?
Yes, ma'am.
That is interesting.
Did you ask about that?
Yes, ma'am. She said it was common for the employees to switch names occasionally. She said it was just something that they did.
Just being funny?
Yes.
Okay. Were you familiar with the fact that Universal employees would always have their name displayed on whatever uniform they were wearing?
Yes, ma'am. I had been to Universal before, and I saw Casey at work before, and I had seen pictures of her at work before with her ID and her badge. So, and I've been to the park several times. So yes, I'm aware of that.
Again, it seems to me that this is knowable, right? Whether or not she ever worked at Universal. Like, you can bring somebody in, somebody from Universal. I mean, we know she was lying about working there at the time of the murder or the accident, depending on what plays out here with the evidence. Be nice to get some forensic evidence. But anyway, but that, you know, it seems like, you know, depending on who's testifying, it's like she never really worked there, but like Cindy clearly is like, well, yeah, she did work there. You know, and then at some point she, I guess, well, she hasn't said this yet, but it follows logically that at some point she stops working there. But Cindy's like, yeah, I saw her there at work. I was there and I saw her working and shit like that. I got, you know, but again, this is knowable because there should be records of this. You know, there's a number of ways that could come in a verified manner. But anyway, just saying.
All right.
We're relying on
those photographs that you mentioned of Casey at work and the times that you went there, or time that you went there and she was working, were those before Caylee was born?
Yes, ma'am.
After Caylee arrived, did you believe that your daughter went back to work at Universal Studios?
After Caylee was born?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. She did.
Because it would make sense.
And you believe this because of the lanyard?
It would
No,
make
I
sense.
believe
And
it.
no one really talked about this, but this would make sense because think about it: maternity leave, right? You have a baby, so it would make sense for a new mom who has a baby to take maternity leave or not be working for a period of time right after they have a baby. That would be normal, and then going back to work. So that actually kind of could explain. There's like a before and the after, you know, like in terms of she did used to actually work there, and then she had Caylee, and then she took time off maternity leave, you know, whether or not she was offered pay, I don't, you know, probably not, but whatever, but essentially maternity leave, right? Not working, but then supposed to go back to work, and then maybe she never did.
Because she did go back to work after.
Okay.
She went back to work,
Or at least Cindy thinks.
3 months after Caylee was born, back to Human Resources, and she was still employed at Universal Studios at that time.
And you believe that that continued all the way through July 15th of 2008, correct?
No, there was a period of time when Casey said that she had I guess in her position there was like 3 reprimands and then you'd have to leave. And I remember her telling me that her boss didn't want to let her go. And I had spoken to her boss. I had met her bosses there, and so there was a period of time that I knew she wasn't employed. But then a few months later, I was under the impression she was able to go back.
Okay.
You said
that right now. So if this was a different family, right? If I heard of something like this where you've got an adult child, an adult, and their parent speaks to the person's boss, I would assume that the person's boss is like a family friend, or they all work at the same job, or they're neighbors. And so it's like, oh, you speak to them, but because you're waving to your neighbor or whatever, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because that's not a normal thing to say. For her to be like, yeah, I spoke with her boss. So like, I understand that could be verifying that she was working there or not, but just think about the whole premise of it, right? The whole premise that she spoke to the boss when Casey was being reprimanded. That whole bit there with that testimony is weird. Sounds like Casey was being reprimanded at work, and then under that part, she's like, I spoke with the boss. So is that like you spoke with the boss to try to convince her for Casey to keep her job? Like, it's that type of thing where it's like that, just like when she shows up at Tony Lazzaro's house and his response is, oh, somebody's in trouble. It's the same thing. If you're an adult and you have a job, or you're going to lose a job, or whatever the case may be, and the boss gets a phone call from your mom, it would be like, what is happening, right? Like, what is happening? Same thing. Your mom's telling you have to come home right now. You're 23 years old, right? It's just odd. So
That you saw emails from bosses or managers regarding events that Casey was supposed to work?
Actually, that was the emails I saw, I believe, were from Hard Rock Cafe. I guess there was some relationship that she had with them and coordinating the events at Universal, and it was specifically from a supervisor that she had through Hard Rock Cafe.
All right. This was an email that Casey printed and showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this in 2008?
I believe so.
After printing and showing you these emails, she left the residence as directed in the email, and you thought she went to work?
Well, yes, and the emails were telling her what was going to happen and kind of what they were going to do during the spring of 2008. It's just an email telling her about an event that was happening, and it was to her and several other people. And yeah, she normally went to work.
Would you watch Caylee?
I'm really pissed off. Why are we not hearing more about the conversation she had with the boss? I want to know more about that beyond even the circumstances of her calling the boss. But like, you talked to the boss. Like, again, this could be proof that the job existed or not, or that, you know, when she was working or whatever. But even the circumstances of what led up to this email and her potentially being fired. If you spoke with the boss, why aren't we hearing more about that?
Yes.
Okay. How about when you were unavailable, would Caylee be watched by her grandfather, George?
It depended on what day of the week it was and what her hours were. If I was off or the weekend or in the evenings, I would generally be the babysitter. If George was not working, then she would often leave Caylee with George. Or if Casey and I wanted to spend the day together, one time we went to Universal Studios for Halloween Horror Nights and stuff. And, you know, a lot of times we'd go shop and just have a girl day. And George naturally volunteered to watch Caylee. But if I was working or George was working, if it was during the day, then she made arrangements for someone else.
On June 16th of 2008, did you believe that your daughter Casey had a babysitter for her daughter Caylee?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you believe that babysitter to be?
At that time, on June 16th, I believed it was Zanny.
Who's that?
Zanny, Casey, she was a friend of Casey's, and she would refer to her once in a while as the nanny. And she was one of the primary people that Casey would leave Caylee with. That was my impression.
All right. Did you have a full name at that point?
No, I did not.
Beginning to mid-June of 2008?
No, I did not.
How long had Casey been talking about Zanny?
I believe it was in the spring of 2006. Casey was still engaged to Mr. Grund, and I remember Casey talking about one of her friends that worked at Universal as an IT person, and she said that Zanny was his girlfriend, and she watched his child, and he had offered his girlfriend to, if Casey ever needed a fill-in, if either Jesse or his family or Casey's best friend Lauren at the time was outside the family, the primary care, primary babysitter for Casey. as a fill-in, if she ever needed anybody, could be somebody that she might be able to use as a babysitter.
All right. The coworker that you're referring to is whom?
Jeff Hopkins.
Okay. So sometime in the spring of 2006 is when you first heard of Zanny being a possible babysitter for Caylee.
Yes, ma'am.
And that there was an association between Zanny and Jeffrey Hopkins.
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask you for a
Do you need a-
favor? Can you turn
Only
this-
the judge can give favors.
Sir, can I have her take the screen down? I can't
Yes.
look at my granddaughter
I'm
without
sorry.
getting upset, and I'm trying very hard not to cry. Thank you.
All right. You had mentioned another individual by the name of Lauren.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
The person I was referring to in that statement was Lauren Gibbs, one of Casey's best friends at that time.
This is somebody that you know?
Yes.
That you've met?
Yes.
That you would recognize were you to see her again?
Yes.
That you could describe for anyone if necessary?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know where this Lauren lived?
At that time, yes.
All right. When we refer to, or when you refer to Zanny, is this a person that you ever met?
No, ma'am.
Is this a person that you've ever seen a picture of?
No, ma'am.
Would you be able to describe Zanny from your own independent observation to anyone who asked?
I never had an observation, so I couldn't describe it, no.
Okay. Did you know where this Zanny was supposed to have lived back in 2006, 7, and 8?
There were different places that Zanny had resided. When I first heard about her, she was supposed to be living on one of the student living quarters or apartments close to UCF, in the same complex that Jeffrey Hopkins lived.
So you guys see why this is weird?
so-
Because the prosecutor is trying to talk about Zanny as if it's clear that she's not real, right? She's like, where this Zanny had lived, blah, blah, right? But then Cindy's like, yeah, well, when I first heard about her, she lived here. As if, again, she still exists. And we're going to hear more about this also, by the way, in Cross. But again, I also want to point out why I have it paused, that just to reiterate, because we heard the same thing from Tony's testimony, Cindy's echoing what he said, which is that Casey had talked about Zanny before any of this happened with Casey going missing. So what Cindy is saying is that she first heard about Zanny in 2006. So 2 years prior, which again flies in the face of this notion that only when she was confronted, she made up the name on the spot. And that's why it's such a stupid name. It's not it at all. Like this, again, this is a person that before she needed to have a person made up, she had this person made up. That's kind of the point, right? Because in 2006, like, again, 2 years before anything happened to Caylee, and she's already talking about Zanny. So it shows that some, again, we're going to hear about it later in Cross, the imaginary friends, quote unquote, Casey's imaginary friends. It seems like it's actually more of like a thing that has been happening for a long, long time and isn't necessarily for a purpose. It kind of speaks, if anything, or is more reminiscent to me, at least at this juncture, of like some sort of issue, whether it's dealing with family trauma or, something else, some sort of personality disorder. I don't know, a psychological thing, schizophrenia. I don't know. But that a lot of the things where you have like these the compulsive lying seems to be tied to to people, which is interesting as well. Like people that don't exist. it's a little bit different than sometimes the way other people lie. But I just wanted to point that out again, that we have, just another indication that Zanny was talked about since 2006. So,
But I'm not sure exactly which, apartment complex at that time, but that's where she said she lived.
She, being your daughter, told you?
Yes, that's where Casey told me that Zanny lived. It's off of Alavia, close to the University of Central Florida.
Okay. And it was your understanding, based on what your daughter told you, that this Zanny moved around?
Yes, quite frequently.
Okay. But you never had the opportunity to go pick up Caylee from Zanny's or to drop her off at Zanny's,
No,
correct?
the opportunity never arose where I had to do that.
Did you request or require your daughter Casey to contribute in any way to the maintenance of the home?
Not financially, but I expected Casey to help around the house with laundry, cleaning, cooking, especially taking care of her room, Kaylee's room, bathrooms, just normal things. And she used to help, George with yard work, and Casey pitched in. I mean, it was, I didn't really have to ask her to, but that was the requirement for the kids, period. So, yes.
All right. If you were going to have either of your kids as adults living in your home,
Right.
you wouldn't ask them for money, but you wanted them to pitch in.
this is interesting.
Yes, I was more lenient with Lee than Casey.
Why?
Would Casey get, aside from wearing a lanyard, would she get dressed
So he
and
just
appear to go to work?
Casey's the freeloader, right? Quote unquote. But yet Lee lived there until he was much older and didn't even help around the house, is what it sounds like to me.
Depends on the days. I mean, there were times that she would come to my office and she'd be fully dressed, or she said she had clothes with her. Or if I got home, she always had extra clothes with her, either in her possession walking out, or I know in her car. And most of the time she was dressed as if she was ready to go to work.
This Zanny individual that we discussed, did you ever find her?
No.
Were you looking for her?
Yes.
Until when?
Well, before I answer, can you qualify the time that I'm talking about?
Up till today. Are you still looking for
Are we
Zanny?
talking from the 15th of July? Because I never looked for her prior to the 15th of July.
Y'all get ready for this answer. This is going to shock you guys. It shocked me anyway.
All right. Of 2008.
Yes.
After the 15th of July, you looked for this Zanny person.
Yes, ma'am.
Until when?
Until about 6 weeks ago.
Did you guys hear that? They were still looking for Zanny up until 6 weeks ago? Now, why is that so interesting? Well, there's a lot of reasons. The first one is, do they think it wasn't Kaylee's body? Like what? Or do they think that Zanny took her and murdered her? What's happening? And if that's the case, then they think their daughter's innocent, right? I have so many questions about that. Okay, let me just table, right there, that speaks to something, right? Psychologically. Whatever their reason is for still looking for Zanny, unless it's something like they know something we don't about, there was some other girl that wasn't Caylee put in that situation to look like Caylee, you know what I mean? There's some problem where it wasn't actually identified, the remains, which none of that is the case, that to my knowledge. But unless there's something like that, then the only other thing is you've got some weird thing happening in terms of denial or, something psychologically, right? Like suspension of disbelief, or I don't know, fantastical thinking. Something else is going on for that, I feel like.
You testified earlier that you left for work on June 16th of 2008 and worked a normal shift? A little earlier than normal, but
normal for a Monday, yes.
The prosecutor just completely doesn't even, just moves right on. Let's hear that again, because that is almost just as shocking, isn't it? The way she just ignores it. Holy fuck.
And most of the time she was dressed as if she was ready to go to work.
Expect that answer?
This Zanny individual that we discussed, did you ever find her?
No.
Were you looking for her?
Yes.
Until when?
Well, before I answer, can you qualify the time that I'm talking about?
Up till today. Are you still looking for
Are we
Zanny?
talking from the
Why would she want that?
15th of July? Because I never looked for her prior to the 15th of July.
All right. Of 2008?
Yes.
After the 15th of July, you looked for this Zanny person?
Yes, ma'am.
Until when?
Saying it.
Until about 6 weeks ago.
You testified earlier that you left for
Please change
work
the
on
subject.
June 16th of 2008 and worked a normal shift? A little earlier than normal, but
normal for a Monday, yes.
Okay. Did you talk to your daughter Caylee at all on June 16th of 2008?
Yes. Throughout the day, I either left her messages or she left messages. As far as speaking with her, I think we had like a brief conversation late in the afternoon.
I wish Fender were here watching this, or that we could talk to Dr. Bates. Like, I would love to hear someone weigh in, or Dr. Bucata, like, on that 6 weeks ago thing, because that is so interesting. Again, at that point, just there was some problem where they, like, maybe it wasn't Caylee's body, which, again, we have no reason to believe that, but like if you're still looking for Zenaida Gonzalez, whatever the full name is, up to until 6 weeks ago before the trial starts, it's like you don't think the case is solved, right? Like they don't have the right person, either the right victim or the right defendant. Something's amiss here, right? Why are you still looking for her? I'm just like that still blows my mind. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Like, I can't think of any reason, unless you think Zanny exists and that she, again, maybe she killed Caylee and left her in the woods. But then again, if you think that, then that would mean that you think Casey didn't do it. And so far, they've done literally nothing but throw her under the bus. So it's just really bizarre. And then also, I wonder, was George also looking for her, or was it just the mom? Was it just Cindy that was still looking for Zanny, or was it both of them? And it's gonna come up more on cross, but it's just still hard to wrap the head around. Is this yeah, anyway, yeah, I'm curious what you guys think. Wild.
Sometime 4-ish, maybe lasted a few seconds.
Did that conversation include a discussion of her plans for that day?
Yes, she was going to spend the night at Zanny's, and she knew that she couldn't drop Caylee off early at my work. She said she had to, she knew that at that time she had to go into work early, and typically Caylee could spend time with me for the last half hour, but on Mondays are difficult because I have a staff meeting Monday afternoons, and she told me that she was going to take Caylee to Zanny's, and she would probably just crash at Zanny's when she got off of work because she had an early morning the next day at work. So it would make more sense for her just to go back and spend the night with Zanny and Caylee than to bring Caylee back home. And it kind of made sense to me because Monday is a very late night. I mean, could potentially be a late night for me at work. Sometimes I could work even 7, 8 o'clock, depending on what was going on at work. But typically, I would be out of there by 6 on Mondays.
Did you understand that your husband, George?
Thinking about the level of enmeshment here. I'm also just thinking about for a trial. Like, I was just thinking about how interesting it is. Like, how many trials have you guys ever seen where the family members, where they're one of the family members is a defendant, right? And the other family members are this involved, right? Like, George Anthony has testified 3 times, and he's not done yet. I don't know how many times Cindy testifies, but this is the first. But just, and then the number and the length of time, but then even just from the very beginning, right? The whole investigation. It's like they're so all up in this, and then even to where handling the evidence, right? Like, for example, when they pick up the car we're going to hear testimony about that. What Cindy Anthony does with the belongings from the car, and she washes the things that are in the car and all this, and it's like, oh my God, right? Like, they're so involved. Again, to me, I'm just thinking about the whole enmeshment thing, right? Because it's like there's like the enmeshment in like the family dynamic, but then the enmeshment in this trial. And I think that's why this whole case to me is so much more than what I had understood it to be going into it from what we, again, knew about it, general consensus, whatever. Because this really is telling a story. Again, we don't really know yet. We haven't gotten any type of forensic evidence from the state yet. So as far as what happened to Caylee, I have no clue. But what's the thing that's keeping me fascinated here right now is this family. It's telling this story about this family dynamic that's really dysfunctional. And we're like seeing that play out in this trial. The way that they're throwing her under the bus, in a death penalty case is really fascinating. I mean, not in a good way, obviously. It's like there's cases like take Wade Wilson, for example. Like there's cases where you might have a family member that is being convicted of a crime or charged with the crime, right? Going to trial, but it's pretty cut and dry, right? For example, there's like a lot of direct evidence. Let's say the person confessed multiple times, as is the case with Wade Wilson. And let's say that they have a history of, where there's really not a doubt. There's really no question that they did the thing, right? And that, and also, and there's really no excuse for it. And, they have to finally face consequences, blah, blah, right? But that's a bit different because then you take a case like this or other cases where there really isn't direct evidence and the person has no history of, hurting people, and where, again, like just the lack of direct evidence or forensic evidence of any kind, as is the case here. Typically the family is going to be supportive, right, of the other family member, and support by that, I mean, of their innocence. Anyway, it's just interesting. But regardless of any of this, of who's supporting who or in what, just the enmeshment level, right? Just thinking about how the enmeshment in terms of their lives, but also even in the trial, in the case and the trial. They're all up in it. It's just a mess, right?
Had to work that Monday?
Yes, ma'am.
And what shift would he have worked on that Monday? We talked about him working 3 to 11 on Sunday. Would that be true on Monday that week as well?
Yeah, that was his normal day to work.
So with George working from 3 to 11 and the possibility that you would be working late on that day because it was a Monday. Neither one of you could have watched Caylee.
I could have watched her later in the, evening, but it just made more sense. Later in the evening, you'd be settling her down for bedtime, and I would have preferred to have her for those few hours, but then for her to get up early, it made sense to me that day to let her stay that night with Zanny and Casey.
Were you expecting that Caylee and Casey would return to the home on Tuesday, June 17th?
Yes.
Did they?
No, they did not.
Did you have any communication with your daughter about her whereabouts or Kaylee's whereabouts on Tuesday the 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you told?
That they were in negotiations or some kind of lot of meetings. That was the reason why she had to be there early the next morning too. And she said the negotiations were going to be very lengthy, and she just said that she didn't know when she would get done, and so she was going to stay and keep Caylee there with Zanny, and Zanny had offered to let her stay.
All right. On that Tuesday?
Yes.
So Tuesday night, when Caylee and Casey weren't there, at that point, you had an explanation?
Yes, ma'am.
That satisfied you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Were you expecting them to return on Wednesday, June 18th?
At part of the day I thought they would, and then I heard from Casey, and she said that I believe they were headed, I think the negotiations from Hard Rock local Orlando was going
she's talking about all of this like she still thinks it's true.
to Tampa. And she said, she said it would be fun to take Caylee with her to Tampa so that Caylee, and we had not had an opportunity to take Caylee over to Busch Gardens and see the animals and to the park and things. So Casey said that Zanny was free and was willing to go with her. And one of Casey's coworkers that she had, talked about was going to go ahead and bring her little girl too, so that Caylee.
Yeah. So we're getting to the Juliette Lewis, right? This is another character where, just like with Zanny, Casey had talked about this lady for a long time. So my point is, it's not like she just invented these people when she was trying to make up the story to try to explain what happened to Caylee, right? That's why it's so interesting, because these people were made up long before, when it didn't serve any purpose. And that's why it's so weird. It's like she just made them up. Like she would just come, like we're going to hear more about it, but it's like she would just come home and just be talking about Juliette Lewis, for example, or just be talking about whoever. There's a whole long list we're going to learn, and she would just be talking about them when it didn't actually serve any purpose at all. Which is what's so, again, my impression had been that she made them up only when she needed to make up other reasons for things that she couldn't explain, and they were made up on the fly, these names, but they weren't, apparently. I mean, it's one thing if we only heard it from Cindy, but we've heard it from other people, and we're going to continue to hear it from other people that aren't her family members that had heard of these names prior to anything happening with Caylee. So
It would have a playmate.
Did this coworker have a name?
Yes.
Who was that?
Her name was Juliette Lewis.
And did Juliette have a child, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Named?
Annabelle.
So after being told this, did you have some expectation as
so elaborate? And it's like this with all these people, these imaginary people. They have families, right? It's really unusual, where it's like she's talked about the person's, this imaginary person's mother, grandmother, stepdad, uncle, cousin. She's described their entire lives. It's like really wild, like the detail and everything. And again, not for any reason at the time. Literally, you wouldn't even need to go into that much detail to try to, even if you made it up on the fly, it's almost like just playing fantasy or something. It's weird.
As to when Caylee and Casey would next be home.
She thought they might wrap up
It's like
Friday night.
It's kind of like the way a kid would do things. Like a kid, like I was thinking of the imagination, right? It's like the way a kid, like I've got a young niece and nephew, right? Ellis, my nephew, like he, or my niece for that matter, but take any kid, right? They might make up, I don't mean it as in lying, right? They would just make up a story. Or if you're a parent, you might make up a bedtime story, right? And the more elaborate and detailed you get with it, the better it is, right? The better the story. Or take a ghost story, right? Any number of stories. Disney movies, whatever. But it's like if you have a really vivid imagination, you can make the story even more exciting and elaborate and detail oriented, and you can build off of it. And it's like in your mind, it's like it's a story, right? It's not real, but you can imagine it being real. That's the point of imagination, right? Just like, look at Tolkien, okay? I promise this is not a tangent, but think about that, right? The imagination it takes to create that entire world of Middle Earth, okay? He knows it's not real. I mean, right? It's not like you're blurring the lines and you're not sure what's happening and what's real and what's fantasy, blah, blah. But in other words, the more realistic you can imagine it, it brings it to life. But that doesn't mean you're lying, right? There's a difference. And so I guess my point is just thinking about in terms of if somebody's an adult and they've got this really vivid imagination where they're telling these stories and making up people, and it's not part of their job. It's not because they're a cartoon illustrator or a songwriter or a author or whatever, right? They're just making them up, the way, from what we're going to be hearing even more about, the way Casey was kind of doing, just making up these elaborate stories without any real purpose. And when it was unsolicited also, right? Again, it's not like she would offer this stuff unsolicited. That's the other thing, right? And it's almost kind of childlike. And I wonder if maybe that's part of what's going on, like the way a child would have a really vivid imagination, and it's something that she just never, it just, it could be a coping mechanism. I don't know. I'm literally just reflecting on it because it is very fascinating. But I just started thinking about this vivid imagination and wow, it's very childlike, isn't it? And when you think about too, if you've got parents and they've got these adult children and they're living at home, I don't know, it makes you kind of wonder, this is a thing. This is a thing that can happen. This is a thing, and I forget the name for it, but where the parents don't want the kids to ever grow up, and so they keep them at home and they kind of spoil them a little bit, if you will, and they're really involved in the lot. And you've got the enmeshment going on, and I know there's a name for it, but it's and then you've got people that are 30 years old or 40 years old, and they're still living at home, and they never get married, and they never move out, and they think that's what they're supposed to be doing, and they, are still in their childhood bedroom, and their parents makes their lunch for them and shit like that. So it's and from that, it's just a dysfunction of the parents who still treat their adult children like they're babies. It's like an infantilism type of thing. But anyway, so I don't know, but these are just things to think about because, lying when you're pressed to give information and you're guilty of a crime and you lie to get out of it, and so you make stuff up is one thing. But a lot of what we're hearing about Casey's imagination of making up these people, it's just a different situation, right? And I'm not saying she didn't lie to get out of it. That clearly happened. But again, a lot of the biggest issues and the biggest lies were of these people, but they had already been existing. So
With their meetings, and then spend the day Saturday and come home Saturday evening. So I expect.
Last comment, I promise. The other thing, like I was saying, if there's a challenge, if there's an inability or difficulty to separate the lines of this fiction and reality, or fantasy and reality, I would say that potentially Casey's mom, Cindy, still looking for Zanny, the nanny, up until 6 weeks before the trial started. This is where it could be one of those things of like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? Maybe Cindy, and again, Cindy's talking about all this stuff like it's real. Maybe Cindy has a hard time figuring out what's real and what's not real. Where's reality? Where's fantasy? Right? I mean, I don't know. She's having a hard time separating and figuring it out. And maybe that's part of why Casey, I don't know. I don't know if it's like a behavioral thing or a mental thing or what, but like it's just interesting that what we're hearing from the mom.
Good to see them Saturday evening.
So that would be Saturday, June 21st. Does that make sense?
Probably.
Did you talk to Casey on those intervening days between the 18th and the 21st?
Yes, I talk to her every day at some point. I can't remember the actual, I'm sure once during the day and then in the evenings. I mean, that was our normal thing anyway. We always checked in with each other. We just always had our entire lives. We've always checked in with each other.
All right. Did Caylee like to talk on the phone?
Yes, she did.
All right. During that week, were you asking to speak to Caylee on the phone?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to?
No.
Why not?
There was always a reason that Casey wasn't with Caylee. I would be catching Casey at the meeting and Caylee was with Zanny and Annabelle, or in the evenings, Caylee was already in bed or something. There was always a reason why I missed her.
So you waited until Saturday, the 21st, to maybe get to see them?
Yes, that's what I was anticipating.
Okay. And what happened?
I don't think anyone's made this connection before. This has something in common with Lori Vallow, and I'll tell you what it is. That one thing that was so interesting about the Lori and Chad thing was like, how long did they think they could go and with pretending the kids are here and there and everywhere and no one's seen them, right? And no one's gonna ever, and then that's just gonna be okay, and then that's it, and people are gonna just like forget about, like, what did you think was gonna happen, right? Like you could just say, oh yeah, they're busy here and there, blah blah, and then what? Like, how is that a long-term plan? And again, going kind of to like this whole thing of like, what's going on mentally here? Because this is a similar thing. Like, this is not a solution. It doesn't matter what happened. Like, okay, like whether it's an accident, whether it's not an accident, whatever the case may be, I don't why and how is it that someone thinks they can just say, oh, they're blah blah blah, and then they never see the person again, and then that's going to be, no one's going to ever talk about it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, right? It's not rational. But anyway, it's just something those two cases have in common in terms of how they're handling this, right? Like, we're hearing the first line of excuses, right? Where she can't, or Caylee's not available or whatever. It was all some other reason, the mom was saying. And it's like, how do you think that's sustainable? And I was like, man, and like, I don't know. I only know of one other time I can think of where somebody did something similar, and that's Lori. So.
Casey had told me sometime, I can't remember if it was during the early morning or mid-afternoon, that they did not finish on Friday. And they were going to be meeting on Saturday a little bit too. So their time where her and Juliet actually got to spend with the girls at the park,
I mean,
they did not get to.
He's saying all of this like it's real, right?
Enjoy the park with them. So Juliet and Annabelle and Casey and Caylee and Zanny. And by that time, I believe one of Zanny's friends was supposed to have met them over there as well. So all of them were supposed to just have a day at the park on Sunday and return home either Sunday night or Monday morning.
So if Saturday was June 21st, Monday is the 22nd and 23rd.
So, having been given that explanation, you did not have any expectation that you would see Casey or Caylee until at least the 23rd, Monday the 23rd?
I believe so.
Did that happen?
No.
Why not?
I remember Monday waiting all day at work to hear from Casey because the last conversation I had with her was to call me as soon as she got home because I wanted to make sure her and Caylee had come home safely from Tampa. And it was nearly 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was getting quite concerned. I remember calling and leaving messages for Casey, hey, are you home yet? And I was concerned enough to even talk to one of my coworkers about, I was wondering if something had happened. And then later that late afternoon, early evening, I heard from Casey.
Okay. Did she tell you she was home?
No, she did not.
Where did she say she was?
She told me not to panic, but she said that there was a car accident and that I believe Casey and Caylee and Juliet and Annabelle were in Casey's car following Zanny and I'm not sure, I think it was Raquel Farrell that was with
Who the fuck is that?
Zanny back from Tampa. And right as they were getting on, I think from 75 or whatever, before they got to I-4, Casey said that Zanny was ahead of her and witnessed Zanny get into a car accident, a pretty serious car accident. And so therefore, she had been all day at the hospital. And that was her first chance to call me and let me know. But she assured me that she and Caylee were perfectly fine.
Did you ask for an opportunity at that point to speak with Caylee? Do you remember?
Yes.
So remember, guys, just to reiterate, we just heard of another person, and she doesn't even follow up on it. Raquel, we're going to hear more about that on Cross. But remember, these, even though she's telling these stories now to try to explain why they can't be available, remember, these people have already existed for years, from what everyone's heard, right? So that's what's so interesting. It's not like she's making these people up on the fly to explain why she's not available. These people were already existing. It's crazy.
Casey told me she was at the hospital, that Casey was at the hospital, and Caylee was, Caylee was, that day, Caylee was either back at the hotel because she said they had to turn around. No, at that point, I think they were all at the hospital. And
the thing is like, if she truly believes that this was not real, why this doesn't even really matter, but she's really trying to remember it. As if it fucking matters, right?
someone had taken Caylee and Annabelle to walk around. You know, they couldn't come up. Casey, I think, was still in the emergency room.
Why?
And Casey, I believe, was calling me from the emergency room area, and they didn't have the girls, the toddlers, around the emergency area. So one of the other girls, either Juliet or Raquel, had the girl somewhere else. So she wasn't in proximity for me to talk to Caylee on the phone.
All right, so you believe that was bad timing again?
Yes.
On June 24th, do you remember an incident involving a shed at your home?
Oh, shed day.
Yes.
Okay. Were you made aware that your husband had contacted the Orange County Sheriff's Office regarding a break-in of the shed?
Yes.
What time do you think he gave you that information?
Right after it happened, I think he called me right around the same time he called the police to report it. I heard in the morning. It was probably between 10 and 10:30, 11. It was in the morning. I remember it was before noon.
Did you share that information at any point in time on June 24th with your daughter Casey?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you remember when?
Shortly after I spoke with George.
This explains why Casey said, here's your fucking gas cans. this explains it, because what happened was we didn't know this. So June 24th, George reports the gas cans missing at 10 a.m., which is weird as fuck, but whatever. And then we know it's around, this is from his testimony, by the way, his second time testifying. And then at 2 p.m. approximately is when he says that he has this encounter with Caylee. Now, of course, there was no other witness to this encounter, right? But according to him, Caylee says, here's your fucking gas cans, and like slams them down or whatever. Now, it would make sense, let's just say that happened the way he explained it. It would make sense that he would be kind of confused. Well, no, it wouldn't make sense, because he would know he called the cops, right? But anyway, for our own edification, it makes more sense knowing that Cindy called her and told her what happened, and that he called the police. And then that would make sense why she would come home knowing that he just reported the break into the shed with the gas cans. And then she would come home and be like, because that is fucking stupid, right? No one's going to disagree. That is so petty and stupid. And why would you do that? And I think that the idea here too is, this is my 2 cents, is that because this was a thing where she would take the gas cans and he hated it and it bothered him, and because he was really possessive, actually I have a timestamp in one of the episodes called George is really possessive about his gas cans. He's really possessive about his gas cans. It's just a possessiveness thing. That's it. It's like not a money thing. It's a possessiveness thing. And so he hated it whenever anyone used his gas cans, and Caylee would use the gas cans, and he just hated it. It was a possessiveness. And so I think that what happened, because why else would you call to report a break-in for the gas cans, right? I think that what it was he did it on purpose to get her in trouble, because he was mad at her for taking the gas cans. Not like she's unruly and needs to be get talking to by law enforcement the way you have it with sometimes when somebody needs a talking to by law enforcement. Nothing like that, but literally just to be a dick. Because he's possessive over the gas cans, and just to be like, yeah, like how else to say it. So, and Caylee, that makes sense, and Caylee would have understood it. So when Cindy calls her and is like, yeah, your dad called and reported the freaking stolen gas cans, you know, it would make sense then that she's like, wow, really? What a dick. Because she's like, she would have thought to herself, he knew it was her that took them, and he did that on purpose. And then that would explain here's your fucking gas cans. That's just my read on it. So
I spoke with Caylee to find out what their plans were and how Zanny was, and what was going on. And just in casual conversation of what was going on, I said, well, do you want to hear something that happened to Dad today? And I said someone broke into the shed and had stolen his gas cans. And I chuckled, and I can't remember Caylee's response or anything, but really? I remember telling her the story because I thought it was, something that would lighten the day for her, but something that was going on in our lives, just to kind of break the.
Potentially, Cindy may not have been aware of the dynamic between the two of them with these gas cans. It seems like there was a history with these gas cans. That's just my impression based on what we've heard, that there was a history of them with these gas cans, and this was like a thing, right? And potentially Cindy might not have even known about this, potentially. And so she tells Caylee, if we can believe what she's saying, that she tells Caylee just to make her laugh or whatever. Who knows? Remember, this is where this family enmeshment thing is important. Cindy and George are also having a really tumultuous relationship, to where there's been a lot of discussion about they're yelling and they're going to get a divorce. And, it sounds like both of them have tempers, and we're going to hear more about it. But, we know he's cheated on her anyway. Potentially she knew that they had this dynamic, right? But maybe if you're being petty and you're trying to get back at George and you're Cindy, maybe you tell Caylee on purpose. I don't know. But anyway, it's possible that this was a dynamic between the two of them that Cindy didn't know about.
Conversation up.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that your husband had seen Caylee at the house in the afternoon on June 24th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did she call you about that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who did?
George did.
Did you try to contact her after learning that she was at the house and say, I thought you were in the hospital in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How'd that conversation go?
I asked her, I said, Casey, what were you doing home? I thought you were in Tampa. And she said, Mom, I think they're going to admit Zanny. She has no identification. She didn't have her insurance information or she had her identification, but she didn't have her insurance information with her. And Casey had volunteered to drive to Zanny's apartment to pick up. She had made arrangements with Zanny's mother, sister, brother, a family member, or.
So what I'm getting is I'm getting that Casey has a relationship with her dad, and that's one whole thing. And then she has a relationship with her mom, and that's another whole thing. And it sounds like maybe the three of them aren't interacting that much. Now, remember, beyond the fact that George and Cindy are potentially going through a divorce or talking about a divorce and having a tumultuous time, there's also talk of George having lived somewhere else at some point, but that's not really all that clear as to when. Their work schedules are like opposite. George and Cindy's are. So I don't know that George and Cindy are really having that much communication at this juncture. And if they're having any, it could be tumultuous, right? So add to that Casey, okay? I don't think the three of them are ever really around each other. We've actually not heard any testimony during this time period that the three of them were around each other at all. So it's interesting to me because what I'm getting is like, it's possible, like you've got, you know, Casey and Cindy have their own thing going on where they've got their, you know, she's talking about all these people that don't exist and, you know, this whole thing with these stories, like what we're hearing, right? And that's what their thing is, right? But then the, you know, whatever. And then meanwhile, she's got this whole other thing going with, like, for example, so when she learns that her dad reported the freaking shed break-in with the gas cans, she knew exactly what that meant. And she shows up within a couple hours, drops off the gas cans because she's like, because he reported it to the police, says, here's your fucking gas cans, leaves, and then it continues on with this story with her mom about being in Tampa meanwhile, right? And this whole Zanny thing. It's almost like a multiple lives thing, you know, or whatever. What do they call it? Like, you know, yeah, what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, a second life, multiple lives, whatever. I'm blanking on the term, but you know, it's kind of like that. It's like got two different, or I don't know, I would say there's more than two probably, but anyway, all right.
Someone, it could have even been another roommate. I know she made arrangements with someone to get into the apartment and to get Zanny's insurance information. And she told me that she stopped home to get some things because she was headed back. And she didn't know at that point when they would be home. And I said, well, why didn't you bring Caylee back? Because I would take off work to watch her, and then you wouldn't have to worry about Caylee. And she said it didn't occur to her. She wasn't thinking she was at the hospital, and Caylee wasn't with her, and they needed it. So she just said she just drove home and got it. And she said that she had seen her father, and she told me that she had given him back the gas cans. She explained that she had taken them with her when they were driving to Tampa, when she knew she had to go to Tampa, that she had taken them with her because she thought, just in case, because she said there was something wrong, she thought with her gas gauge, and that
because
sometimes I wouldn't read that.
Here's the thing. Even if Casey did tell her all of this, it's hard to imagine that she would remember all of these details. This is interesting. 3 years later, right? When it's like you're asked about your own birthday, you don't remember what you did for that week when you always take the week off, and you know that was all a blur. And a lot of this was a blur, but like she's able to recount all of these stories that Casey told her in such vivid detail that's beyond even remotely necessary, not relevant to anything. Don't need all of it. It makes me wonder. I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm like, it's making me wonder if her mom is actually adding on. Like, is this a thing? Is this like a mother-daughter trait, passed along thing or whatever of like, she's literally doing this in real time, like maybe not even realizing it. I don't know. I'm not trying to diagnose anybody then. It's just fascinating because how the fuck would you remember all this stuff, right? Even if you believe it's still true, even if you think it still really happened, or even if you think it didn't really happen, this is not a recall situation, all this stuff, right? This is not like I don't see how that would be possible. The level of detail she's going to is incredible. And it seems hard to imagine that this is a memory. She's remembering this, right? And if she's not remembering it, she's literally, inventing it here on the spot.
It was on empty, and she explained that occasionally she would have to take the can to go get gas, or if she had run out of gas a few times, I guess. So that's the explanation.
Now, did you get that explanation on June 24th?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, was it your belief that she had not been at the house since June 16th?
Correct.
Did you ask her when it was that she got the gas cans that she took as a precaution?
I didn't think about it because I didn't think it was anything of significance. I did not, at that time, I wasn't thinking about why, it had no significance to me.
On June 24th, were you given any indication as to when Casey and Caylee might be returning from Tampa?
Yeah, I asked her why she was doing all this and not a family member of Zanny. I said, it's really not your responsibility to stay there and take care of Zanny. I think your responsibility is to bring Caylee home, because the longer Caylee would stay away in this environment, I didn't think it was a good idea. So I was asking her why, and she said, Mom, Zanny's mother is very ill and she's not able to leave. And I believe she said Zanny's brother was taking, between Zanny's brother and Zanny's sister, between their working and their jobs or whatever, it was their responsibility to care for Zanny's mom. So she really didn't have anything. And her roommate, Raquel, had been hurt. She said she had either fractured or dislocated her shoulder. And Raquel's mom was coming from Jacksonville to pick up Raquel.
How the hell? There's no way anyone could remember all this. Even if this was your own story, let alone somebody else's story. This is crazy, right? Because again, if it's hard to fathom that she's remembering that. If she's not remembering that, she's literally making this up. And if that's the case, like, holy fuck, right? I mean, what?
Raquel and take her. So Casey felt obliged to Zanny to stay with her, and she kind of wanted Caylee close to her. She just felt like she needed Caylee. So.
Now, by this time, were you missing your granddaughter?
Oh, I started missing Caylee June 16th. So yes, I miss Caylee every day when I went to work, those hours I was at work. So yes, I was missing Caylee very much at that time.
Did you start sleeping with some of Caylee's items?
Yes, I think about that time, or a few days before that, I went and grabbed Caylee's favorite teddy bear. We call him Teddy, and I had Teddy I would cuddle with him.
Interesting. That's why. So remember earlier I pointed it out when she was looking, they were doing the pictures of the crib and stuff. And then she was like, oh, does that teddy bear have any significance? And she's like, no, this is just a random teddy bear. And I made a joke about it. I was like, oh, it sounds like she wanted her to say something different. I wonder if it's because this testimony, there was something about this. So which teddy is the favorite teddy then, right? Is this an inconsistency? Maybe. Because she's got this story. So it seems like this is something she's told before, right? About the teddy. I started sleeping with the favorite teddy bear. But then it's like, well, you can see how the prosecutor would then see that teddy bear in the picture and maybe draw that question, but maybe they hadn't practiced it, right? But when she's asked just an open-ended question like, oh, is that, without connecting the two, but by her, I mean Cindy, like Cindy's not connecting the two. She's like, oh, it's just some random teddy bear. So is this all like what? Interesting.
At night, because I was used to cuddling with Caylee and or Casey, or the three of us would usually cuddle at night if she was home. If not, it would be me and Caylee before I went to bed.
At some point in time, did you discover that the teddy bear was missing?
Okay.
Yeah, a few days later, or at some point. I mean, I started sleeping with Teddy probably that weekend, and then after 4 or 5 nights, then I noticed it was missing.
What? Pardon? What the fuck is that about? What is that about? You guys. What is that about? Why would it go missing? This is weird. Okay, so this is supposed to be the explanation as to why there's a picture of a teddy bear at Kaylee's bed, but that's not the right teddy bear. That's a different teddy bear. She was sleeping with a favorite teddy bear, and the teddy bear goes missing. But the teddy bear that goes missing is after Kaylee's already disappeared. As if the assailant came back to the house and got the teddy bear. Like, what? What world are we in right now? What the fuck? Is this the mom doing what Kaylee? Is this the mom making stuff up? Because we're in for a lot of trouble if that's the case, right? Like if we've got 2 women that are doing this, like what? Like, is this real? How does it? Because this doesn't make any sense. Where would the teddy bear go? Why would someone take it after they've already taken it? Okay.
Did you advise your daughter that you were sleeping with Teddy?
Yes. I think. At some point I did. I don't know if I did during that time. It might have been later. I know I advised her, but I don't think I did during that time. I think it was after all this.
All right. We'll get back to that. Let's talk to the time frame of
So where did Teddy go?
the end of the week that included the events of June 24th. On June 25th, 6th, or 7th,
That's fucking weird.
that would have been Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of that second week since they had been gone.
That's a problem.
Did you see them?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. Were you expecting a return after the situation with Zanny at the hospital had resolved?
It didn't get resolved until I believe late Thursday, I think. They were going to release Zanny, and Casey had said that she had a concussion and there was maybe some internal bleeding, and they wanted to watch her. Yes. And they wanted to keep her for observation, make sure she didn't, have a hemorrhage and die. So, Casey stayed up there with her, and going back and forth. They were planning on, Zanny got released sometime late Thursday, and I believe they just, instead of driving back late Thursday night, they brought Zanny back to their hotel at Hard Rock.
I just made an interesting connection. I don't want to give any spoilers, but guys, keep in the back of your mind that part we just heard about how Zanny hit her head, and the part about having let me back it up actually so I can make sure to say it verbatim, because I think this is going to come up.
Of that second week since they had been gone, did you see them?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. Were you expecting a return after the situation with Zanny at the hospital had resolved?
It didn't get resolved until I believe late Thursday, I think. They were going to release Zanny, and Casey had said that She had a concussion and there was maybe some internal bleeding, and they wanted to watch her. Yes. And they wanted to keep her for observation, make sure she didn't, have a hemorrhage. And
Okay, that part, this whole part with the head and the bleeding and the concussion and the hemorrhage. There's an interesting parallel that's going to come up in the next episode. And I'm wondering if there's something to this. So I don't want to spoil anything, but just keep this in the back of our minds, myself included, that this came up in this testimony here about Zanny. Okay. Yeah.
die. So, Casey stayed up there with her, and going back and forth. They were planning on, Zanny got released sometime late Thursday, and I believe they just, instead of driving back late Thursday night, they brought Zanny back to their hotel at the Hard Rock Hotel in Tampa, and was going to come home Friday.
Were you expecting Casey and Caylee to show up then at your home on Friday, June 27th?
I was hoping she'd surprise me at work and just come right to my work and see, bring Caylee up. She would always bring Caylee up to work, and everybody loved to see Caylee too. And it was, my environment, you can bring a child in periodically. We didn't have patients or anything where I worked, so.
Okay. Did that happen?
No.
Do you know why?
I believe sometime in the early afternoon, Casey told me that they had gotten back. She thought she was going to be off, that evening or that afternoon, but she'd gotten back and she was called into work. And so she wasn't going to be, she had to go in for a couple hours, I guess, to be debriefed or whatever on what happened and everything. So she had to go into work for a few hours. So I was supposed to see them at home. When I got home later that evening, they were supposed to be home.
Okay. And did you see them?
No, I did not.
Why not? Do you know?
That evening, Casey called and said that her friend Jeffrey at that time had moved out of state. And in 2008, at that time, I was under the impression that Casey and Jeffrey had dated the period of time. So they were, Casey still, liked Jeff a lot, and she hadn't seen him for a while. And Jeff was in town and staying in Orlando, and he had heard about Zanny and wanted to see how she was. So she wanted to go see Jeff. And Zachary was Jeff's little son, who was a year older than Caylee. And Caylee and Zachary were close friends, and Casey thought it would be fun for Caylee to see Zach. So I'm just the grandma.
You're referring to Jeffrey Hopkins, the person that you had discussed in earlier testimony that had actually, to your understanding, introduced Casey to Zanny.
Yes, Jeffrey was very close to Zanny. Yes, he was the one that introduced.
All right. And you also just testified that you believe that Jeffrey was a suitor.
Yes.
Of Casey's at some point. Is this someone that you've met? Jeff Hopkins?
No, I never met Jeff. There was numerous times when we were supposed to meet Jeff and Zachary.
The way she said suitor reminds me of Elaine from W. Heard saying mate.
Over, I would say probably from the, fall of 2006 through 2007 and
wow,
up until probably November, December of 2007. Casey and Jeff were, close. At times, they started out as a very good friendship, and then it grew into actually, she described that he could be potentially someone that down the road she might want to settle down with. So there was always dates that we were going to do. We were going to go to SeaWorld with the kids and meet him. And in fact, Christmas of 2007, Casey and Caylee and I went to Fashion Square Mall to get pictures of Casey with Santa. And we were going to meet with Jeff's mom, who I wanted to meet, and she was going to bring Zachary. And we were going to have a day at the mall, have lunch, and get the pictures taken with Santa Claus. So,
Again,
up
so
through
much
that
detail.
period of time.
Remember, our understanding is these are all imaginary people. So much detail that Cindy, you remember. Like, this is bizarre to me. We were going to, down to the specific plans for the day. But the reason it's weird is because it's like, it would be one thing if it was a memory of something that happened, but it's a memory of something that didn't happen, right? So it's like, there isn't a memory. There shouldn't, that's why it's so weird. Like, if she met them for the first time and they went and they did things with Santa at the mall and they had lunch and blah, blah, then you've made those memories and then it's different, but it didn't happen. So you guys see what I mean? Like, it's weird, man.
All right.
I heard,
From what you're saying, that event with Santa Claus didn't occur?
Did not. I mean, it occurred, but not
you.
with them. It occurred with Casey and Caylee and myself. We waited for a while and something happened. I was told that Zachary had an asthma attack and could not come. So we went ahead and had our pictures with Santa and then did our lunch and had a girls' day.
Oh, okay.
So since Jeff,
somewhat, then I give her half credit for that one. But the other, it still stands for the other things where it's like, well, there wasn't actually, it didn't happen. So anyway.
Hawkins and Zachary were in town, Caylee and Casey were where, supposedly?
I can't remember what hotel in town. Somewhere close to Universal. I can't remember for sure if it was Hard Rock, associated with the Hard Rock or whatever, but since Jeff had also worked there too, had connections or whatever, but he was staying at a hotel down by the park, and that's where they were going to meet up. They were going to have dinner, and then Casey was supposed to come home later that night, late that night with Caylee.
Friday the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. Did that happen?
No, it did not.
Do you know why?
I guess Jeff had a rather large, my impression of Jeffrey was that he was independently, he had a trust fund and he was pretty well off. He didn't have to work unless he wanted to. So he had a suite or something, and he invited Zanny and Casey and Caylee to stay with them that night, and then the next day it would be fun again to take the kids to Universal, and just kind of, they were getting reacquainted, and Casey was jumping at the chance to have Jeff, and Jeff seemed like someone that was very stable from her description of him, and Casey had a very good relationship is what she said, or the way it was described, and
kids the same age.
Yes, kids the same age. And I thought, who am I to interfere with that? I mean, Casey's, a grown woman. She was living in my home, but she was an independent person.
Well,
it wasn't like she was a kid.
Okay.
It was
interesting that she's saying that. Because again, a lot of what we've heard so far kind of flies in the face of that, in that she's kind of treated like a kid. And again, we'll hear more of that in the next episode as well.
So you weren't ordering her home.
No, I
you
never
were just
did.
trying to find out where they were.
I never had control of Casey, once she was 21 as far as her comings and goings. There was an understanding that we had. We just wanted to know, just out of love, where everybody was at. But it wasn't a mandatory thing that I had to know her every whereabouts. And same way with Caylee. This is her daughter. She could do whatever. I would just love to spend time with them. So naturally, I'd always inquired and would like to spend time with them when they were available. But, she's a young woman that needs to move on with her life, and I am not going to interfere with that. So, yes.
Okay. Now, that Friday, the 27th, was that the last day that you worked for a period of time.
Yes, actually, that was the start of my vacation. I had another vacation. At that point in my time, I think I had 5 or 6 weeks of vacation, and you have to use your vacation. You can't carry it over from year to year where I worked at. And so I would plan.
You took another one.
Yeah, I took another one.
Shortly after the one you had in
That
June.
doesn't make any sense, because then how do you have 5 or 6 weeks? Is she sounding like she stockpiled it from carrying it over, but then she's saying you can't carry it over? I mean, does her job give her 6 weeks of paid vacation a year?
Yes. All right. So you were off of work the entire week beginning June 30th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Through the 4th of July?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you scheduled to return to work whatever the Monday was after the 4th of July weekend?
I believe I went back on Monday.
All right. That weekend before your vacation started, where you learned about the party suite at the Hard Rock and all this, were you expecting that they would be there for an extended period of time?
I would expect that she would have at least come home at some point during that time to get new clothes and to do whatever, but that never happened. And George and I, weekends were our time. I mean, with him working, and we spent whatever time together we had. So, I mean, we had other plans too. And I'm not I can't remember if it was that weekend that George and I went to the beach or the following weekend. Sometimes that was our time to go to the beach or me to visit my parents. So we had plans. So it wasn't, I'm not sitting home during all this time, and that's all I'm doing is waiting for my daughter and granddaughter to come home. I had other things to do in my life too.
Did you have daily communication as that weekend and then the week that you were off progressed? Did you have daily communication with Casey?
Yes, I don't think there's ever a time where I didn't have communication with Casey, at least once a day during that time, either by a phone call, voicemail, text messages. I had communicated with her at all times, so I thought I knew where she was.
So as we get into the week of June 30th, July 1st, and you are off, did you find out whether or not they were still at the Hard Rock Hotel in Orlando?
Trying to think where. At that point, I believe she was headed back to work on Monday, and Zanny was gonna watch Caylee Monday. I don't know. I'm sorry, if I can collect my thoughts for a moment. I know I was expecting to watch Caylee, from on my vacation, and I can't remember what excuse or where she said she was at that point, if they were still hanging with Jeffrey or not.
Okay. Now, since you were off, you thought if Casey's working, no need to have Zanny, who was just in some sort of accident, watching Caylee, that you wanted to do that for your daughter.
Right.
Okay. Did you express that to her?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you able to do that? To watch
No.
Caylee that week that you were off?
No.
Why not?
My memory serves me, Casey was working on an event. Now it's starting to come back to me. Casey was working on an event that had to do with, there was set up for kids. Sometimes she would work with Make-A-Wish Foundation and things like that, and different things. And there was a like a pool party event that they were having for children on site. And she said that it would be a fun event for Caylee to be at. And I'm not sure if Zach was there with Jeffrey or not, but Annabelle was going to be there with Juliet. And it was a day at the park where the kids could play in the pool and see characters and different things.
She couldn't remember, and now she can remember, and she's remembering all of this detail. And that she wasn't there. This didn't involve her. And none of these people are real, right? She didn't. It's like, oh, it's starting to come back to me. And then all the stuff so specific.
So I asked if I could come, and she said no. It was kind of just like a reservation, and she said she hadn't planned, but because of Caylee being hers, I couldn't get in. I couldn't, because I had said, well, I would love to go and watch Caylee and, be a part of that and take pictures and stuff, but she said no. And I asked her who was watching Caylee, if she was working, and she said that was an organized group, and that there would be people that she trusted that would watch the children during this. And then she was able to come down periodically through the day, and she would be able to check in with Caylee, So I just did things that I needed to get done during that time.
All right. So as you approach the July 4th weekend, you thought Caylee was being entertained at a pool party on Universal property.
Yes, ma'am.
How far is Universal Studios from your home on Hope Spring?
Depends on traffic. Anywhere from a 20-minute to a 30-minute, if it's normal traffic, 30-minute drive.
At some point in time, did you decide that you were going to drive out to Universal Studios?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
I believe it was July 3rd.
All right. And what prompted that?
Earlier that day, I had some issues, and I really wanted to talk to Casey about those issues, and I really wanted to see Caylee. And I couldn't see, I wanted to spend at least one day with her, and I hadn't seen her for so long. So I talked to Casey earlier, and Casey said she was, at Universal. So
let me just stop you there. The issues that you said that you had, were those money issues that involving Casey that you wanted to talk to her about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you talked to her on the phone?
Yes, ma'am. It was.
Did that resolve the money issues?
No, I talked to her on the phone to find out where she was. I didn't want to discuss the issues on the phone with her. I wanted to do that face to face. So I decided when I left the bank to go ahead, since she said she was at Universal, I figured I'm just going to go ahead and drive to Universal Studios. So I went ahead and drove to Universal Studios and parked and walked into the park and went to guest services. I didn't buy a ticket. I figured she would just meet me down.
Let's say that she was actually working. Can you imagine being an adult working and your mom just shows up at your work because she wants to talk to you about whatever? I mean, it's a personal, just wants to, shows up at your, this is what I'm talking about. This is not normal, right?
I guest services, and then I would be able to talk to her and then be able to pick up Caylee from that point. I didn't tell her I was coming.
Okay. So once you arrive at guest services, do you see Caylee and Casey?
No, because what I did when I got to guest services is I called Casey. She didn't know I was going there. So when I got to guest services, I called Casey from my cell phone, and I just waited there and told her that I was there. And I said, can I talk to you? And she told me that she was not there.
At Universal in Orlando?
Right. She was not at Universal Studios.
Okay. Where was she?
She told me that she was actually in Jacksonville, Florida, which came as a complete shock to me. And I said, what are you doing in Jacksonville? And she said that her and she took Caylee with Jeff. She followed Jeff back to his condo in Jacksonville. That was where he was residing, and was going to try to rekindle more than their friendship, because it had gone very well those days that he was in town. And she didn't want to, she didn't want me to know beforehand that she had left town without me seeing her and Caylee. So it was a shock and I was upset.
So is this mid-afternoon on the 3rd of July?
Yes, it was sometime around 3 o'clock.
Did you think she was in Jacksonville?
I had no idea. I had no idea. When she told me that she was in Jacksonville, I didn't know what to think because I had realized that she had lied to me for the last couple days, that she was at work and then she was really in Jacksonville, and I didn't know what to make of it. It was just came to me really quick, and I believe she was in Jacksonville, but I didn't believe she was in Jacksonville. I had my reservations. Had my doubts that she was in Jacksonville.
At some point then, on the day of July 3rd, did you enlist the help of your son, Lee, in locating your daughter, Casey?
Yes, I had actually asked Lee. Prior to that, I reached out to one of our friends that I knew was in Jacksonville to see if he had spoken to Casey and if he was aware, because I knew that one of her very best friends lived in Jacksonville. So I thought if she was headed there, she might alert him. And then
Who would that be?
Ryan Pasley.
Okay.
So I thought maybe he could confirm that she had been there for the last few days. So I was actually at Universal Studios still when I reached out to Ryan.
All right. Was Ryan able to confirm for you that Casey was in Jacksonville?
No, but Ryan thought she was coming because he had spoken to her, Casey, either that morning or the next day, and Casey was arranging to see him. So that kind of put me back to she probably is in Jacksonville, because Ryan said that she had contacted him, that they needed to get together, that she was coming up to Jacksonville during that time frame. He had not seen her yet by the time we had spoken.
Okay.
So at that time, then I started shifting back my thoughts that she probably is in Jacksonville.
Did you call Lee?
I can't remember if I called him or if it was just something. I think I reached out to Lee and just asked him if he had any idea, if Casey had talked to him and, confided in him where she was, and he hadn't spoken to her for a few days.
After 8 o'clock in the evening on July 3rd of 2008, did you create your own MySpace account regarding your current situation?
Yes, I had never been on MySpace before, and Lee told me when I was speaking to my son if he had talked to Casey or whatever, his impression that Casey was not in Jacksonville because of the chatter on MySpace or Facebook, that there was some stuff going on downtown, which I took it to be Church Street because that's where downtown, the action is. And he thought that at one point, one of his friends or one of Casey's friends, Casey and Lee had a lot of mutual friends, that at some point Casey had mentioned to one of the friends that she might be downtown during the 4th of July time frame. And when I had spoken to Lee earlier, he said he would do some research and contact some of their mutual friends to see, or some of Casey's friends, to see if he could find out for sure if Casey was actually in Orlando or in Jacksonville. So when Lee got back to me and told me the possibility that she could be in town, then my mind was just all over the place, and I was just really angry, upset, felt betrayed that I didn't know exactly, because I thought I knew what was going on. So I was just venting. Plus I knew Lee had told me that he had seen new photos of Casey on her MySpace. So I thought if I posted it and asked Casey to be my friend, that she would be the only one that read it. I really didn't know when I created that how MySpace worked.
Right.
So it was a way I had written to Casey, and I was describing in my MySpace to her how she made me feel during that time. And I was hoping that she would contact me through MySpace. And just.
So you created a MySpace account.
Wanted, right. It was my way of venting without yelling at her and getting on the phone and being upset. And I figured in writing, she would understand my feelings from that day, how I felt being betrayed.
All right, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked.
The whole thing about her feeling betrayed, it's just, this is weird to me.
As states exhibit MG for identification.
You may.
Does the date and time that are affixed there also accurately reflect the date and time that you would have made the posting?
The date is the time. I would have guessed it might have been a little bit later, but I mean, I knew it was sometime, in the evening that I did. So that day seemed like a very long day for me.
The photograph that you said is on that exhibit, is that one that you affixed or you believe was placed there later?
It was definitely placed there later because I never posted a photograph. Number one, I didn't know how to.
But the text, the date and time are accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce states MG for identification and the evidence as the state's next number.
What says the defense?
We would object and ask for further argument on the matter.
Well, let me see it. Short basis of objection. Relevancy, materiality, short form.
403 or 4.5.
Okay. Just a second. Objection sustained.
All right, Mrs. Anthony, after you posted that message on MySpace, did you talk to Casey about it?
Not that day.
How soon after?
I think it was a couple days before she realized that I had sent.
I'm sorry.
I think it was a few days before she realized that I had created the MySpace. I never got a response back from her. And I asked her why she didn't, respond back. And she thought that I was being hard on her writing that. And she.
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Overruled at this point.
She had told me she just didn't want to, go on MySpace. I didn't know MySpace was everybody's space. I thought it was secure and that it was just between her and I.
Just her.
And she explained to me that, anybody could get on there or whatever and stuff. I don't know how that all works, even as of today.
Okay. So she acknowledged that she read your posting.
Yes.
Did you discuss with her specifically the things that you had posted?
Briefly, I told her that I felt.
In reference to the court's ruling.
Approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately 5 minutes to the hour 1. We will recess for the day and reconvene on Tuesday morning. All right, Miss Burdick, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Anthony.
Good morning.
When we left off on Saturday, we were talking about July 3rd of 2008. Do you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In the evening hours on that date, you posted a paragraph on MySpace, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to your daughter Casey about what you had posted on MySpace?
Yes, I did.
Right. Was it that same day or was it a period of time after that?
It was either the next day. I believe it was the following day. I know I didn't speak with her since I spoke with her like at 3 o'clock that afternoon on the phone. I hadn't spoken with her.
Did you talk with her about the issues and feelings that you expressed in the posting?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you express to her your feeling that Caylee was missing and you didn't know why?
That was a figure of speech. She was missing in my heart. And, Casey and I spoke about, why I wrote what I did.
Okay. Now, you did not know at that point on July 3rd that Caylee was not with Casey, correct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you speak with Casey about your feeling that she had betrayed you?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response to your discussion about Casey betraying you?
She explained to me that she needed some time away and that she was not upset with me and she was not punishing me by not letting me speak with Caylee. She felt that she needed some time to sort some things out, and she explained to me that seeing Jeff again rekindled a lot of her feelings and emotions, and she explained to me that someday, I'm going to have to go through that empty nest syndrome with her and Caylee. And so she explained to me, that how much she loved me and that, that she wasn't trying to get me upset. It was just she wanted to work things out in her mind, and
I think that's so interesting about the part about how she's like, someday you're going to have to go through the empty nest syndrome. Again, when we look at this through the lens of if there's some sort of enmeshment going on here, that makes a lot of sense, right? Like, is Casey trying to get away from that? Maybe.
to get used to the fact that someday she was going to be moving out and be her own person. And I realized that I was being selfish at that point. And so I quit questioning her.
Kat, did you watch this, or have you watched this whole trial before?
All right. Now, what she told you was that she was pursuing a relationship with what you thought was a wealthy man who lived out of town.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, once she tells this to you, you decide to stop questioning her about her whereabouts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The issues and feelings that you posted and then discussed with her predated June 16th, 2008, correct?
The feelings that I spoke about was everything up until July 3rd. Just the feelings. I felt betrayed that day because I found out she had lied to me.
Okay. You also discussed with her your feelings that she was jealous of you.
That was my interpretation.
Leading.
Interesting.
I asked for the
Jealous of her. Again, this is just really unusual type of discussion about the betrayal and the jealousy when it comes to mother and daughter. Jealous? Now, let's just remember, it's not that the mom is jealous of Casey. The mom, Cindy, is saying that she thought Casey was jealous of her. For what? Weird, right?
Did you discuss with her your feelings?
Leading as to outside of the scope of what was previously agreed upon on leading.
Okay, overall.
Did you discuss with her your feelings that she was jealous of you in some fashion?
It was brought up to me by her ex-fiance, Jesse Grund, when they were dating or engaged.
Sustained.
Did you discuss that with Casey?
Yes, I did.
That you had these feelings that you thought she was jealous of you?
Yes.
Okay. Did she deny that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you discuss with her that she had left without warning?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you that that wasn't true? That there was some warning?
Well, no, she said she left without telling me. I mean, that was the whole purpose of me being upset with her on the phone at 3 o'clock that afternoon.
Did you discuss with her your issue or feeling that she left without warning even though you had been the one to raise, feed, clothe, shelter, and pay the bills for Caylee.
Leading.
Overruled.
Way outside the scope of what was agreed upon.
Overruled.
Did you discuss that issue with her?
Yes, I did.
And
again, that was, I think I was making, my whole purpose of writing the letter was I didn't want to go into it on the phone with her. So I thought writing my feelings down, maybe it would make an impact on her, how she made me feel those last few days, finding out that she had lied to me, that she was not in Orlando.
Did you discuss with her your feeling that you had heard she felt you were controlling her life?
I don't remember speaking about me controlling her life, no.
Okay. So after you talked, or during the time that you talked to your daughter about the feelings that you expressed, did the conversation conclude with her telling you she does need her space?
Yes.
Okay. So after having that discussion on July 3rd, well, a few days after July 3rd, you said, did you back off?
I backed off, but I still persisted on, I learned how to text during that time. So I started texting her just to make sure that everything was okay. And I'd leave messages and then she'd call me back. I just wanted to, talk to her at least every day to make sure she was okay. And I did persist every day asking if I could speak with Caylee because I miss hearing her little voice.
All right. And were you given an opportunity to speak with Caylee at all?
No.
Okay. Were you told at that point where Caylee was?
Yes.
What were you told?
I was told at various times that either Caylee was napping or with Jeff's mother and Zachary, maybe at the beach in Jacksonville, on a boat, just various places.
Based on your conversations then with your daughter, did you have some expectation as to when she was going to return from Jacksonville?
Yes, at one point, I kind of thought she was going to come home during that weekend after the 4th of July. And then I believe that's when she told me that there was something wrong with the Pontiac, that, her boyfriend Jeff was going to, take it to his mechanic and have him look at it. She thought that the gas gauge was broken or something on it.
Okay, her car.
Her car.
All right. So did that necessitate her staying out of town based on what you were told?
Yes.
Okay, for how long?
I believe it turned into like Monday or Tuesday because they had to order a part of some sort. Plus, we knew that Casey needed to get her brakes done. We had been mentioning it to her that it was about time that she, get those checked and redone. So, I don't really know a lot about cars, and I was the one that spoke to Casey every day. So I just assumed that that was correct.
Did you share with your husband, George, that you were speaking to Casey on a regular basis?
Oh, absolutely. He inquired every day if I had spoken to her or not. And I'm the one that told George to leave her be, just to let her go,
All right. So after being told that the car was going to need some repair, did you have some other expectation as to when she was going to be coming back to Orlando?
Yes. Again, that following weekend, the weekend after July 4th, we had expected her to come home. And then I remember on that Sunday receiving a text. George and I were in Walmart just getting some things, and I received a text from her saying that Jules was getting married. And Jules is Jeff's mother. And so they were going to stay for the wedding. It was an impromptu thing, and it was going to be at the chaplain, with the chaplain. I guess Jules had cancer, and they were going to get married at the hospital chapel, and then she would be home either Monday or Tuesday.
All right. Now, at this point, we're talking about the Monday, July 14th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see her then on Monday, July 14th?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Do you know where she was?
she told me she was in Jacksonville and that she and Jeff were getting the car packed and ready to go. Jeff was going to come back down to Orlando, and they were going to caravan back. So they were, loading her car and Jeff's car, and then they were going to try to leave.
It's like she's with so we know none of this is happening, but I guess like she's actually with Tony, and I guess her family doesn't know about Tony at this point. So she's making up this whole thing about Jeff, but she's actually hanging out with Tony.
At some point and be home on Tuesday.
Tuesday, July 15th.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, on Sunday, the 13th, were you and your husband working in the yard?
Yes, later that day when we got back from doing errands and such, George and I
Okay.
were out front.
So now this is going to be when she finds the thing on the door. And remember, the question I had earlier is if they never use the front door and they never look at the front door, what prompted Cindy to then all of a sudden see the thing?
Working in the yard, we had planted new sod in the strip between the sidewalk and the street. We had planted new sod there, and George was watering that. We're considering putting plants and stuff in that area, and then nixed the idea, thinking that if someone, trampled it or backed into it or whatever with a car. So I was out weeding in the front, and George was off to the side, and I noticed that there was a notice taped to the front glass door, and it was kind of hard to see because our door
So the story is that because they were doing certain yard work, I guess is why she saw the thing.
is like it's not really a peach, but it's a light pink color.
Overall.
You were talking about the difficulty of being able to see the notice that was on the door.
Yes, ma'am.
Why was it difficult?
Well, in the afternoon, we get the afternoon sun in the front of the house, and there's a glare usually off the glass. And I usually have a wreath or something on the front door, or a plaque or something. And the notice kind of blended in with the door, but the reflection, as I worked closer, I could see.
Let's take a look and let's see if when Google did their picture, is there anything on the door? I don't think there is, but let's take a look. Pull it up here. Let's take a look at this door situation and try to find it real quick here. There it is. Well, the palm tree is kind of blocking it, but it doesn't look like there's anything on the door, but it is a peach pinky color. So
See it. And I went ahead and took it off at that point.
Right. Do you have any indication, or did you have any indication at that time how long that notice had even been there?
are you talking about that just happened when I went to pull up that other, the picture of the house? The other thing too, I think you might have missed this part, but it was really interesting, was when she first got on the stand and they were getting all the pictures of the house in. I think this is really fascinating. In 2008, she says, that's the year that Caylee died. In 2008, their grass all of a sudden wouldn't grow in the backyard anymore. I don't understand that for the life of me, but she says that the grass would stop growing, okay, in 2008. And so they got rid of the grass and put mulch down and then put concrete down and paved it, which I found a bit interesting as well.
I believe it was put there either Thursday or Friday.
Why do you believe that?
Because usually they're marked, and I believe I saw either the 10th or the 11th date on when it was posted on there.
When you come in and out of your house, what do you use?
The garage door.
Other than some date indicators on the notice, did it give you any idea what it was about or who it was from?
It said it was a certified letter, and it had Johnson's. And when I read it, I didn't know anybody the name of Johnson or Johnson's company, so I went over to George and showed him the notice, and he said he had no clue who Johnson's was. So, he said, well, I'll just pick it up, tomorrow, which would have been Monday, on my way to work.
He didn't.
All right. Did your husband start a new job on a job with a new employer on Monday, July 14th?
Yes, he had done some orientation with them and had just started with this new job.
Since you were expecting Casey and Jeff on July 15th, did you think that she was coming right to your home at some particular time of day?
Well, I figured at some point she'd be home. Jacksonville's not that long of a drive to Orlando, so I figured by noon, if they left in the morning, that they would be home sometime in the afternoon.
She didn't tell
Did you go
that.
to work that day?
Yes, I did.
Do you know if your husband was scheduled to work that day, July 15th?
Yes, he was.
What shift?
3 to 11.
At some point, did you learn that your husband had gone to the post office to pick up the certified letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know when that occurred?
Around lunchtime sometime.
On
the 15th of July.
Did he call you at your office to tell you what the letter was about?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
All right. Did he tell you that the car, Casey's car, was in Orlando?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
At a tow yard?
Yes.
After receiving that information, did you attempt to contact your daughter?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a hold of her?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about the car being in Orlando?
I told her that she had a lot of explaining to do, that her car, from what I had found out at that point, the car had been towed from a facility. I wasn't sure at that point what facility, and had been there for a couple weeks. So I said she had a lot of explaining to do.
Did she explain?
No.
Did you tell her that you were going to call her back, or that she needs to come home immediately?
Yes, I pretty much in essence said that she needed to, to be home so that we could talk this out.
So what did you do next?
Well, when George got the certified letter, he went directly down to the Johnson's tow yard, and they handed him a receipt and said that it was like $488 and some change. And he said since both of our names was on the title, that we both had to go down there. So I went ahead and stopped and got $500 out of the ATM and met George at the house so that, one of us could drive her car home.
So you left work about what time?
That was like what I pointed out earlier, right? That regardless of them both needing to be there because of whatever, they would need two people because otherwise you can't drive the car home. So it's weird.
I didn't look at the clock. I just left after he went down to the, within minutes of him going to the post office, he was at the tow yard because it's, not that far away. So I would say maybe if I had to guess, sometime maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock.
All right. So you met your husband at the house, and the two of you went in one car.
Yes, ma'am.
To the tow yard. Right. Did you get any access to the car while you were at the tow yard?
I did not. I was close to the car when George came around after he, was able to drive it. He came back around, and I was waiting for him because it was raining, and I had my window down, and he said, "We need to get home right now. This car stinks, and it's raining, and let's, I'm going." He, in other words, he just said, "Let's not chit chat. Let's get home."
All right. Were you able to detect an odor at that point?
No, I was not.
Okay. So where did you go from there?
We drove back to our home, and George drove the car right into the garage and parked on the right-hand side of the garage, my normal spot. Pulled the car right into the garage, and then I left my car out.
All right. Now, you indicated it was raining.
Yes, it wasn't raining very hard. It was kind of like a misty rain.
Once the car is in the garage, do you access it in some fashion?
Yes, as soon as I got out of the car, my car, George was already out of the car, and I could, as I walked up to the car, I could smell the car. And
what did you say?
I said, "Oh my gosh, what,
I asked her what she said.
Overruled?
I said, "Oh my gosh, what's wrong with the car?" And George proceeded to tell me that excuse me, okay,
That's what
got you.
Mr. Anthony said.
Got you.
All right. Did you make some comment at that point about the smell?
Yeah, I said it smelled like something had died in the car.
Did you learn about any garbage being in the trunk at some point?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So what did you do, if anything, to the car?
It was after George went to work. I encouraged him to go because it was getting close to between 2 and 2:30. And we had opened all the trunk, the hood of the car. George took the battery out of the car because we were afraid that Casey might come home and take the car and we wouldn't be able to speak with her. So
Forcing her to be trapped.
I went ahead and noted that Casey's purse was on the front seat and that Caylee's baby doll, her favorite doll was in the car seat, like it was sitting where Caylee would have sat. Then I noticed Caylee's backpack in the trunk of the car, and I noticed some clothes and some shoes of Casey's. So what I did is I took Caylee's doll out of the car, and I took the backpack out of the car, and I took Casey's purse out of the car and a pair of slacks. I left the shoes, and I think there was a blue plastic collapsible basket that we kept in the back of our vehicle, like for groceries or just odds and ends. We keep them in all of our vehicles, and I think there was a belt and some odds and ends in there. I left the stuff that was in the trunk except for Caylee's backpack. I took that out. And Caylee's doll smelled like the car, so I took it out.
So sounds like she took Caylee's things out of the car and left Casey's things in the
And
car?
in our garage, we have a ice chest. And I set the doll down, and I went and got a Clorox wipe and wiped the face and the hands. And the body is soft, so it smelled pretty bad. So I went and got some Febreze, and I sprayed the doll. And I sprayed Febreze all through the car, thinking that that might help the odor. I sprayed the front and the back. I used pretty much a whole can of Febreze.
All right. Now, let me just stop you there. At that time, you indicated that you said to your husband what died.
Yes.
Okay. The smell in the car, was that a smell that you recognized?
The smell in the car was like something I had never, it was pretty strong. I mean, I use that expression, you know, what died, you know, and at that point I never put.
It's so interesting, right? Because both Cindy and George have kind of walked back these statements about the smell being definitely 100% connected to, they could tell it was a smell that somebody died. And I think part of that is because they're learning throughout this trial that that there's a lot of issues with that. Like, we're going to hear from law enforcement, not the next episode, but the following episode, that showed up, like the first people to show up, and they didn't smell it. So, you know, and then again, we heard earlier tonight from George, and apparently he had been smelling that smell, as he told law enforcement. There was a report where he had told them he had smelled that smell, and it was before, you know, it was like from before, I guess it was around the time that Caylee would have been missing, but he said that he smelled it in the house and in the backyard and in the woods. And then Mr. Baez pointed out that it was 6 months before Caylee's body was found. So, yeah, I mean, that's what's so interesting, right? Because Kat says destroying evidence. Let's hear a little more of her testimony, because she's going to go on with more detail about this.
You know, anybody in the trunk of the car or in the car. I was satisfied with what George had told me happened at the tow yard.
All right. Now, you have a nursing background, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the experience of being exposed?
The thing is that, like, even if you don't have any, okay, remember, George is supposed to be some sort of, former detective or whatever, or at least he was in law enforcement, and she's the wife. Even if you don't have any type of law enforcement background or whatever, or experience with trials, if you legitimately think somebody in your family has died and their belongings are in the car and the car smells like somebody died there, and you think that something is terribly wrong, I think that literally every single person knows don't touch anything. That's like a no-brainer. It's like the first people that know literally nothing. They may not know what Miranda rights are. They might not know what the Fifth Amendment is. They might not know what anything is, but if you think there's a crime, don't touch anything, right? So that's why this is so bizarre.
To either rotting or decomposing flesh?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What is your experience in that area?
I debride a lot of very bad wounds and work with a lot of patients who have amputees, and a lot of times their tissue starts to rot. And I remember one experience as a student nurse that we did get to go to the morgue and see some bodies that had come in that had been out there for a while.
All of this, again with the smell credibility, all of this wouldn't be necessary if they had strong evidence, or evidence at all, forensic evidence or evidence that tied the defendant to, the crime scene or to the body. Like, again, the fact that this is such a big part of this case, like people's smell abilities, is wild.
Now, you said that you used the expression, what died, with your husband. At that point, were you considering that something died in the car?
No. At that point, I did not.
You said that you encouraged George, your husband, to go to work. Did you see whether or not he took any action as it relates to the car?
No, no, ma'am. I was pretty much in the garage the whole time that George was home. He went inside to get his things.
The other problem is this, is that if they don't walk these statements back, right, where you've got Cindy Anthony who's like, oh, what died? And then you've got George Anthony who's like, I'm sure it was a dead body in the car or whatever. The problem they've run into is like their actions following that don't make any sense, because you've got George Anthony who doesn't call 911 ever. He just goes to work. And then you've got Cindy Anthony who touches all the shit in the back of the car and tries to clean it, right?
And then he left.
All right.
It doesn't add up.
What is it that is being shown in 47 in evidence?
The back of the Pontiac Sunfire.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as E for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the front view of the Pontiac Sunfire.
So, like,
does that photograph
logically, either they really did believe something died, but then they're intentionally messing with the evidence, right? Essentially. Or they didn't really think that, but then they told law enforcement that in hindsight to try to, point the investigation towards Casey, really. That's the only way that you can reconcile this.
fairly inaccurately represent the way that the Sunfire looked back in July of 2008?
Yes, except for the writing on the windshield and the yellow tape on the hood.
The car itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You testified this is the front of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize what's shown in that photograph?
It's the driver's side view of the Pontiac Sunfire.
All right. Does it fairly inaccurately depict the vehicle in July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor. Ma'am, do you see H for identification?
Yes, that's looking in the front interior of the car, the Pontiac Sunfire, through the passenger side.
All right. You had mentioned when you first had access to the vehicle that there were some items in the front. Do you see those items on the seat, or were items removed?
There was another item that was in the passenger seat that I removed. That was Casey's work purse.
Aside from that item, were the items that are shown in the photograph on the front seat whenever you first had access to the car?
Yes, the purse was covering those items, and I saw those after I removed the purse.
All right. Does that photograph then fairly and accurately depict the condition of the front seat with the exception of the work purse that you mentioned?
I think there was I think I could see one of my steak knives.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Aside from the things that I mentioned, the work purse, is that what was there?
Yes.
Okay. Is the photograph fair and accurate depiction of the interior of the car?
Missing one other item.
Okay.
I
Is
mean-
the photograph a fair and accurate depiction of what we had discussed was remaining in the car?
Yes.
I mean, it's crazy, right? Because it's like, we're going to hear an instruction from the judge about this steak knife thing, but that she offered that, it wasn't part of the question. I mean, what the fuck? Because it's like, again, it just things just don't add up. There's so much about this that just does not fucking make any type of sense. And then of course you add to that, just keeping in my mind, there's this weirdness about how they were still looking for Zenaida up until 6 weeks before the trial started. Like as if they still think Caylee's still alive or something. There's just a lot. I have a lot of questions.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce H for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
We have no objections. However, we think a sidebar is required.
If you have no objections, why is there a necessity for a sidebar?
In reference to some testimony.
Okay, it will be admitted in the evidence approach. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're hereby instructed to disregard the testimony regarding one of my steak knives that was mentioned by Miss Anthony concerning the photograph. You may continue.
All right. Mrs. Anthony, do you see the items?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those items in the vehicle when you first accessed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you had mentioned that there were some other items in, which part of the vehicle is this?
The back seat of the Sunfire looking from the passenger side.
Remember, when George Anthony testified earlier in this episode, he testified that the car was super messy or whatever. It's like, what the fuck?
You had mentioned that there were some other items in the back seat. What was that?
On the back seat, covering the shoes, was a pair of Casey's dress slacks. And in the seat well on the passenger side behind the driver, or the back seat behind the driver, there was a pair of Casey's boots, dress boots.
All right, so you removed the boots, and you removed the slacks?
I did not remove the boots.
Oh, you did not remove those. You removed the slacks?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with those?
They also had the same odor that of the car. So I went ahead and put them in the laundry.
Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of a portion of the vehicle as you found it on July 15th of 2008?
And that picture's taken after, because the boots were in the well and the dryer sheet was not there. I placed that there.
Aside from the changes that you've made, accurately show the back seat?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that the boots that are shown on the back seat were in a different part of the car when you first accessed it.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they on the floorboard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You also mentioned a dryer sheet.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So I'm fairly
Did
certain.
you put that dryer sheet there?
She just said she did. I'm fairly certain that in the state's opening statements, they actually brought up that dryer because they didn't have a whole lot to go on. They actually brought up that dryer sheet and they actually said that Casey put that there as if to try to point to the fact that she put that there because she knew the car was going to smell and she's trying to hide it or something. Like I recall her saying that, but Cindy just said she put it there and then she's just asking her the same question again.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Do you remember having a deposition taken on July 29th of 2009?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At that point, you were sworn to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. You remember that I was there asking questions. Counsel for your daughter was there as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember giving a different response as to whether
She's her own witness so she can be like, yeah, Casey put the thing there, the dryer
or not you put the dryer sheet in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, did you say that you put the dryer sheet in the car?
At that point in time, I couldn't remember if I did or not.
Does that refresh your recollection as
Oh,
to
boy.
whether or not you actually put the dryer sheet in the back seat of the car?
Overruled.
At that time when I made the statement that I did not know, at that time I did not remember. Since then, I've had flashbacks of that day. And on that day of my deposition, I was under new medication, and I explained to everybody before we started the deposition that it was a very stressful day and that my medicines, I was in transition between two medications, and that I was going to do the best that I could with the memory I had at that time.
Miss
She does not want that testimony coming out, right? Because that just ruins a bunch of their shit. But normally you wouldn't conduct a deposition under that circumstance, right? For this reason.
Anthony, at the time of your deposition, did you not indicate that you did not know of a reason why you would have put a dryer sheet in the car?
Impeachment.
Overruled.
At the time, all I remember the day of my deposition is that I was tired, had not been sleeping, and very emotional. And I did not at that time remember why or doing so. Later on, I have had flashbacks. A lot of my memory has increased.
Mrs. Anthony, do you remember at the beginning of your deposition
Listen to how mad she's getting.
me asking if there was anything that was affecting your ability to remember or recall? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. And do you remember me asking if you felt that it was okay to go forward with the deposition, even given that you had medication at that time?
Yes, ma'am, and we discussed that that was the best we were going to get at that point from me.
Boy.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Tell me if you recognize what is shown in V.
It's the blue collapsible bin from the trunk of Casey's car. It has Casey's doll, Caylee's doll, Casey's purse, and Caylee's backpack. And there's a hanger at the bottom of the basket.
All right. Are these items that you turned over to the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these items that were in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The doll that is on top, is that the doll that you had indicated in your earlier testimony was in the car seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this photograph fairly and accurately depict the bin and other items that were removed from the car and subsequently turned over to the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, Mrs. Anthony, aside from wiping down the doll with a Clorox wipe, did you do anything with the work purse that is in the blue bin?
Later that evening, after I came back from work, I went through Casey's purse because I hadn't heard back from Casey, and she wasn't returning my calls. And I found
Y'all probably know this. Going through somebody else's purse is like a cardinal sin unless they've like asked you to do it to get something.
the yellow envelope that was inside her purse. And I removed the items inside the envelope, and they were resumes of her friend Amy Huizinga. And
That seems weird, right? I was like, what the fuck? We're going to get answers to why that's the case in the next episode.
Contact information for Amy Huizinga on that resume?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you do anything with the backpack that you have indicated is at the bottom of that blue bin?
I looked through the backpack just to see what was inside of it.
All right.
And I think that's all I did.
Or the item, what is it a picture of?
The inside of Caylee's backpack.
Right. Is that photograph fair and accurate representation of what you saw in the backpack in July of 2008?
Yes.
All right, you said you looked through the backpack. Did you find anything and remove it?
Briefly, I took out her toothbrushes. We always had a toothbrush, like a comb and different things in one of the pouches. And I just went through and held some of Caylee's things just because, and then I placed them back where I found them.
Just like you.
Where was this item in the car?
You.
In the trunk of the car.
On the floor of the trunk or inside something else?
I believe it was on the floor of the trunk.
The blue bin that we...
I mean, again, with the whole thing, again, it doesn't make any sense, right? With the smell, because like, if you think it smells like a dead body, you're touching all of it, which is like, again, like common sense to be like, don't touch it because there's a problem. Even if you don't think it's a family member of your own, it's like, if you are sure it's a dead human, it means some human's dead, right? That's evidence of something. But B, like, secondarily, now you're going to have that smell all over your hands, right? It's like you're taking out, like, you've got things that could be evidence that also stink, and you're going to take it out and touch all of it. Like, it's just, it's hard. It's hard for me.
Saw in 52 in evidence. Where was that?
It was in the back of the car as well. Or in the trunk of the car as well.
What items were in the blue bin before you removed it?
Some hangers, plastic hanger.
Did you vacuum the trunk of the car?
No, I did not.
Did you otherwise clean it?
This is the icing on the cake right here.
In any fashion aside from spraying Febreze?
I think I just kind of brushed my hand across some things and threw a couple little pieces of debris away.
Just in case you hadn't contaminated it enough, right? Make sure your DNA is all over everything, and then any potential DNA that was on some debris now is gone. I mean, wow. I mean, it's like you had to just rub your hand all over it. Like, why even, right? Like, that's so, it would have been, like, vacuuming it would have made more sense.
You had indicated that
now your hand's probably going to smell like a dead body. Who would want that?
You went to work.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. When you went to work, in what condition did you leave the vehicle?
Left the car with all of the doors open, windows down, sunroof open, trunk and hood up, and it was left in the garage.
Okay. Did you close the garage door behind the car when you left and went to work?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. How long were you at work?
Oh, maybe an hour and a half, 2 at the most, but probably an hour and a half.
Right. While you were there, or when you were going there, did you make an attempt to contact your daughter, Casey?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, I was not.
Okay. Once you were at work for an hour and a half. You said you either ended your shift or decided to leave. What happened?
Well, when I got there, everybody knows I don't usually leave work in the middle of the day. So when I got back, I just kind of explained what was going on because I left abruptly. And I went back to my desk and tried to get a few things done so that I could get out of work. And I spoke to a couple coworkers about the car and, you know, trying to find out what happened with Casey. And my immediate supervisor was telling me just go home, and I told her I needed to get a few things squared away because I had worked very hard on a project that I was, you know, for Coumadin levels, and I was trying to make sure that the nurses had gotten the doses right for the patients that day. It was very important for me to get a few things done at my desk where I felt comfortable I could leave. And as I was wrapping some stuff up, my director came and said, why don't you just go home? We'll take care of whatever you need to do.
Had you told the people at your workplace that you hadn't seen Caylee for a month or more?
Well, they pretty much knew that I hadn't seen her because during that period of time I had, you know, we always ask how our family is, and Caylee is always a subject of conversation with my coworkers and me. They watched Caylee grow up because she was always at my work. Casey was always dropping her off, or she'd just come for a visit, have lunch with me or whatever with Caylee. So everybody knew Caylee since she was a baby. And, you know, of course I vented, how's your vacation? And then come in and say crappy because I didn't get to spend it with the girls. And,
right,
you know, so they were aware.
You said that you had discussed with your coworkers the condition of the car. Did you tell your coworkers that it smelled like something died in the car?
Yes, it was a figure of speech that I said that it smelled like something, that the car smelled really bad. And I explained to them what George had told me while he was at Johnson's.
All right. So you did tell your coworkers that it smelled like something died in the car?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. So once you were encouraged to leave by your supervisor, did you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you go home?
Yes, straight home.
Once you got home, is that when you looked?
This is not great. So the fact that George and Cindy are walking it back, this whole thing of like something died, and even Simon Birch, right? Remember, he kept just saying, oh, it's this foul odor that you never forget. And she really pressed him, and it was like really annoying because she's like kept saying she wouldn't relent until finally she directly suggested it, but then he agreed, but he never actually like, anyway, you know, the thing is like in the prosecution's opening statements, like their whole thing is based on, for sure there was a dead body in the car. And the proof of that is for sure that people smelled it. That's what it is, which means that there's problems. There must be problems with their forensic evidence whenever we get there. We haven't gotten any of that yet. So they're really relying on these people with their noses, right? And we did hear in opening statements that there were some issues with the dogs alerting or not alerting. So they're really relying on these three people, George, Cindy, and Simon. But all three of them have, and you know, and again, the way the state came out saying it was like, you know, I remember distinctly the way she quoted Cindy. She's like, Jesus, what died, right? Like really emphatically. And it's like, she's like, yeah, it was just figure of speech, right? So all three of them have kind of have walked this back and just been like, you know, blah, blah. So, you know, it's problematic for the state if they're relying on this in order to prove that there was a person or a dead body in the car.
Through the work purse that you described earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you were home, did you make efforts to contact your daughter, Casey?
Yes, I tried calling her again, and she still wouldn't answer. So I thought it was strange that Casey had Amy's information there, and I don't know what possessed me to call Amy rather than some of her other friends, but I did. Something just told me to call Amy.
You called Amy. In the meantime, had you sent a text to your daughter that there was a major problem that she needed to get in touch with you immediately?
Yes, I'd been trying to get a hold of her all day to find out why the car was at the tow yard, and obviously I realized that she was lying again where she was at.
All right. So when you made an effort to contact Amy, did you reach her?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Did you make arrangements to pick her up?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that? Did you pick her up?
Yes, I did.
Where did you pick her up from?
The Florida Mall.
And did you ask Amy to take you to Casey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was she able to do that?
Yes, the reason I picked her up is because she explained to me that she had seen Casey a few hours prior, that Casey picked her up at the airport. And I told her that I hadn't seen Caylee and that Casey was lying to me and I needed to find Casey to find out what was going on. So while we were driving, she said she knew exactly where she dropped Casey back off because she had loaned Casey her car during the time that she was in Puerto Rico.
All right. So where did she take you, or where did she direct you?
Yeah, I was just driving. She was just telling me where to go. And we went to University Avenue, Winter Park, a place, I can't even remember the name of his apartment complex, but she took me directly to Tony's apartment.
Are you talking about Tony Lazzaro?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this somebody that you had met?
No.
So once you get to Tony Lazzaro's apartment complex, where do you go?
Well, I was kind of shocked that Amy knew exactly where to go because she kind of indicated that she had just kind of dropped Casey off at the complex. But Amy seemed to know exactly which apartment, and it was in the back and which floor. I mean, she just led me right up in a different, because where you park, there's a couple buildings, and she knew right where to maneuver right up to the apartment complex. And I followed her up to the second floor. And we decided that Amy go to the door, and I just stayed in the hallway so that when Casey would come to the door, and see Amy.
All right. Now, you mentioned a hallway. Is this door open to the exterior or into an interior hallway?
It's outside. We climbed the outside staircase. And Tony's apartment, there was like a little balcony area. And I just stood kind of towards the stairwell.
Did you see Amy knock on the door and get a response?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you see come to the door?
Well, I didn't see Casey at first. I heard her voice when the door was open, and then Amy kind of motioned for her to come out. And then Casey stepped outside, and that's when I popped around.
Okay. What did you say?
Ambush.
I just
ambush.
asked her what she was doing there, and I told her that she needed to talk to me, that we needed to talk. And
did you see Caylee?
Thing is, again, this is where it's like, I understand how this is one they want to, the state want to present this as like, it's because she was concerned about the safety of the daughter, blah. But again, the thing is that if you look at what normal people would do, right? Especially with the whole thing with the smell, you wouldn't touch anything and you would call the police if you were really concerned about whether you thought your daughter was involved. Like this whole thing, it's all about Casey, right? It's like whether you think your daughter is involved or not shouldn't even matter. It's like if you think that somebody's died, it doesn't matter if it's a stranger or a family member. You call the police and you don't touch anything, right? And so again, I feel like a lot of this is just this family dynamic and these control issues and this interpersonal stuff, but like with the excuse of like, you know what I mean? Because it's like she's showing up there and ambushing Casey. This whole thing with like hiding in the corner, don't tell her I'm here, is wild, right? Like, you know what I mean? Just to ambush her daughter. It's like, the thing is like what the difference is like her involvement, right? The mom's involvement, just like how she calls the boss, just like how she showed up at work, all this stuff. And like the way Tony said earlier tonight, like, oh, someone's in trouble now. I mean, it's like literally, it's not normal. It's like a really weird thing with the involvement with the whole family. And so it's like the thing that is interesting to me that's a red flag is like the mom wanting to insert herself in these things instead of having the professionals do it. Call law enforcement, right? Like have them track, like, and obviously they get involved after this point, but this whole ambush with the mom thing is weird. And it also explains why the law enforcement was confused initially, because they're like, is this just like a family argument? Because that's what it sounds like. So it's just, and then you've got the whole thing where the mom said that she thought Casey was jealous of her. It's just very weirdness.
Caylee?
No.
Did you go into the apartment to look for Caylee?
As soon as I got to the, once Casey agreed with me to come with me, I asked where Caylee was, and she said she wasn't there. So
Did she tell you where she was?
She said she was with the nanny.
Okay.
And so I told Casey to get her things and come on. And when she went into the apartment, I stepped up.
I mean, she's an adult. She's an adult. This is insane to me. She's an adult.
And I could smell the cigarette smoke just emanated out of the apartment. And I didn't even take more than a step in. I knew Caylee wouldn't be in that environment. So I didn't even go in to look.
All right. So Casey told you that Caylee was at the nanny.
Yes.
What was your response to that?
Well, we're going to go get her because we have to all sit down and talk about what's going on.
Okay. And was Amy around for that?
Yes. Amy by then realized that I was quite upset, and she kind of already went back downstairs, and she was down back by my car.
Did Casey agree to go with you?
Reluctantly, but yes.
All right. Did she gather her things as you told her to?
No, I mean, she just put her sand.
More about this in the next episode, but really, I feel bad for Casey in this situation because essentially, like, you know, and I'm taking it one step at a time, moment to moment. And like in this moment, her mom has created this whole scene. She shows up, and we're going to hear testimony about how she was very combative. Amy was like afraid, trying to get away from the situation. Tony was like, what the fuck is going on? And she shows up and like makes this whole scene. And it's like, so in that situation, like this shouldn't be happening. Casey's an adult. The mom, this is this whole thing. Again, this is why it's so icky to me. But because her mom shows up like that, I think that Casey went with her just because it's like, it's embarrassing, right? It's like, and it's putting everyone in an awkward and uncomfortable situation and getting them involved. And so I think she left because she didn't, essentially just to appease the mom. And that's where the control comes in, right? That's the whole point. That's where the control comes in, because the mom can show up and be all crazy like this and make this whole scene. And then Casey will have to go with her to get her to stop. That's the whole point. And it's like, if Casey doesn't comply, what's the mom going to do? The mom's going to show up the next day at the next place and create a bigger scene. That's what this is showing. So again, I think that's the motivation for all this. And that's also why we're seeing that up until this point, there hadn't been any actual like concern that something had happened to Caylee, right?
On and her flip-flops on, and then she came with me. She didn't have her purse or her cell phone or anything with her.
Did she tell you that she was coming back to Tony's apartment?
Yeah, she had made the reference that she was going to come back to Tony's, and I told her that would be fine at some point, but not until we resolved everything that was going on, not until I had an explanation.
And not until you saw Caylee.
Right.
Even the pretense of like, I just really want to see my granddaughter, right? Like all that, even that, again, a parent has a right to like tell their parent no, like when they're an adult, like again, like, because you have to think about it, right? Because sometimes you've got these situations where there's a toxic issue going on, like I would say is what was going on here. And because we even heard, again, just to reference it, with Cindy saying that she thought her daughter was jealous of her and all this, it's like, you know, and then Casey's trying to like, Mom, I need space. I need to be away. I need space from you, right? The mom is like, wants the opposite of that, right? Casey wants space. So the mom is like, no, you know, and it's like, if I can't see you, then I want to see Caylee. You know what I mean? So when you think about the motivations for it, so then it's like this obsessive, like what I get from this too is like, there's this like obsessive thing of wanting to see Caylee. So again, it's really not concern that something has happened to Caylee, or they would have, I'm sure that the mom would have called law enforcement. If she really believed that, she would have called them earlier, right? So it's really more like this control thing, but under the guise of like, you can almost be like, oh, I didn't get, like the way the opening statements were from the state, right? Where they're like, she will not be denied seeing her granddaughter, right? That whole thing. It's like, she doesn't have legal rights to that. Like she's allowed, Casey's allowed to tell her, no, you can't see for whatever reason. She's allowed to. So anyway, it just really bothers me. You know, because I feel like it's almost exploiting Caylee in a way, to be honest with you, of like using her. It's like using Caylee as an excuse to continue to keep this foothold of control in this toxic, dysfunctional family situation. It's like using Caylee as an excuse. Does that make sense? Like that's what this feels like to me. Or it's like a thing to kind of like the way people, you know, you hear about these terrible, bitter divorce custody battles and what spouses do or ex-spouses do with the kids and all that. It's kind of like that, but with parents in a way, right? Where it's like, you know, possessive over the daughter, possessive over the granddaughter, wanting to control. Anyway, okay. Hopefully I've made some sort of sense.
Everyone get back into your car at that point?
Yes.
You're driving?
Yes, I'm driving. Casey sat in the front passenger seat, and Amy started to get in behind Casey, but realized Caylee's car seat that I had in my vehicle was there, so she ended up coming around the vehicle and getting in to the back seat behind me, and then we left.
All right. Did you continue to question Casey as soon as she got into your car about Caylee's whereabouts?
Yes, I did. And I realized that wasn't an opportunity to really talk to Casey because Amy was in the car and I didn't want to really embarrass Casey or Amy. So Amy gave me directions to take her home. So the conversation was very limited during that period of time.
All right. How about once Amy got out of the car? At that point, did you ask where Caylee was?
Yes, I dropped Amy off on the street. She said it would be fine for her to walk, and we kind of watched until we could see her get back to the condo or townhouse, whatever it is, because she was living with JP Chat and Ricardo Morales at that time. And I made a comment that before we started to go, that she needed to start answering my questions. And she told me that she would take me to see Caylee, so we started to drive. And
did she tell you to go anywhere specific?
We started driving around, and then Casey started making excuses why it would not be a good idea for me to go see Caylee. And I was getting very, very frustrated. And I was asking her questions about why the car was at the tow company. And
did you get answers?
No, I didn't. We drove around for quite some time, and at one point she asked me to take her back to Tony's, and I told her she wasn't going anywhere until I got the answers. And I was driving closer towards our home because since I wasn't getting a specific location where to pick up Caylee, I just figured might as well head home. And as I was going down Pershing, I noted the Orlando police station that was on Pershing. And I told her that if she wasn't going to give me the answers, that I was going to get someone to help me get them.
All right. So at this point, you pulled into a substation for the Orlando Police Department on Pershing.
Yes, ma'am. And I pulled up to the door and started to get out of the car and realized that they closed at 5 p.m. and it was way after 5. So I just got back in the car and told Casey that this was her last chance to tell me what was going on, and she was trying to explain to me that we talked about issues that we were having, and we were kind of arguing a little bit in the car, and I wasn't getting the answers that I wanted, so I dialed 911 from the car.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess at this time.
And that's it for this one. So it's interesting because, like, well, yeah, okay, I'll hold that thought for next time. But where we left off, obviously, here, we're going to pick up with the 911 calls next time. So that's what's going to happen. We're going to hear the 911 calls. I might have to sneeze. Hold on. Right now, hold it in. Okay, it's all good. Okay, sorry for anyone who missed it earlier. I think the hurricane stirred up some allergies. I've been having allergies all day. Okay, so yeah, so we'll pick up with the 911 calls next time. We'll finish her on direct, and then we have her cross, which is really interesting. We're going to learn a lot about this family and about these circumstances, and maybe hopefully a little bit more about the pool. We'll see. And then we will be hearing from Amy Huizinga, who's been talked about quite a bit in this trial, and that's going to be also interesting. And then after that, we will have Lee Anthony, so Casey's brother. So that is coming up next time. I think it's scheduled for Friday. And so hopefully those of you guys who are watching live or on replay crew are enjoying, or I don't know if enjoying is the right word, but I guess enjoying is the right word. Looking at this trial with this like a clean slate, and just kind of looking at least the way I'm interpreting it is like, again, what would it be like being on the jury, right? And then also just because it's hard to ignore, what are the shocking differences from what we had maybe heard in just the general mainstream media or whatever, that are just grossly inaccurate, blatantly incorrect, whatever. So, I think that this trial and this case is just so much more, there's so much more to it than just, what I had thought and what was, again, what most people probably thinking going into it. There's just a whole lot more to it. And, hopefully at some point we'll get into actual evidence from the state that will help us actually figure out what maybe happened to Caylee, but I think right now, again, like I've said, I think that what's so interesting is getting insight into Casey, right? And to why she behaved the way she did, what was going on, these family dynamics. And again, like, considering the state is so reliant upon the Anthony family, like besides Casey, right? But the parents mostly, and considering their total enmeshment with everything, it's like they really based so much of it on, again, like things like their statements about the smell, and like that's kind of falling apart. So it'll be interesting. And yeah, so thanks everybody for watching and for being here. Also, for anyone who's new, I'm going to go ahead and just put it in the chat, the link for the Discord, in case anyone is new and wants to join. It's free, it's fun, it's awesome. And Nightbot should put that in the chat for y'all, for anyone who hasn't already joined and would like to. There he goes. Cute. Thank you, Nightbot. Cute. But yeah, other than that, I will see you guys on the next one. And I'll get the timestamps done here shortly, as well as the highlights of the episode too. And I'll see you guys on the next one.